party up, are you dropping dynamite? Like that dynamite. Okay, this is getting crazy. Tigers getting cagey. Feeling something new, it's amazing. All the records breaking, history in the making. Feeling something new, it's amazing. If you never do, you'll never know. Who cares if anyone's watching? Let them keep talking and talking. Avalanche, start that avalanche. Okay, this is getting crazy. Tigers getting cagey. Feeling something new, it's amazing. All the records breaking, history in the making. Feeling something new, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome from San Gervasio in Italia. This is day one of the pro competition, which will start at approximately 8:30 this morning as we continue on the San Gervasio ProAm presented by Santo Dassault, the 9th edition of this competition. We open up with a superb drone shot here of the facility. Absolutely perfect conditions right from the get-go. And I mean, there's no two ways to describe it. This site is was certainly one of the very best in Europe to hold a tournament water ski event. It's been hosting this event. Has been hosting a number of events since 2004, held the Junior World Championships way back in 2010, and has been hosting a number of different events since, including this, the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. Good morning, my name is Tony Lightfoot, and I'm glad to have the pleasure of your company once again from the commentary desk here at TWBC, along with our crew. We welcome you to this live coverage. All right, then, here is our schedule for this morning, starting with Junior Challenge Round 1, which will feature girls and boys. Then we go into Pro Women Round 1, then Pro Men Round 1, and then we will recycle it for Round 2 with the Junior Challenge back on the water again, followed by the Women's Pro Slalom Round 2 and Pro Men Round 2. All right, then. So setting the stage and the format. There are two finals, the top 8 in the pro and head-to-head format in each one. So the top 8 will advance from the women and the men through to the Sunday finals. It'll be head-to-head. It'll be 1 against 8, 2 against 7, 3 against 6, so on and so forth in terms of that seeding. So the skiers are getting ready to go, and we will return after these. This is the 2023 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm presented by Santo Dassault. We'll be back right after this.
Something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says,
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a two-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. The condition of this villa, it's top level. I would say 5 stars plus. Everybody is very friendly. The hosts are amazing. The staff is always helpful. There's always food on the table. I couldn't ask for anything more. Conditions, clean, and we're only an hour away from Mexico City, so it's very close and convenient to travel. Every time I come here, I feel like I'm at home.
I've been a fan of Marcus Brown since I was like 13 years old. He's, been my childhood hero, and so for him to offer something like this, which is it's great not just for me, but it's great for water skis to have something like this where people can really get a bespoke water ski experience. It's going to improve their skiing, their body, and Jenny's she's amazing too. So just to have the access to both of those guys, I think it's huge, and it has been massive just to talk things through and to get a new understanding of stuff I haven't tried yet.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Morning, Ryan.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
Hello, good morning and welcome. Good morning to you from Italia for this, the San Gervasio ProAm for 2023, the 9th edition of, presented by Santa D'So. There is our schedule, the Junior Challenge round number 1. We were anticipating would take place in the next few minutes, but unfortunately we have a delay so far as the boats running are concerned, which means that we're going to reset our timer on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen from about 13 seconds to about 30 more minutes delay. So we will start at 9 a.m. Central European time, which means it will be midnight for you watching on the West Coast in cities like Seattle and San Francisco, Los Angeles, San Diego, all of those places. So we anticipate starting at midnight for you guys. And obviously on the East Coast of the United States, it's about the 3 a.m. that we anticipate starting. We have a half-hour delay due to technical issues with one of our towboats. And once we get that resolved, it should be about 9 a.m. And then we will proceed from there as we continue to prepare for our first pro round of competition here at the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm, presented by Santa D'So, and we will return after these.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
right then, and we've got the junior challenger coming up in the next few moments. The anticipated time, start time of 8:45 a.m. Central European time. This is stop number 9 on the Waterski Pro Tour, and we'll do the juniors first of all with the challenge round in both the girls and the boys. Round 1 of that competition starts at 8:45 a.m. Central European time, and then we go into the pro women and pro men after that, and then we will recycle that order for round 2. The top 8 women, top 8 men in the pro competition advance through to the head-to-head finals. And naturally, the head-to-head will pit, for example, the first seed against the 8th in the first round, 2 against 7, 3 against 6, and 4 against 5. So that's what we got. There's Nathan McGarry at the helm of that Malibu Response TXI, and we'll see our first skier in the first few moments. Vittoria Siracco will be first out as we work our way towards sending the first skier out on the water. Greetings, one and all, for those of you that have just tuned in to this live broadcast here at the San Gervasio. And with that in mind, let's check in for the first time this weekend with Lorenzo De Alberto.
All right, everybody, welcome to the second day of the San Gervasio ProAm. We're about to start with the junior contest. Here we have the first athlete getting ready on the dock, and the boat is just doing the free pass, and we're about to get started. So stay tuned with us, keep supporting us, and enjoy the tournament, guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot there, Lorenzo. All right, so looks like we're going to do one more up and down with the towboat to make sure everything is working properly. We had a little bit of a delay this morning due to 1 or 2 problems with the conversion from LPG. Liquefied propane gas, which they typically use to fuel towboats across Europe. It is a cheaper alternative to straight gasoline, but for the benefit of our pros who require a little bit more response from the boat and a quicker desired response from the towboat whenever it's set up, we changed from LPG back to gasoline. We've always retained the ability to do that here at the San Gervasio ProAm in the last 8 editions of this competition, and this tournament is no exception. All right, so we got Vincent Stadelbauer there. A few centimeters behind him is Pato Zohar, who will be our VAR official, a video instant replay guy, who will be looking over the close calls that will no doubt be coming our way at this level. So he's there on standby and to make the final call on some of the closely contended buoy counts. So there is our Malibu Response towboat, 400 foot-pounds of torque with the Monsoon 6-liter engine, making its way back to the dock, and then we'll take on our first competitor, who will be Vittoria Siracco. And for those of you who haven't done so yet, click on the subscribe button on the TWBC YouTube channel. And that way you will have access to the live chat that's going on right now in conjunction with this event. And also, if you hit the bell icon, you will receive updates as to the next time we go live or whenever a new video content is uploaded to the TWBC YouTube channel. Thanking you for your support once again. And also, if a few of you out there are so compelled to donate to the tip jar that's connected with the TWBC YouTube channel, you can do so by hitting the $sign on the bottom right-hand corner on the chat, on the live chat here on the TWBC YouTube channel for this event, the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. All right then, here we go, folks. First competitor out, it is going to be Vittoria Sirocco. We've got the numbers. We'll bring her into the course. I believe this is going to be 55K for her opening pass. 55.14. I would imagine that this is going to be the same line length for all of our skiers. They're all pretty equally matched. Vittoria Sirocco, our first competitor out, and it's just as well that she's from Italia. And she gets through the opening pass, but let's check in dockside with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're with Cristiana, who's about to get in the water. So how are you feeling this morning, Cristiana?
Very excited, as it's my first junior challenge.
Is it your first junior challenge? So are you a little nervous about it, or you're more stoked than nervous?
More stoked than nervous because this is the first round, but I'm super excited.
All right, perfect. So what's going to be your starting rope length?
16.
16 meter, and what you hoping to get out of this first round today?
Probably like 2 or 3 at 38 or at 11.25.
All right, perfect. Then best of luck to you and enjoy your tournament. And back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you there, Lorenzo, and thanks there for Cristina de Osma from Peru, our last competitor out. She gave us her call on the starting line length, which is always useful to know that far out. So we'll plug that in to the settings, I guess. We've got Nathan McGarry at the wheel, and his compatriot, also from Great Britain, is Gavin Kelly. And all of our competitors ski at the maximum speed of 55K in this junior challenge, presented to us by Radar Skis. Here we go, Vittoria Sirocco. This is 30 meters now. A little bit of a slam there with the elbow on the on number 1 and 3, but not so much on 5 as she works her way through that pass with ease. That's a 30-meter run. That is Vittoria Sirocco. So Nathan McGarry steers his way around Vittoria Sirocco as we get ready to tighten up the line on her one more time. There's a 50 seconds of drop time on each end. All right, so getting some advice from dockside, no doubt. Kiko Bizzotta, our coach, is just giving her some nuggets of experience. As we look on dockside and see Philippa Attensen from Austria about ready to go, hailing out of Vienna. All right then, folks, let's continue on. Vittoria Sirocco, the 3 beeps from the boat indicating that time is up. Back on top of the water, Vittoria Sirocco. Good turn, good tight line into buoy 1. This is 12 meters. This is where things start to get a little bit more difficult here. Round number 3, does she make it for 4? Yes, she does, but unfortunately, without having the benefit of enough space to execute the kind of turn she wanted in order to get to 5. So it's going to be a 4 buoy count. It is a 4 buoy count on 12 meters. courtesy of Vittoria Sirocco, who sets the target for our remaining girl skiers to follow in round 1. Decent turn on number 1, a bit of a long pull into number 2. And then things started to get really complicated in a hurry there on buoy number 3. Manages to slip that ski outside of number 4, but she just came in with too much speed to bleed off. And Vittoria Sirocco has to make do with 4 on 12 meters. The lead score after one competitor here at the San Gervasio Girls Challenge. We'll take a look at this once again from the boat side instant replay. Looking good for at least the first 3 buoys, aside from the end of that turn. And then she essentially S-turned and got behind the boat. And with that, we await our next competitor, who is Philippa Antonsson, and we'll get to see her ski next. All right, welcome back. Skier coming up next from Austria is going to be Philippa Antonsson. She's elected to go with 16 meters. And if setting up the zero off with the most common common setting is the case here, it should be A2, Alpha 2. As we look at the leaderboard after one competitor, Vittoria Sirocco with a 4 buoy count on 12 meters, and we'll see what Philippa Antonsson can do to chase that score down. Philippa Antonsson. Opening past 16 meters. Shouldn't have too many problems running this opener. Round number 3, but past the halfway point on the course. And around all 6 buoys. And with that, let's check in with Lorenzo.
Hi, welcome back to the dock. We're here, Victoria, our first junior challenge lady in the water. So how was your set this morning?
It was good. I'm happy about the result. I mean, it's average, but yeah, I hope to do better in the second round, but yeah.
So this is your first junior challenge at the San Gervasio ProAm?
Yeah, it is, and I'm really happy to be here and yeah, to do this amazing experience.
And what do you expect from this tournament today? Would you hope to do your personal best, or what are your expectations?
Yeah, I have to do my personal best, and I hope to improve from this. Yeah, I hope to do more than this result. Yeah.
All right, perfect. Then go get rested, get ready for second round. Thank you very much, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo, and thank you very much, Vittoria. Vittoria, for her part, decided to go in on 14.25 meters for her opening pass, and ended up with a score of 4 on 12 meters. So, chasing down that lead score. She'll have to work pretty hard to do it, Philippa Antonsson. This now is 14.25 meters, the pass that Vittoria actually started on. So, if she does make it to the realm of the 12-meter line, then the pass will be attempted in the opposite direction, as we see a 6 buoy count, courtesy of Philippa Antonsson of Austria, all the way through on pass number 2, which is 14.25 meters, so no worries there for her. Let's have a look at the tail of the tape so far as Filippa Atomson is concerned. She has skied into 12 meters on pretty much every occasion so far this season, whether it's the Waterski ProAm, the Vienna Slalom Cup, or indeed the Kaiaphas Battle, which took place last week in Western Peloponnese in Greece. Her best score is 4 on 12 meters, which I would go so far as to assume is her personal best. And she's replicated that twice for a total of 3 times having achieved that score. And a quick shout out to Ski Pro Gear gloves. Check it out, the best grip you could wish for. Go to skiprogear.com. That is skiprogear.com. So, Filippa Atomson chasing down the lead score of 4 on 12 meters, which she has achieved, as I said, 3 times before in competition. Here we go. This is 13 meters. Seems to have a pretty good handle on this. A little bit relaxed off 5, plenty of room to get round number 6. No worries there. That is Filippa Atomson, and now continuing the streak of skiing into 12 meters on every single occasion that she's put a ski on her foot. So, if you fancy winning a slalom ski, and who doesn't, go play the audience prize competition. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for a chance to win yourself a slalom ski courtesy of D3 and Connolly. Let's take a look at dockside, and we'll see Cristiana de Osma from Peru, who has a little bit of support along the shore side. No doubt her mum is on pretty close by, but also saw this morning Delfino and her father Juan Carlos Cuclavin are on site as well. So here we go. 4 buoys on 12 meters is the lead. Filippa Atomson has gotten that score on a few occasions. She's getting round number 2, and unfortunately stalls up on that pass attempt. So it's 2 at 12 meters, which is second place right now. And it's now down to Cristiana de Osma to post up a score that could help her potentially advance through to the next round. So, Filippa Atomson will take a look at her pass attempt at 12 meters via the instant replay as she works her way towards the dock. And here it is. Feel that she pulled out just a skosh early for the entrance gate and lost her width coming into the course. Getting round number 2 with way too much speed to attempt to turn on a strong side. And that is all she wrote there for Filippa Atomson. So the girls in this challenge have a straight format. It'll be whoever has the best score takes the win in this junior challenge. But they will at least ski twice before rounding off their performances. All right there. Now from Peru and starting in on 16 meters, this is Cristiana de Osma. Coming in on 16 meters on Bravo 1. Cristiana de Osma, who has competed for Peru with distinction over the last few events, Pan American Championships, Junior Worlds, U21 Worlds. And with that in mind, let's check in on dockside with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock, everybody. We're here with Ty, our first challenger in the Junior Challenge for men. So how you doing, Ty, this morning?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm excited. Should be a good day.
So is it your first Junior Challenge this year?
Yes, it is.
And how have you been skiing lately?
It's been okay. I'm looking to ski well today, so we'll see.
All right. Have you ever skied here in San Gervasio?
Just once on Thursday. It felt great.
And the water, you like the water, how the boat feels and everything?
Yeah, it feels amazing.
All right, perfect. Then I'm going to say best of luck to you, Ty, and back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So thanks a lot there, Lorenzo De Alberto, and also for Ty Begorden of Canada. Returning here to live coverage of the San Gervasio Pro-Am presented by Santa Dassault. This is the Junior Challenge presented by Radar Skis. Looking forward to seeing what Cristiana de Osma does with pass number 2. She's gone through 16 and now she's approaching the course on 40.25 meters to continue her challenge. All right, there we go. This is Cristiana de Osma in the Junior Girls Challenge. Round number 4, looking good for 5 and on 14.25 meter. Absolutely perfect. And we'll check in dockside with Lorenzo.
And welcome back to the dock. We're here with Philippa, our last contenders for the women division. So how was your set? What happened this morning?
I'm not very happy with my score. I don't know what happened, but I think it was too much in my head, and I kind of knew that was kind of gonna happen, but I don't know. I went to 2. I think I pulled too strong to number 1, got to 2, and then I went like in the back. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully it's gonna be better next round, but we'll see.
Well, apparently you already know what you did wrong and what happened. So you already know how to fix that little mistake that you did?
Yeah. I think I am.
All right, perfect. So get rested for a second, right? Get focused, and back to you, Tony.
And thank you very much there, Lorenzo, and indeed Philippa Atamson. Once again, a quick reminder for you to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel, where we're looking to try and get more and more subscribers onto our YouTube channel. We're almost at 11,000 subscribers, and thanking every single one of you for signing up on the YouTube channel. It's an easy process. There's a subscribe button at the top. Hit the subscribe button and you are in, and you will be involved in the live chat during the course of our live broadcast. As we take a look at Cristiana de Osma, this is a 30-meter attempt. Looking strong, looking in very good posture. Round number 6, and seems to have a pretty good handle on that one. Not much wrong here with this this particular run. Yeah, good, solid effort so far from Cristiana de Osma on 30 meters. All right, so she gets ready for 12 meters. Ty Begorden of Canada getting set for his effort, which will come in just a few moments as we transition from the girls to the boys in the Junior Challenge presented by Radar. The lead is currently still 4 buoys. Already had a few folks commenting in so far, so thank you to them. Here comes Cristiana de Osma. This is the 12-meter attempt. Looking good. Oh, on 12 meters, getting round number 4. If she gets a piece of 5, she'll tie the lead, and she'll progress on to 11.25 meters. Coming up next, Cristiana de Osma. Taking the lead now. Been setting up a titanic battle coming up in round number 2. Already with the best score in the girls' challenge. And looking to try and put a little bit of real estate between herself and the other 2 competitors in the girls' junior challenge. Currently in second place, Vittoria Siracco with 4 on 12 meters, and Philippa Atamsem currently running in third with 2 on that same line length. But 12 meters, no problems whatsoever for Cristiana de Osma. So through the exit gates and just waiting for the remainder of that 50 seconds of drop time to expire. We'll hear 3 beeps very, very soon. We just heard them, and we're now setting off towards the course. Our first and only junior girl skier to attempt 11.25 meters in this competition. So naturally the leader, and looking to put a little bit of room between herself and the others. Round 1. I don't know whether she actually made it round buoy number 2, but that obviously is going to be under review from our replay official. That is Cristiana de Osma. We'll double check to see if she made it round number 2. This is going to be the most telling angle out of those that we have available. Brings the handle in, comes off her edge. Yeah, definitely round number 2. Now, the second job is to ensure that she got to the wake in time for the next set of boat guides, which she did, and it is going to be confirmed as a score of 2 at 11.25 meters without a shadow of a doubt. Round number 1, and there is the official score up on the top of your screen. Cristiana de Osma with 2 buoys on 11.25 meters. All right then, so we've got our leaderboard set for the junior girls so far, and there you see Cristiana de Osma of Peru with 2 at 11.25 meters ahead of Vittoria Siracco with 4 on 12, and Philippa Atamsem having to play catch up a little bit with 2 on the 12-meter line. All right, so let's go to the start list for the boys' competition. Canada's Ty Begodden of Canada will take to the water first, riding the syndicate ski. Reed Meinhardt will take to the water next for the United States, followed by Elliot Westland from Sweden, and our last skier to take to the water will be Tim Wield of Germany. And when we come back, and we'll wait for our first skier to take to water. It's going to be quite a long day's worth of skiing, so obviously time is of the essence. And it's going to mean that our first competitor will be taken to the water very, very soon. 40.25 meter start for our first skier in the boys' challenge. It's going to be Ty Begodden. Looks like our boat is docking up. I don't know if we're putting fuel in that boat or whether we're transitioning officials, but we're going to take a brief break, and once we come back, we'll have our first competitor, Ty Begodden from Canada, next.
I'm involved with the flow point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
All right, a quick transition of officials, and we're now ready to bring on our first competitor in the junior boys slalom challenge here at the San Gervasio ProAm. This portion of the competition presented by Radar Skis. First competitor up is going to be Ty Gordon. I don't have too much of a read on this competitor, but I'll try and find out as much as I can so far as his previous tournament results. Ty Gordon, who has skied once already this season over at the Lake Ledbetter in Central Florida and Horizon West, where he scored a 2 on 11.25 meters as his best score so far this season. Let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here again with Christina, our last contender in the junior women division. So you're in the lead right now. How does it feel?
Feels great. It felt great out there. It feels super easy, and I'm really happy with my score.
All right, perfect. Hoping to improve a little in the second round to consolidate your lead even more?
Yes, for sure. I'm hoping to at least get a PB.
All right, perfect. And how far off are you from your PB?
My PB's 3, so I'm hoping to get 4.
All right, so you just gotta need a little more extra work for 2 more buoys. Hope you can get it. Go get rested, go get focused, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. As we work our way down this list, Ty Gordon looking at started at 14.25 meters. He'll return on 13 meters. As I mentioned, his best score of the season, 2 at 11.25 meters, has backed it up with a score of half at 11.25 meters at that very same tournament this past April in Central Florida. Looking at some of his other scores from the past few months, a smattering of scores into 12 meters and 1 or 2 at 11.25 meters, with the best of them being around about 2. So, Ty Gordon. Not looking too bad at all. 13 meters, seems to have a good handle on this. And gets that pass to go. Ty Gordon of Canada. All right. And as he brings himself into the water and drops in ready for his next pass, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back. We're here with Reed, our second contestant in the men's division for this junior challenge. So Reed, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, a little excited, so ready to get out there.
So you were just telling me this first time in the junior challenge at San Gervasio ProAm, and also first time in Europe. How do you like Europe so far?
Oh, it's definitely different. The culture here is much different than the U.S., and I love it so far.
All right, and let's talk about a little bit about the lake. Have you ever skied here in San Gervasio this week?
I've gotten a few practice sets. It's felt amazing. The water's great, boat's great, driver's great. Everything's perfect, pretty much.
All right, perfect. I see that you're very stoked to be here. I hope you're focused. Hope you're ready. Good luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. All right, so coming in, this is Ty Gordon. So looking to set the pace. Buoy number 1 gets a good strike there off number 1. This is the 12-meter line, pulling long a little bit into number 3, but still managing to control enough of his speed to get round number 4 and 5 and number 6. So he has a good handle on this, and we're going to see 11.25 meters for the first time in the boys' challenge, and it is on the shoulders of our first competitor, Ty Begorden of Canada, whose best score this season has been around 2 buoys and 11.25 meters. And realizing that with the talent to come after him, he's really going to have to get as deep as he can on 11.25 meters to stand a chance of getting into the head-to-head matchups that will take place on Sunday as part of the Junior Pro Challenge presented by Radar Skis. Good solid hit off number 5, around number 6, and in good shape.
Shortest. 43, 41, 39, 38. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Ty Begorden coming in on 11.25 meters. The start is critical. And he gets it round buoy number 1, keeping the skier ahead of him. He's round number 2. That surpasses his best score of the season, but he's still there on 3. Look at this. He's round buoy number 4. Can he make a play on 5? Not quite. But I believe that score there of 11.25 meters represents one of his better scores. And even goes so far as to say that might actually be a personal best for Ty Begorden of Canada. A 4 buoy count on 11.25 meters. Had the opportunity to run that pass, but 4 and 11.25 meters is certainly a good score to start off with. So not looking too bad on 11.25 meters. He certainly had the first half of the course nailed, but as the anxiety grew along with the pass, got a little bit out of shape off buoy number 3 and couldn't really get the turn necessary on 4 to really keep the next 2/3 of the course within his grasp. Gone a little bit broken over off number 2, Ty Begorden. A little bit narrow on number 3 and number 4. And then running out of time inside buoy number 5. So that's Ty Begorden. Next competitor up. This is Reed Meinhardt. And this is a 14-meter start. Reed doing a superb job out there with the 6 buoy count on the opening pass. Let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back. We're here with Heliod, our next contestant in the water. So, Heliod, how you doing this morning?
Pretty good. I woke up good and starting to get ready to ski.
All right, perfect. So you were just telling me it's the first time skiing in San Gervasio. You practiced here this week, and how did the lake feel?
I mean, the water is really warm, but it felt all right, so I'm trying to ski really good now.
All right, perfect. So what's your PB?
3 at 38 or 11.25.
All right, hoping to improve today?
Hopefully, yeah.
All right, perfect. We hope to see you improve on your PB. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
All right, so back in with continuing coverage of this event. This is the San Gervasio ProAm competition for 2023, the 9th edition, presented by Santa Dassault. We are in the Junior Challenge, which itself is presented by Radar Skis. We're on skier number 2, Reed Meinhardt. Comes to us from the United States. We'll try and get the tail of the tape on him in just a moment, but here he comes in on pass number 2. Skied over at the Skiers Alley Record Capability Tournament over in over in Missouri, or actually Michigan, not too long ago, and he scored 2.5 in at 11.25 meters on that occasion. And we'll see what he can do. Reed Meinhardt, certainly one of the more prominent up-and-coming skiers to emerge out of the Midwest region. Skied a number of events in 2022 and scored into 11.25 meters on a number of occasions there. But certainly looking to see if he's got what it takes to supersede the current lead score that has been posted by Tyber Gordon. All right, so Reed Meinhardt in the water, getting ready. I'm ready. And the 3 beeps signifying that time is up. He's on top of the water now. Reed Meinhardt. Let's see what he's got. He's gotten through 14 and 13. This is now 12. Just having trouble with his balance off buoy number 1 and coming in with a lot of speed, but not too much in terms of being able to smoothly hook up and continue on with the run. So it's going to be 1.5 on 12. That kind of puts him a little behind the 8 pole here in this section of the competition. 1.5 on the 12-meter line for Reed Meinhardt. Okay, so I'm getting the call that that the opening pass was indeed 13 meters, and meaning that that score was on 11.25 meters. It still puts him in second place, but puts him 6 buoys nearer to that score than what we'd originally called on that one. My apologies on that one. It is confirmed as 1.5 on 11.25 meters. He went in on 13 meters for his opener. And we'll see if that score is enough to see him advance through to the head-to-head finals in round 3 come tomorrow. He's got one more round of elimination competition. That's for Reed Meinhardt. And yet to ski is Tim Vild, but before him it's going to be Elliot Westland, and we're going to see him take to the water next.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a 2-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. What I really love about this place is that we get a chance to ski in a big natural lake right behind me with a perfect course. Also, we have a chance to go 10 minutes away to a perfect man-made lake where conditions are always perfect. The boat, the drivers are always top level. The weather is always perfect.
All right there, so 14.25 meters is the elected starting line length for Elliot Westland, making sure that is the correct line length, and we'll see if we can get the officials to confirm that via the scoring system that they've employed to score in this competition. All right, here we go. This is 14.25 meter start on Alpha 2. This is Elliot Westland. Has a good handle here with that LaPointe LP1. And with that opening pass, let's check in with Lorenzo.
Welcome back to the dock. We're here with Tim. Our last contenders is in Junior Challenge. So, Tim, first time for you as well this year?
Yeah, first time at the Junior Challenge, but I took part in the amateurs event the past few years, so.
All right, perfect. So you know the lake pretty good, right?
Yeah, and I've trained here the past week, so yeah, I feel comfortable out here.
So how's your skiing so far? How's been your skiing this week?
It actually felt pretty good. I took a little crash, but recovered pretty well from it, so now it's good.
All right, perfect. We're gonna let you get ready because you're the next contestant in the water. Thank you very much, and back to you, Tony.
All right, thanks a lot, Lorenzo. Thanks a lot to Tim. And Tim, yeah, as he rightly said, has been training here in San Gervasio for quite a considerable amount of time as he prepares for some of the major events that will take place across Europe. The Europe and Africa Junior Championships being one of them, and we will see what he's got in store for us coming up very, very soon. So Elliot Westland successful at 14, coming back on 13 meters now. Some of the scores that he's produced in the past, mostly in Scandinavia. His best score of the season is a 3 at 11.25 meters, and he's going to have to do better than that. And unfortunately, just letting go around buoy number 1. He's in the water having scored half a buoy, and not too sure what happened there, and neither is he. Elliot Westland of Sweden, round number 1, and he just transferred the weight towards the back of the ski. He tried to bite off way too much, more than he can chew. He'll look at that and he'll be able to fix it, no doubt. But so far as round 1 is concerned, he's left himself with an awful lot to catch up. He'll put himself narrow on number 1 and was just unable to fight his way back. All right, so that is going to be half a buoy on 13 meters. We'll bring on Tim Wild a little bit earlier than anticipated for, but we'll see what he can do with the first pass, which I believe is going to be 14 meters. 14 meters. Only one competitor's elected to go shorter on the opening pass, and that was Reed Meinhardt, who eventually scored 1.5 on 11.25 meters.
Okay, Mario.
All right, our final skier in round 1 of the Boys Junior Challenge presented by Radar. This is Tim Wild. Looking good. Keeping everything going in the right direction. And with that, let's check in with Lorenzo.
Stand on my right.
All right,
welcome back to the dog.
Here
Here, Bailey was just getting ready, washing her hands before putting her gloves on. So how you feeling this morning, Bailey?
I'm pretty excited. It's been a while since I've been back out here, so just hoping to go have some fun.
All right. Do you remember how the lake feels?
I think so. You go left first, right?
Yeah, in theory it's like that, something like that. Okay, perfect. She remembered it. So, how's been your past few weeks of skiing? Have you been skiing good? Have you ever had any problems?
It's been going well. I got a later start than usual this year, but hoping to put it all together today on the water.
All right, perfect. We hope to see you put it all together as well. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
All right, a couple of former Raging Cajuns there. That is Lorenzo D'Alberto, who competed with distinction with the University of Louisiana at Lafayette Raging Cajuns himself, and Bailey Austin there, who also skied for the Cajuns as well within the last few seasons. So good to see them together. All right, we've got Tim Wild coming into the course right here and now. It's going to be 30 meters. Looking good, looking very, very strong as a matter of fact. Tim Field, pass number 2, successfully run, 13 meters. No doubt on that one. This is the San Gervasio ProAm. Stop number 9 of the Waterski Pro Tour. We'll resume pro action among the pro women within the next few minutes. We just saw Bailey Austin, who will be taken to the water first. All right then. So, a quick reminder to play for the audience prize. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play to give yourself a chance of winning there a Conley or a D3 slalom ski. Check that out at waterskibroadcasting.com/play. All right, 2 passes to the good. 12 meters coming up for our final skier in round 1 in the Boys Junior Challenge presented by Radar. This is Tim Field. Entrance number 1, good snap of the line. Round number 2. Trying to maintain good cross-course traction, allowing that ski to ski out nice and wide. And 12 meters, not a problem there for Tim Field. So out of the 3 skiers, out of the 4 skiers, 3 of them have gone at least into 11.25 meters, showing us a great standard of skiing in this junior challenge. Really worked it from number 1 into number 2, staying nice and wide. His turns and his approaches for the remainder of the course were quite close to the buoy, hence the reason why you heard those impacts on each buoy when we showed this action to you originally at full speed. All right, so we're back on. We got Bailey Austin just getting her gloves on and getting ready to go.
I just like the idea that somebody's thinking different. You're going to grip. Exactly.
Just listening in on what's going on over there.
But at least someone's thinking differently.
Okay, so the current lead score is 4 buoys on 11.25 meters. Gets the good start on number 1 and round number 2, and was just chomping at the bit there to get that ski going cross course. But he gets a 2.5 for his effort, and 2 1/2 puts him in second place right now. 2.5 on 11.25 meters for Tim Field as we round off the first round of action here in the Junior Challenge presented by Radar. Good start and good angle off number 2. Had he have maintained a little bit more control here, he might have gone a little bit further down the course, but it is 2 1/2. 2 1/2. The final score in round 1 for Tim Field. So looking at this once again, and there was the 2.5, and here is the leaderboard. Ty Bogundan from Canada with 4 at 11.25 meters. Tim Field currently in second with 2.5, also at 11.25 meters. Reed Meinhardt on 1 at half 11, and Elliot Westland, who has a bunch of catching up to do, having scored half a buoy on 30 meters, represented Sweden. We'll be back right after this with the start of the Pro Women's Competition here at the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm, presented by Santa de So. All of that to come next.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
All right, then. So back to live coverage here at the San Gervasio ProAm. We're about to go on to women's slalom, but sitting next to me is Tim Wilders, just stepped off the water to conclude the challenge round and scored a 2.5 on 11.25 meters. The conditions out there, how good were they?
It's actually pretty perfect right now. Like, just got like a tiny little head breeze, but I mean you barely feel it, so it's pretty much perfect right now.
All right, then. So let's have a look at your performance, starting with this run on 11.25 meters. Kind of take us through this.
Yeah, so I feel like I just had a pretty good gate and good one ball. And then I feel like my pull into 2 was quite okay, not the best. And then got a little disconnected off 2 and didn't get the best pull into 3. And that was a little narrow and, yeah, just couldn't hold on to it.
Okay, so Tim, your personal best is a little further along this line length, isn't it?
Yeah, right now it's 1 at 10.75.
1 at 10.75 meters. So you feel confident in the conditions and in your abilities to come up with something along those lines?
That's what I hope, yeah. I actually felt pretty good. It was just like a little mistake. And then, you know, at 11, yeah, you can just not do a lot of mistakes, so.
All right, and before I send you on your way back so you can get toweled off and dried and ready for round 2, tell us about your ski, because right here on the ski, you've actually got a little bit of duct tape, and it says Norbert on it. Tell us the story about that.
So actually Norbert is a skier from Germany, and he always like tries to imitate people, but always exaggerates. And so Matteo and I just figured out that that was like a good way to kind of exaggerate what I have to do on 2-4, you know? And so I always keep this in mind, and now I put it on my skis, so I always have it there.
So when someone says Norbert 2-4, what does that essentially mean?
Basically just open up a lot and stand up on my ski. Pretty much exactly what I didn't do right now on 2-4. But yeah.
Okie dokie. Well, maybe he'll help you out with the second round. But thanks a lot for coming on over, and get yourself tired off and dry. Get ready for round number 2. We thank you for being here, and best of luck going forwards in round number 2.
Thanks to you, Tony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, Tim Field, as he goes back towards the starting dock. He'll take the long walk there, and we've got Nathan McGarry about to bring the core, to bring the towboat back into the course, and start off the women's pro event in round 1. Bailey Austin from the United States will take to the water first, followed by Delfina Kuklavan of Peru. Taylor Van Mastijk will be our third competitor up, followed by Jamie Metcalf from New Zealand, Alicia Bagnoli of Italy, Manon Costar of France, Ali Garcia of the United States, Ali Nicholson also from the United States, and finally Jamie Ball. So that's our running order. Oh, that's a very, very solid cough there from Bailey Austin as she gets ready to take to the water. Hopefully it's not going to affect her skiing. Former member of the University of Louisiana at Lafayette Raging Cajuns, a solid slalom skier, has elected to continue her studies at the University of Missouri. She is in medical school up there right now. Completed her first year there. So not an awful lot of time for her to practice and much less compete. But she is here in San Gervasio, and let's see if she can make the most of it. Should be a 14.25 meter start. So Bailey Austin, apparently this is the first time that she's competed on a good slalom ski. Let's see if she can use it to great effect. I would imagine it will be Alpha 2, unless I hear anything different. Good view here of Bailey Austin with the opening pass, and with the successful completion of that opening pass, let's check in dockside with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We got a little unconventional interview today here. Delphi is cooling off a bit because the weather is so warm. So Delphi, how you doing this morning?
Good, thank you. Nice to see you. Looking forward to skiing.
All right, nice to see you too, first of all. And how have you been skiing lately?
I've been skiing good. I've been doing a lot of training and a few tournaments in Europe this year. I still have a few tournaments to go through the season, so I'm looking forward to it.
So have you practiced this week here in San Gervasio, or is it going to be your first set here?
I did a few sets earlier this week. It felt good. I'm getting eaten by fish, I'm sorry. And then, yeah, we'll see how it goes.
All right, perfect. So we're going to let you cool off and get ready. Good luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Absolutely classic interview there from Lorenzo De Alberto, just working hard to get the interviews no matter what it takes. And I was just basically praying, please do not let go of that microphone. Please do not let go of that microphone at that point. But there you go. There's Nathan McGarry at the helm of that towboat. Vince Stadobauer echoing my sentiments in that regard over that interview. But it's good to hear from Delphi as she gets ready to take to the water coming up next. Here we go. This is Bailey Austin. Started on 14. This is 13 meters and should have a pretty good handle on this. And there we go. A rather unconventional way of looking at slalom skiing with our overhead drone shot as well. Good, solid opening couple of passes for her. Shouldn't have any problems at all going forwards with 12 meters coming up. So our next skier to go, not Delphi, but Celine Detry from Belgium. We'll see what she has in store for us. So Bailey Austin, despite not having much time to ski competitively, has competed once so far this season, gotten into 11.25 meters at that competition in all 3 rounds over at the SSR Summer Fun record at the Stevenson Ski Ranch in Conroe, Texas, her home state in the United States. Her father, Mark Austin, is here as well. Checking things out. There we go. That's Bailey Austin, round buoy number 1 and number 2. This is 12 meters. With 12 meters successfully run. A little bit tight there on number 6. She continues her streak, a current streak of at least making it into 11.25 meters in every round of slalom skiing that she's performed this season. Bailey Austin continued that streak from last season. Every time that she hit the water in competition, it was at least a score into 11.25 meters. So a very consistent athlete out there. And even going back to the year before in 2020, where she had 5 rounds of slalom and all of those went to 11.25 meters. And you'll be hard-pressed to find any score here from Bailey Austin within about the last 2 to 3 or even 4 seasons back, where she hasn't completed a score of at least into 11.25 meters, including this performance right here. She gets ready to come back into the course. The top 8 from this 10-skier lineup advanced through to the next round of the competition. And each competitor in the pros has 2 rounds in which to set a top score. There's 1, there's number 2, looking in, barreling off number 2 into number 3. A little bit of a delay there. Managed to get back some of the deficit into number 3, but then couldn't really hook up cleanly off 3. Looks like it's going to be 2 1/2 there for her. 2.5 at 11.25 meters. A score that is currently under review at this time. So getting round buoy number 1 and number 2, I don't think there's any dispute on that. It's the number 3 that is under review. She is round number 3 now. Did she release the handle before she got to the wakes? And our review judge, who is Ilaria Bazzotta, will say that she fell before the wakes and gets 2 1/2 buoys as a result. Looking at the instant replay one more time from a different angle. This will provide proof there conclusively. So there we go. We're back on. The official score will be up on the screen. It is 2.5, 11.25 meters, which brings on our next competitor coming to us out of Belgium. This is Celine Detry coming in on 14.25 meters. It should be Alpha 2, which it is. So Celine Detry seems to be making light work of this opening pass. And doing a grand job with that opener. As we look at some of the scores that she's produced so far in 2023. Has skied at Namur, has skied in Bordeaux, and actually skied in Namur twice so far as this season goes. And has produced scores into 10.75 meters. Obviously, the one outlier is that 5 on 12 meters that she scored in round 3 of competition, I should say, in Bordeaux. But every other score has been at least into 11.25 meters, and 2 outstanding scores at the Magic Trophy at Namur, barely a fortnight ago with one buoy at 10.75 meters being the best score of the season. Looking back at some of her previous year's scores, attempts into 10.75 meters have been very few and far between. Struggling to run 11.25 meters for the majority of that season. And then the season before, looking back at 10.75 meters, her best score is 1 there. So safe to say that she's consistent all the way through 12 meters and into 11.25 meters. Celine Detry approaching the course right now. This is 13. Good strike off number 2. This is 13. Should have no worries with this one. Celine Detry of Belgium. All right, heading back dockside. Let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back. We're here with Taylor, who is just got back on the tour after a long break. So how is going back on the tour, Taylor?
Gosh, that's a mixed question. It feels fantastic. I feel so blessed to be here and to be qualified to get in with only probably less than 6 months being back on the water. So I'm just really grateful to be here and that my body's holding up and my mind.
All right, perfect. Wow, that's impressive. Only 6 months being back on the water, already here, battling it out. Congratulations. And you skied already in San Gervasio. Have you practiced here this week?
I practiced this week. I had a good round and a bad round in practice, so we'll see which one compensates. I'm trying to work on my confidence coming back from such a long time off. But I have really good memories on this site. We skied here in the under-17 Worlds more than 10 years ago, maybe 15, not to age myself. And I have great memories here, so I'm excited to be back.
All right, we're excited, of course, to see you back on tour with us. Thank you very much to be here. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
All right, for Taylor, try 13 years. The 2010 Junior World Championships, the last title event was held here all the way back 13 years ago, right here at San Gervasio. Certainly a very memorable tournament there for me, as it was the very first time that TWBC got involved with producing live webcasts. That was the very, very first one, and certainly provided the genesis for a lot of other webcasts to come after that point. So there we go. We just saw Celine Detry get through the pass number 3. She's gotten through 14, 13, and now 12. We'll see how she attempts 11.25 meters coming up next. Good, solid push off number 1 and round number 2. Looking in good shape. Good extension there on number 5, very, very early, and has the full measure of that pass. So for Celine Detry, I mean, she started a streak of putting scores into 10.75 meters 2 rounds back in Namur, and if she wants to maintain that streak to a third round, she's got to run 11.25 meters with this next attempt coming right up. We see on dockside there, I believe Delfina will be taken to the water next, representing Peru. The current lead is 2 1/2. That's the score that Celine Detry is attacking right now. Good start on number 1. Excellent on number 2. She's still there. Round number 3, handle up high, and 3 into the wakes, which means she does take the lead. But she probably feels that she could have done a lot better with the kind of start that she had, and she'll ski into the dock. No doubt a little bit disappointed with that effort, but she does have 3, and that is the current lead, and that is the cut line as it stands right now, because 8 skiers make their way through to the next round of competition, and even though we've got at least one more round of competitive action for the pro women, that kind of sets the scene a little bit going forwards. So Celine Detry currently in the lead after 2 competitors. We'll see what the remaining 8 could do in this 10-skier lineup. And Celine Detry obviously expressing a bit of a disappointment there, unable to continue her current streak of scores into 10.75 meters. And we'll see how things play out for her in the next round of the competition, the second round after we get done with the junior challenge in round 2, which will be in a few hours from now. All right then, folks, our next competitor representing Peru, going in on 14.25 meters. This is Delfina Kuklevan. Now, Delfina Kuklevan, who won the under 21 women's slalom championship of the world way back in 2011 over in Mouillac in France. Her only world title to this point. And we'll check in with Lorenzo right now.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Alicia Bagnoli. So Ali, how have you been skiing this season so far?
Practice very well actually. Tournament, I used to be the opposite, skiing good in a tournament, not in practice, and now I switched. So I don't really know how to handle tournaments anymore. Hopefully it's gonna click this one.
All right. Well, you pretty much know perfectly the lake, every ins and out of this lake. So I see that you're very confident about it. I see that you're very pumped. So what are your expectations for this event today?
My goal is to run 11, of course, but halfway through the pass is going to be a good score for me. We're going to have Europeans here in 2 weeks, so any practice on this lake is good practice.
All right, perfect. I'll let you get ready because we stopped from your warm-up. Thank you very much for talking to us, and back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much there, Lorenzo. And thanks a lot to Alice, not only for being available to be interviewed there by Lorenzo, but also for her continued efforts here at TWBC, one of our crew members. All right, here we go. Delfina Kuklevan, 30 meters. Delfina Kuklevan works in Geneva these days for a UN agency concerned with environmental matters, and has been involved in that position for at least 2 years now, to the best of my memory. Taken a little bit of time out to practice and to ski competitively, and it's great to have her on board. Delfina Kuklevan of Peru, who originally plied much of her practice rounds over at Bayamalacus in a little ways south of the nation's capital of Lima in Peru. Has competed extensively for Peru in the Pan American Championships, Pan American Games. In that competition, the Pan American Games is certainly a tournament that many of our Latin American skiers have a keen eye to being able to participate in, including a few of them that are actually here present at San Gervasio for the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm presented by Santa de So. Here we go. This is Delfina Kuklevan. Let's see what kind of start she gets on 12 meters. Using the one-handed gate shot. Gets a good start on number 1. Nice and early and wide on number 2. Round number 3. Good push into number 4. Number 5 coming up. And about as steady as you can be in running 12 meters. That is Delfina Kuklevan. A little bit of a modified one-handed gate shot. there for Delfina. Not the full commitment on that one, as we've seen from a lot of other competitors, but using it to great effect. Obviously, there was a little bit of a debate last season that I had with the likes of Marcus Brown on the merits of coming through with either a full-on or a modified one-handed gate shot. And for Delfina Kuklevan, for her case, she makes it work beautifully for her in that instance in running 11.25 in running 12 meters. Now getting ready for 11.25 meters. I wonder if the intensity of that pass is going to dictate how deeply she goes into that gate shot for the next run. As we look and check on dockside, we see Taylor, we see Alice. The current lead is 3 on 11.25 meters, courtesy of Celine Detry. Selecting A2 for this performance. This is Delfina Kuklevan, round buoy number 1. Drives it home there off buoy number 2. Gets, not too sure whether she made a play on 3. Inside and gets 2 buoys at 11.25 meters. Being transported back towards the starting dock. She will have to make do with 2 at 11.25 meters, and currently the cut line stays intact with 3. As Celine Detry provisionally through to the next round of the competition, but things can change when round 2 comes around. 8 skiers advance out of the pro divisions, whether it be the pro women or pro men. Hannah up a little high off number 2, almost wheeled out the back. Tried to make a play on number 3, but nothing was doing. I'm going to take a look from the boat side camera. Taking a good snap off number 1. Good extension round number 2, but brought the handle in and just didn't have enough in hand to really make an effective play on number 3. Next competitor on the water, Taylor Wolsey van Maasdijk. Originally from the United States, but making her home currently in England at this time. Doing a grand job on pass number 1, Taylor Wolsey van Maasdijk. Looking good on the opener, and that should be 14.25 meters. Return to competitive action after a 7-year absence last week over in Caiaphas. Took her a couple of rounds to really get into full competitive stride, but came away with a score into 11.25 meters. Scored 2 in the third and last round of third round of action, as a matter of fact, at Caiaphas. Scored 1 at 11.25 meters earlier on in the season at Okehili Park. And backed it up with a score of 2 at 11.25 meters over at La Pointe Ski Park's spring record tournament, which took place in April. So she's had a smattering of decent scores. Most of the others have been at least into 12 meters. So coming into the course on 13 meters, no doubt she's running with Alpha 2. Very, very common setting. This here is Taylor Wolsey van Maasdijk. Go round number 3, good to go. Round 4 and 5. And as she gets round buoy number 6, let's check in once again with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Jamie, our next contestant on the water. So, Jamie, how are you feeling this morning?
I'm
good. I'm looking forward to getting out there. It's a beautiful day, and I haven't skied here in 2 years, but no, looking forward to it. Should be fun.
So you didn't get any practice set this weekend?
No, I have started working again, and I also have a 9-month-old baby, so things are busy, and yeah, coming for practice wasn't the luxury, but it'll be fine.
A lot of work then, a lot of work. So you were just telling me that you got a brand new ski on. How do you feel on your new ski?
I have. I've been on it for 2 weeks, so we'll see how it goes. This is the first time on another site, so yeah, excited.
All right, perfect. We see you very excited, very focused. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you.
All right, and that ski that she's riding, Jamie Metcalf, is the D3 Ion 2, which you could win if you choose to enter our audience prize competition. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for your chance to win a ski just like Jamie Metcalf's Ion 2, or you could win yourself a Conley slalom ski, a ski that is ridden by Manon Costar, and we'll see her a little bit later on this list. In the meantime, Taylor Wolsey Van Maasdijk. Round number 1 and number 2, a little bit pitted out on number 3, but now she's going to have to make up for lost time. She gets, and she made up a lot off buoy number 4 and tried to reconnect on number 5, visibly upset with herself as a result of that error. So it looks like it's going to be a 4.5 buoy total there on 12 meters. So she's got a bit of catching up to do. But I tell you what, there were a couple of instances where the score could have been lower had she not employed some of her talent out there on slalom course to actually recover her positioning from, including this buoy number 3. The handle got up a little bit high. She lost a bunch of angle into buoy number 4, and then she recovered a lot of that deficit off number 4, and from here she could have safety checked that and still made it to number 6 in my opinion, but unfortunately there for Taylor Wolsey Van Maasdijk, she'll have to make do with either 4 or 4.5. So confirming 4.5 on 12 meters for Taylor Wolsey Van Maasdijk. Yep, the ski clearly getting outside a 5 ball and producing the score of 4.5 for Taylor Wolsey Van Maasdijk. So, waiting on dockside, getting ready to take to the water. Electing to go with Bravo 1 and 14.25 meters. This is New Zealand's Jamie Metcalf, who, as she said on the dock, has just returned to work and is already looking after a nine-year-old baby. So getting out there and practicing has been something that has been out of her reach right now, taking all of that into consideration, but she's still a fine talent out there on the slalom course. Competed in the World Championships 2 seasons ago. I think that was the last time that we saw her on the TWBC webcast, and I believe actually got pretty close to making it to the women's slalom final, if not doing so. .25 start for Jamie Metcalf, and looking good on that D3 ski. Let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, here we are back on the dock with Manon, almost ready for her set. How are you feeling this morning, Manon?
I feel good. It's nice, no wind, exciting conditions, and yeah, I'm ready to go.
Perfect. So when's the last time that you skied here in San Gervasio in a tournament?
It was 2021. 2021. I didn't make it last year, and I'm back this year.
Oh, well, we're happy to have you back. And have you got any practice set done this week before the tournament?
Yes, I did. I skied on Thursday afternoon. A real set. It was nice, just feeling the water and getting, a little bit of a feel of the lake.
Did the water feel the same as you remember, or maybe in the years it changed a bit?
Yeah, it's similar. It's similar. It's hot water. You know, it's a bit slow, and so you need to get used to it for a little bit. And then, you know, usually the more sets you take on this lake, the better it gets. So hopefully it's gonna be this way this year.
All right, perfect. You got a couple of sets going so before the finals, so we hope to see you strong on the water. We know you're gonna be strong on the water. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
All right, so returning to action, and we see on dockside Alicia Bagnoli getting warmed up, and Jamie Metcalf, who, despite the fact that she hasn't practiced an awful lot, is still able to conjure up some really good performances in the last 3 competitions, without exception, getting into 11.25 meters in each instance. Her best score of the season has been a 5 at Lacanau about 2 weeks ago, and has backed that up with a 4.5 over at the Monaco Slalom Cup. So very close to running 11.25 meters, and certainly making plenty good inroads right here, right now, as she opened up with 14 and 13 meters and looking very, very strong in that regard. The last time that she skied competitively was 2021, prior to this season. She got 5 at 11.25 meters in the first round of the World Championships over in the Groveland in Florida, and has a smattering of other scores into 10.75 meters, notably the Swiss Fall Classic, which took place a few days before that World Championship. Skied at the Malibu Open at Trophy Lakes in 2021 as well. Registered a final round score of 1 at 10.75 meters. So I think you get the picture. She is an incredibly talented slalomer. Originally from New Zealand, but making her home in Switzerland these days. This is Jamie Metcalf on 12 meters. Shouldn't have too much trouble here, although a little bit on the back of the ski off number 4, is able to get back into it and go through the exit gates, run in the 6 buoy count. There you go, Jamie Metcalf from New Zealand. Taking a look at her once again. Nice reach and extension there over the tip of her ski around buoy number 2. Handling that D3 extremely well indeed. Looking good all the way through. And a real early approach into number 6. So now she continues her streak of putting scores out into at least 11.25 meters, with this next attempt coming right up. As we see Manon Costard getting ready to go, getting limbered up. Licia Bagnoli already with her ski on and getting ready to rock the roost. The lead is still 3 at 11.25 meters. Let's see what Jamie Metcalf has by way of response. Look at that round buoy number 1, off her edge into number 2. She's a righty, which means that she can turn more effectively on the left-hand side of the course and gets the job done. It's 4 buoys at 11.25 meters. It is enough for the lead. With enough skiers that have skied ahead of her, it could well be enough to send her through to the next round of the competition. But she will ski round 2, and we'll see if that 4 buoy count at 11.25 meters is indeed going to be enough in the fullness of time. So Jamie is our new leader. Little put off on her edge into number 2, and got got brought down course a little bit more, and from here she was playing catch-up. From here she was looking to send that ski outside, which she did, and then wait for the line to tighten up before the next set of boat guides, and she did just that. So it's a 4-buoy count, 11.25 meters. Will it be enough to see her advance? By the looks of things, it could well be, but there's still plenty of skiing to come between now and the end of the elimination rounds of competitive action by way of round number 2. All right then, folks. Eyes towards the water. Our only Italian representative among our women's competitors. This is Alicia Bagnoli. 14.25 meter start. An experienced campaigner these days, Alicia Bagnoli. It's getting this 14.25 meter pass to go. Setting up with A2 on the 0 off. And getting the job done there on 14.25 meters. Let's go dockside with Lorenzo.
All right, we're back here with Taylor. Taylor, what happened out there?
Not Taylor, Jamie.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm confused. Jamie, sorry, my bad. What happened out there?
Annoying, actually. It felt pretty good, but I missed the handle completely on 1 at 11. So, and then I was thinking in 2, you can still do this, but didn't quite work.
So you basically grab it just with 1 finger and hold on for dear life into 2?
I'm not quite sure how I hit it, but it definitely wasn't my hand on the handle. Somehow I had the side of the handle, so. But it's all right. It was, considering I got to 4 easy enough, so we just need to run it next time.
All right, perfect. We hope to see you run it. Get focused, get rested for a second ride, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you.
Sorry, I got confused.
No worries. No worries, Lorenzo. I mean, I would have made the same mistake myself, realizing that they both look the same, almost, between Taylor and Jamie. But there you go. We've got Alicia Bagnoli coming in on 13 meters. Tense times here, riding the good slalom ski. And a quick reminder that we still have the brand leaderboard competition still in effect, even though Alicia Bagnoli not on the good roster of 3 competitors. Certainly worth reminding you of that competition being supported by TWBC going forwards. As we get towards our skiers that are on their respective ski brand roster, we'll get you the updated points. And but in the meantime, you can check out the brand leaderboard by going to waterskiprotour.com. That is waterskiprotour.com, and you can also check out the current point totals in the women's and the men's slalom championship. Check that out at waterskiprotour.com. The slalom leaderboard brought to you by Clips Audio. We're just waiting on the 3 beeps to signify that time is up for Alicia Bagnoli. Here is our current women's leaderboard. Jamie Metcalf in the lead on 4, Detry on 3, Austin on 2.5, Kuklevan on 2, and Taylor Wolsey van Maasdijk currently on 4.5 on 12. This is that 12-meter line. Alicia Bagnoli a little narrow on number 2, but she's there on number 3. She's still working it. Round number 4, keeping the ski ahead of her. And with the exception of 1 skier, every competitor thus far in this women's slalom competition has gone at least a score into 11.25 meters. Tremendous effort so far from Alicia Bagnoli, looking to try and stamp her participation through to the next round of the competition. So looking at Alicia Bagnoli with this pass on 12 meters. She's run this pass a little bit easier in the past, and we'll see if she can take some of that saved energy and apply it to 11.25 meters. So current lead is 4 buoys. So Alicia Bagnoli. Current lead is 4. She's run this pass on at least a couple of occasions in the United States. She's yet to run this pass in Europe so far this season. Here she comes. 11.25, gets the hook up on buoy number 1. Round number 2, oh, getting broken over off number 2. Tries to make the play on 3. I think she's inside that turn. And it is going to be on the inside with 2 at 11.25 meters. And currently that puts her on the bubble a little bit because there is another score also with 2 at 11.25 meters. So looking at this once again from Alicia Bagnoli, she definitely got the gate shot that she wanted into buoy number 1. Good resistance off number 1. Then as she got ready for number 2, took way too long to decide what she was going to do with that turn, and then brought the handle across, and unfortunately stopped her cold going on her way to buoy number 3. So there we go. That is Alicia Bagnoli. We'll take a look at the instant replay one more time before we proceed on with skier number 7, which is Manon Costard. Just got pitted round buoy number 2 and is inside buoy number 3, so that would suggest that for Alicia Bagnoli, she is on 2. And with a little bit of work to do in that regard. So here we go, folks. Skier number 7, Manon Costard. 10 skiers are in this competition, and 8 advance through to the women's slalom final. But each of one of our competitors has a chance to put a bigger score up in round number 2. So not all cut and dried quite yet. Manon Costard, 14.25 meter start. I would imagine it would be A2 unless I hear somewhat different. She gets through 14 and will get her into the course on 30 meters coming up next. All right, let's check in on dockside with Greg.
Hey guys, I'm here with Alicia Bagnoli from Italy. Just came back on the water. How was it out there?
You know, I was a little nervous because practice I didn't feel so good. But from the first pass, I felt really good. I was ready to rock and roll and run it. I had a great 1 at 11. I think I was a little bit impatient at 2 and my ski got stuck, and that was it for me. But good first score. I think I needed more, but we'll see.
Wish you the best for the second round, Alicia. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you very much, Greg, and thank you very much, Alicia Bagnoli. Obviously, she's going to have to think her way out of this one. All right, so we've got Manon Costard out in the water, former world slalom champion, won that title in 2019, but her appearances in competitions since that time have been very few and far between. She is the current European women's slalom champion, despite all of that, won that competition in Rocchetto last season. Came back into competitive form at the Lacanau competition a few weeks ago, and then she competed over at the Caiaphas Pro Battle, where she did say that she rediscovered the fun of a tournament waterski slalom. With that in mind, let's check in on dockside.
Hey guys, we are right in the middle of the action with Ali Garcia, who is about to go on the water. Alicia, how do you feel? Ali. Yeah, sorry.
I feel good, you know, first round, the weather's nice, just hoping to get out there and
see how it feels.
I believe this is your second participation to this tournament?
I think it's my third in open, and I did the junior challenge.
Awesome. Best of luck out there. Ski good. Back to you, Tony.
Thanks a lot, Gregoire, and thanks a lot there, Ali Garcia. I'm sure Ali Garcia has plenty of support from stateside watching right now. Time over on the eastern seaboard of the United States is about 25 past 4 in the morning there. 25 past 9 in London in the morning. If you're watching us in Melbourne, Australia, it's 25 past 6 in the evening. If you're watching us on the west coast of the United States, it's 1:25 in the morning. Here comes Manon Costard. 12 meters. Look at her go. She's early, she's wide, and she's good to go for 12 meters. No worries there for her. A little bit ragged towards the end, but no worries for Manon. Okay, let's have a look at some of the results that Manon Costard has thrown out there. Obviously, she's only competed twice tournament-wise. She got into 10.75 meters in every round of slalom skiing that she competed in Kayafas. Backed that up with getting into 10.75 meters in 2 out of the 3 rounds of competitive action that she was involved with at Lacanau. But we'll see how competitive she is on 11.25 meters. She could essentially punch her ticket in through to the next round with a clean pass at 11.25 meters and then putting a halfway decent score on 10.75 meters. The current lead score at this time is 4 at 11.25 meters, courtesy of Jamie Metcalf of New Zealand. Riding that Conley ski, which you could win if you participate in the audience prize competition, don't forget. waterskibroadcasting.com/play is the place to go for that. She's round buoy number 3, good for number 4. And look at this, a little bit back on the ski into number 5. Wrestles her way out of that pass, and it is our first clean pass at 11.25 meters in this competition among our women's competitors. It is Manon Costard. So she still has it, folks. She hasn't competed much in the last season or so, but she still has what it takes to be successful out there on the slalom course. So just looking at this from Manon Costard, good extension off number 4 into number 5, takes a hit, but she is more than capable of taking that hit and still move forward. So there is Ali Garcia waiting for her turn. And after her is going to be Ali Nicholson. She works her way towards the dock. Let's have a look and see Manon Costard. 10.75 meters. It's pretty much punched her ticket through to the next round of the competition, unless there are eight competitors who can supersede this score, which is highly unlikely, but she gets round that third buoy and gets the 3 buoy count at 10.75 meters. So I think Manon Costard can rest easy a little bit going forward. I don't know whether she will feel inclined to go and produce a score in the second round. Reminder, it is the best score out of either of the 2 rounds that each competitor has to work with. But looking strong, looking in good composure here on 10.75 meters. Essentially playing with house money at this point, being the only competitor to run 11.25 meters so far. She gets around that number 3. She knows how to S-turn. She's one of the best at doing that. And she gets to the wake and scores 3. So let's have a look at the other angle from the towboat. This will give you a clearer picture of what she did to make it round number 3. Didn't get the best of starts. She is a lefty. She tried to get a best neutral side turn. Bulks up, flattens the ski, edges towards the wake, and with that, let's check in dockside.
Hey guys, I'm here with Ali Nicholson from the USA. Ali has been skiing unbelievably well lately. She's the 12th woman on Earth to ever run 39 off, if I'm correct. How do you feel right now?
No, I'm still coming down a little bit from the high from last week. I mean, the last week made the trip for me for sure. So this is our last stop. We go home on Monday. Really excited to kind of get back to a little bit of normal life, but the trip's been amazing for sure.
And I think it's been the 2nd year in a row you're touring the whole Europe.
Yeah, this is, yep.
Which is your favorite food now?
Favorite food is definitely in Italy. I'm a big pasta person all year round. So this was kind of like my finale of coming to the best food for me. So yeah, I was really excited to get to Italy and get some pasta.
Well, ski well, Ali, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Gregoire on the dock there conducted the interviews, and that was Ali Nicholson. But before she takes the water, we'll see Ali Garcia, who comes to us from Horizon West in Florida in the United States of America. And currently a skier for Louisiana's Raging Cajuns on the collegiate scene. And as a matter of fact, she is the current National Collegiate Women's Slalom Champion from 2022. Here comes Ali Garcia, opening run, 14.25 meters. Ali's looking pretty good out there. And let's switch scenes and go dockside with Gregoire.
Hey Manon, you just skied amazing. You took the lead with 3 at 10. How do you feel out there?
Good. I was telling you earlier, I'm excited because my practice set here wasn't amazing, and this felt a lot better. So I'm excited for the next rounds and happy to have put a nice score on there.
I believe this year you have your ski. A few years back you won this tournament with another ski.
Yes, I did. In 16, I won it with another ski, and then in 21, last time I was here, I think it was 21, I lost my ski too, didn't win it. But yeah, this year I drove. I put it in my car and I was like, I'm not letting it, be.
Well, I wish you the best for this edition, and back to you, Tony.
Yes, indeed, Manon Costard. Actually, the last time she was here, she lost her slalom ski, and as she got prepared for this competition, so hardly surprising that she chooses not to fly so much these days and put in her skis in the laps of the baggage handlers that sometimes make the odd mistake or two. Here we go. This is Ali Garcia. She's gone through 14 now. 13 meters is looking good. Solid effort there. Good skiing there from Ali Garcia. Opening 2 passes under her belt and now working her way towards the passes that she needs to get in order to put herself in a position where she could potentially advance through to the next round of the competition. Currently, as far as I can see, the bottom two scores that we see we'll give to you in a moment, but let's check in dockside.
Like in the warming zone with defending champ Jamie Bull. How do you feel, Jamie?
Yeah, feeling good. It looks great out there. Conditions are perfect, so looking forward to getting on the water.
Awesome. We are looking forward to see you on the water. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much indeed, Gregoire and Jamie Bull. Getting ready for her turn out there. She'll be last out in the water within 2 skiers from this point. Thanks a lot for you tuning in to this live and continuing coverage of the San Gervasio ProAm, the 9th edition, and presented to you by Santa de So. Ali Garcia on 12 meters. Round number 1 and number 2 gets a good snap off that number 2. Is still there on number 3 on 12 meters. Early and wide. Pushing that ski nice and wide on number 5 and has no problems getting through 12 meters with that effort. Ali Garcia, her 3rd appearance here at the San Gervasio ProAm, as skied with a pro once before. And even before that, competed in the Junior Challenge a good few seasons ago now. Good solid effort off buoy number 1. Allowed her the ease and the opportunity to produce a fantastic offside turn. Just allowing that ski to work its way. Carves a beautiful path there on number 4. And number 5, the last of her onside turns before she takes a straight path to number 6, securing the knowledge that she'll run 12 meters. Okay, so Ali Garcia, who has skied on a number of occasions this season, has gone into 10.75 meters on a number of those occasions. We'll see if she can do the same here and now. She's definitely going to have to dig deep here for it. Round buoy number 1 on 11. Round number 2. Number 3. Little bit of a twitch on 3. She's good to go round number 4. Look at her go round number 5. This is 11. And that is Ali. Whoa. And inside the... not inside the boat wakes. That would have scored a 6 without a continuation. But it looks like she didn't make it behind the boat with the handle in time for exit out of the course. Either way, it would have been without continuation because she let go of the handle afterwards. But we're going to take a look at the instant replay and see where she, in fact, ended up in relation to where that ski ended up with the boat. But taking a look here, round buoy number 5, a straight path to number 6 there. Almost safety checked that too much. She got the ski round number 6, I believe. But we'll take an opposite side angle to determine the score officially. Here is Ali Garcia with the instant replay. Incidentally, Ali Nicholson is our next competitor to take to water, and she will be going in on 30 meters. All right, here we go, and looking at the instant replay once again, she's round 5. I'm not even totally convinced she got round number 6, but the judges might have something different to say.
What's going on with your face?
I said I think that's him under there.
At least he's not going to put you off with that ugly mug.
It is, yeah, there you go. That confirms my suspicions at least. She didn't get the ski outside buoy number 6, and thus returns with a score of a 5 at 11.25 meters. Ali Garcia with 5 at 11.25 meters. Certainly helps to have camera views from a number of different angles to make the right call in tournament situations such as this. All right then. Opening pass, 13 meters for Ali Nicholson. Ali Nicholson, who last weekend became the latest skier to run through 39.5 off, or 10.75 meters, in the second round of competition over at Caiaphas, and would subsequently go on to take a second place finish in that event behind Jamie Bull, and Jamie Bull is our last competitor to go out in this women's slalom pro round 1. So just to confirm for you good folks out there that Ali Garcia, in fact, skied 5 at 11.25 meters. It should be enough to send her through to the women's final so far based upon the round 1 scores. But there is a second and final round to come for the pro women. And that will take place after we get done with the second round of junior challenger skiing. Presented by Radar Skis in both the girls and boys in that order. All right, here we go, folks. This is Ali Nicholson. This is now 12 meters, having started on 13 meters to get the ball rolling. Alpha 2 is her setting. Looking strong, looking purposeful out there. And just like that, after 2 passes, she's getting ready to go on 11.25 meters. And let's check in on dockside, this time with Aaron Davies.
Hey guys, we're back on the dock. We've just seen Ali run her 12-meter pass. Ali Garcia just before her got 5, so there's some big scores going up here at San Gervasio. We'll see what Ali can get on the next pass.
All right then, let's have a look and see the replay for the previous one, which was 12 meters. Good strike there off buoy number 1. Good pre-turn into number 2, and just certainly has an ease about her on the slalom course. Certainly one of the more unconventional slalom techniques out there, but she certainly makes it work for her in no small fashion. So Ali Nicholson, who traveled to Europe for the first time last season, had some great performances during the 2022 season. Ali Nicholson has skied at least into 11.25 meters in pretty much every instance that she's put a ski out in the water. She competed at the Masters competition as well. Whoa! And going down rather early there off buoy number 2 there on 11.25 meters. I'm not too sure what happened there, but we'll take a more forensic look here with the instant replay. It looks like it's going to be 1.5, and if that's the case, it does provisionally put any score above her through to the next round of the competition. So she's got a little bit of work to do going forwards. Not too sure if the running orders are going to be reseeded in the pro women. They are going to be. So she will be about second or third off the dock in the reseeded women's slalom as it looks like right now, with 1 competitor remaining. So the 2 lowest scores, and focus upon those because we have 10 skiers in the women's competition and 8 move through to the final, which means obviously the 2 lowest scores are out of contention at this time. It would appear that that 4.5 buoy 12-meter score from Taylor Wolsey Van Maasdijk, and the score of 1.5 on 11 by Ali Nicholson would be the first scores out at this time. All right, so we've just seen Ali Nicholson, and now we're going to see our current world slalom champion. She'll be going into the course, I believe, on 30 meters, unless I hear different. This is going to be Jamie Bull. Yes, indeed, a 13-meter start, and Alpha 2 is the zero offsetting. All right, then, tense times here. A bit of a surprising score courtesy of Ali Nicholson, who's going to have to fight her way out of a pretty precarious hole right now as we see Jamie Bull barrel away towards the slalom course. Opening past 30 meters. Jamie Bull out of North Bay in Canada. .30-meter start, or 32 off. And successfully runs it. So we're still leading in shock a little bit after that score of 1.5 at 11.25 meters, and there you see Licia Bagnoli and Delfina Kuklevan currently lying in a tie for 7th spot right now. And those will be the first skiers through to the next round of the competition, unless something happens with those that currently possess the 2 lowest scores in this slalom competition as it stands right now. Right, getting a few people starting to message in on the live chat. Thanks a lot to you good folks out there, wherever you have to be around the world. Here we go, Jamie Bull. This is 12 meters. Nice edge changes. Good dramatic stuff here. The winner at Kaiaphas defended that title from last season and looking to put a stamp on this one as well. Right here in San Gervasio, the 9th edition of the Pro-Am presented by Santa de So. So Jamie Bull, good grip of the handle off buoy number 2, opens up nicely and right on time for number 3. So Jamie Bull, who's had a great amount of success in the tournament slalom skiing so far this season, to the extent that when we look upon the list of tournaments that she skied at so far, it's basically, with the one exception of the 2 buoys at 11.25 meters in round 1 at the Masters competition, and she was still able to ski in the final as a result of that score. Every other time she has scored into 10.75 meters at least. And on 1 or 2 occasions, she's gotten through 10.75 and posted a score into 10.25 meters. Currently in possession of a score of 1.5 at 10.25 meters as the best score out of the Caiaphas Pro Battle last weekend, and looking for something similar this time around to really stamp her authority in no small fashion. So looking at her go, this is Jamie Bull. We've just seen her go through that pass. She started on 13, came back at 12, has just run through 11, I believe. And indeed it was, 11.25 meters. So she has a score into 10.75 meters. The current lead score is courtesy of Manon Costar with 3. She has her last skier out on the water, and we'll see if she can get through this pass and go on to 10.25 meters. She is on a pretty good streak in that regard. Let's have a look. 10.75 meters gets the start on buoy number 1, round buoy number 2. Keeping the ski out ahead of her. She's round buoy number 3. She's good to go round number 4. Look at this, folks. And at San Gervasio in 2023, Jamie Bull comes through with a 6 buoy count at 10.75 meters and will register a score at 10.25 meters. The current world slalom champion, Jamie Bull. So, has run it in Spain, in France, in Greece, and now in Italy. Taking her slalom talents internationally and making, I wouldn't say light work on 10.75 meters, because if you are talented enough and strong enough to run 10.75 meters, it is anything but easy. But I tell you what, arrived early into number 5, safetied and pulled all the way to number 6, and still left herself with enough room to spare to make the pass. So here we go, folks. Last skier out. So here we go. Let's start talking records. Canadian national slalom record is 2.25. Her best so far this season is 2. Here comes Jamie Bull. Entrance number 1. Oh, and unable to get a clean hook up off buoy number 1 and ends up in the water having scored a half. But ladies and gentlemen, that is Jamie Bull with a half a buoy at 10.25 meters to set up the top score. And probably, for all intents and purposes, has punched her ticket through to the women's slalom final as a result of that score. It is half a buoy at 10.25 meters. No doubt she'll be wanting to get a little bit more than that with the opportunities that will come her way as a result of being able to get to 10.25 meters alone. We'll see if she can do better with round 2, which will be coming up in a few hours. But here is your leaderboard. Jamie Bull, your lead skier, with 1.5 at 10.25 meters, ahead of Manon Costar, who earns valuable points for the Conley team with a score of 3 at 10.75 meters. Ali Garcia in third right now with 5 at 11.25. Jamie Metcalf on 4, Celine Detry on 3, Bailey Austin on 2.5, Delphina Kuklevan and Alicia Bagnoli tied for 7th. And the 2 scores on the outside currently looking in are Ali Nicholson on 1.5, 11.25 meters, and Taylor Wolsey Van Maasdijk with a 4.5 on 12 meters. Our next event is the men's slalom round 1, the men's pro slalom round 1. And there is a quick look at our schedule once again for the benefit of those of you watching at home. We'll go into the Pro Men's Slalom Round 1. And so grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, get settled in, because we're about to throw down with the Men's Pro Slalom in Round 1 here at the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm, presented to you by Santa Dassault. And we'll be back right after these.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, then, returning to continuing action here at the San Gervasio ProAm, the 9th edition, brought to you by Santa Dassault. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and to the right of me and to the left of you on the screen is our good friend from Italia. This is Matteo Yanni. So how are you doing, sir?
Very good, Tony. Very nice. Well, it's nice to be here.
All right, so let's have a look at the current scores from the women's competition. Jamie Ball, absolutely no surprise there with her total of half a buoy at 10.25 meters. And Manon Costar in second place, continuing her comeback trail with 3 at 10.75. Ali Garcia right up there in the mix with 5 at 11.25 meters. Jamie Metcalf on 4. Celine Detry on 3. And Bailey Austin with 2.5. And with that, let's check in dockside.
Hey guys, welcome back to the dock. We're about to start the men's slalom event, round 1. We've got Nicholas Bernardi here. You've been out the pro scene for about a year. Was it your last tournament here last year?
Yes, exactly. I don't usually do slalom pro tournament, but it's my home site, so I can't wait to ski.
All right, good luck out there. Things look good. We've got some good scores already. We've seen some of the girls get into 10-2. How have you been skiing this year? What are you expecting? What are you looking to do out there?
Yeah, I know this place is one of the best in the world, not just because I ski here, but it's like that. We organize tournaments since 9 years, like this one. So I'm sure the conditions are going to be perfect. So I will try my best.
All right, good luck, Nicholas. We'll see you out there. Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you there, Aaron, and thank you there, Nicholas Benatti. I mean, and I remember several years ago, maybe even the season before last, that Nicholas Benatti came through with some great slalom scores.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, in the head-to-head battle, right?
That was amazing.
Yes, indeed.
He got second at that.
Yeah, I believe he did, yes. So Nicholas Benatti on a little bit of a comeback trail himself. He'll be first out, followed by Charlie Emmett of Great Britain, Arnaud de Rick of Belgium, Vincenzo Marino from Italy, Carlo Elias also from Italy, followed by Callum Heath, Nicholas Nelson, and Jaime Palomino, both from Mexico, Nikki Antensen from Austria, followed by Aaron Davies, Jonathan Travers, Matteo Lizzeri. And we have a few more skiers to go, followed by Sasha Deska. On this list, Brando Caruso, Thomas de Gasperi, Robert Hazelwood, Will Asher, and Freddie Winter. So let's have a look at the current Pro Tour leaderboard after after 8 events. There we go. That's there on the bottom right-hand corner that we just saw there. Nate not scoring points because he's not here, which gives the likes of Freddie and Will Asher to claw back the deficit that exists between them and our current leader Nate Smith.
What about the team leaderboard?
All right, so let's have a look at the brand team leaderboard. Syndicate with a pretty healthy lead right now, 504 points ahead of D3 on 436, and their Radar in 3rd place.
I find it like a very cool addition, this brand leaderboard. It's a cool thing this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm certainly in favor of Ava, and being brought to you by TWBC, who's ponying up the end of season prize for that competition. So thank them for that. Here is.
Yeah, thank you guys for this. Thank you for everything. Thank you for all you guys are doing. You, Vince, the whole team, TWBC. I urge people watching, if you guys haven't watched the documentary that came out like a couple of weeks ago, you have to watch it. It's amazing. It's like an hour and 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Like it's a longish documentary, and it was really fun to watch. You get into the the details. Exactly. The little things that what it means to be a water skier, a slalomer, a trekker, or a jumper. It was really fun to watch.
And to supplement that, we've got the TWBC podcast, which you can listen to on Spotify, on Apple Podcasts, on Google Podcasts, and iHeart. And that provides a viable supplement to that documentary. Has had the opportunity last night to interview Freddie Winter as part of his series On Tour with Freddie Winter. Check that out. The latest episode is online right now on the TWBC podcast, available on Spotify, Apple, and Google Podcasts, and wherever else you choose to listen to podcasts. All right, so 30-meter start. And we've got Nicholas Benatti back in tournament form for the first time since this tournament last season.
Yes, he was skiing amazing a couple of years ago. That's when he got second at this tournament. But since then, unfortunately, he suffered an injury to his shoulder, and he couldn't ski for a while, and he struggled a bit to get back at the level that he used to ski at. So I talked to him a little bit earlier, and he said, yeah, I'm not exactly still 100%, but I'm slowly getting back there. So let's see what he does.
All right there. So Nicholas Benatti riding that SP ski, and we'll check in with him right after we check in with Dockside.
Hey guys, we're back on the dock. We've just seen the first pass of the Pro Men Slalom. We've got Charlie here on the dock, the next skier. How you feeling, mate?
Yeah, doing good. I mean, I'm just going to rip it up out there. I mean, good conditions, and yeah, just going to enjoy it, have some fun.
Cool, we've seen you had a few good scores this year, a few scores into 10.75. What's your best at the moment, and what you're hoping to do here today?
I mean, this season it's been like 2 at 39, so hoping to get just deep down 39, and yeah, see how it goes.
All right, mate, good luck. We'll see you out there. Thanks, back to you, Tony.
All right, then, and looking forward to seeing Charlie Emmett out there on the water for his performance as we check in with the driver. That's Manuel Domini. And I believe that is Ilaria Bazzotta in the judge's seat there in the towboat. And one thing that you'll notice missing, Matteo, is the fact that we don't have a camera person anymore in the boat. The camera person is actually on the shoreline.
These are all the little details that people at the first glance don't realize about TWBC and the technology you guys are bringing in to, well, stream these events. Like, you have a camera there,
and the operator is here.
And the operator is here.
Here we go. This is Nicholas Benatti. Oh, almost a little narrow into number 5. That could have really hurt his shoulder had he have got putting too much pressure on it, but he gets round 6 buoys on 13 and on 12 meters now. And I don't know, I mean, as he sank into the water, he kind of looked like he was a little sore on that one.
I don't think he was sore. Probably disappointed because it wasn't exactly what he wanted. But that's how slaloming is. The first couple of passes, 3 passes, are just there to understand whether your rhythm, your balance on the ski are on point for your 4th pass.
All right, excellent stuff going forward.
Are you making fun of me? Excellent stuff.
Yeah, I'm not.
You say that. I've heard you say that many times, and usually it's to dismiss what the other person is telling you.
No, not at all.
Excellent stuff. Why excellent stuff?
Oh, we're not
engage in a conversation.
We're not gonna go through this seriously. I'm trying to have fun here. All right then, here we go.
I'm having fun.
We've got Nicholas Benatti, who comes into the slalom course, looking a little bit like Captain Jack Sparrow.
Oh, he does. It's true. He looks a lot like Johnny Depp.
Round number 4 and 5. This is on 11.25 meters. Oh, nicely done.
That was an okay pass.
That was more than okay, in my opinion, considering where he's been since last year.
Yeah. No, that was an okay pass.
All right, fantastic. So good skiing there from Nicholas Benatti, and let's break this down on a more forensic level. Take it away.
Oh, well, it's hard. Yeah, a little bit of a slack row, but anybody can see that there. He had a good rhythm all the way through this pass. He has this strange change of edge going to 2 and 4, where he uses the legs probably excessively to the point of not being totally balanced on the ski on the backside of the buoy on 2 and 4.
Well, I think a lot of it is trying to maintain his direction going across course as well, because obviously if you...
There are 2 types. There are two ways skiers ski. One is by resisting the boat as much as possible, so compressing as little as possible in the change of edge, and others just like completely collapse with the legs to throw out the ski the other way. So let's see him coming back in 10.75.
First skier out in the water and already into 10.75 meters. We weren't expecting this from Nicholas Benatti. Almost threw that ski on the outside there. But he is inside on that one, so it's going to be 3 at 10.75 meters, which under the circumstances is a pretty decent score, but I'm sure that once he knows the score that he needs to chase to make it through to the 8th skier head-to-head competition, you know, it's going to be tough.
But going back to what we were saying, of course you notice that there are skiers that use their legs to resist the boat going to... Vince is telling me that this is his personal best this season, so he's slowly getting back to what he was skiing. He ran 2 at 41 a couple of years ago, more than once, so he's well capable of running it if he skis well. So we were saying that in the change of edge, you can either resist, so the boat shoots you out the other way, and usually people that ski that way use a letter like A, because they want the boat to whip them out, and there's very little compression on their legs. And then there are other people that compress their legs after the 2nd wake, and it gives a false sense of control when you do that. But at the end, you don't get the same width that you do if you resist.
All right then. Well.
So on the water, Charlie.
Yes, indeed. This is Charlie Ammett.
13, right?
Yep. 13 meters. and employs a slalom style and technique out there very similar to a good friend of mine who skied for the University of Alabama, Sean Hunter. We'll discuss that in a moment after we check in with Dockside.
Hey guys, welcome back to the dock. We've got a TWBC crew member here, Arnaud de Rick, out next. How you feeling, mate?
It's been a tough 2 weeks, but still happy to be here. I'm going home on Monday, so let's try to squeeze that last bit of energy out of my body today.
Yeah, so we've got to give everything you can and then rest and recuperate, see your family, all the rest, right?
Exactly, exactly.
All right, so hope you have some good luck out there. We'll see you out there. Have fun. Thank you. Back to you, Tony.
All right, we're back, and looks like one of our competitors, one of our immediate competitors getting ready to go. That is Vincenzo Marino. He'll be out on the water after Arnaud de Rick. There is Manuel Domini in the towboat, certainly one of our younger drivers.
Isn't he a great driver?
He is. He's
like this probably in Greece, like pros have finally understood how good Manuel is. I've known this for a long time. He's a great driver, but he drove amazingly in Greece. How many people ran 41 off? 3 people ran off. Will,
3.
Freddie, and Nate. They all ran 41 off.
That's
so
correct.
It's a testament to Manuel's driving abilities, I guess.
All right, here is Charlie Emmett. This is 12 meters, and he gets that one to go, gets a good grasp of that run. So Charlie Emmett, who spends a lot of time in France and in his home nation of Great Britain. And as he sinks into water, let's check in dockside.
Hey guys, we're back on the dock. We've got Nicholas Benatti. You just skied, you're our first skier. 3 at 10.75. You just said that's kind of how the season's been going, but you always want more, right?
Yeah, of course. Usually in competition, I put the 100% for myself. So I was close. I started well, I think, at 39. Then I got to 3. I just think, as we were speaking about. And when you think at 10.7, it's game over.
Right. Everything's just got to be very natural. So hopefully we have a little bit more luck next time. Good job. Good score. Back to you, Tony.
Yes, and Nicholas Benatti there transitioning there from Captain Jack Sparrow to Oliver Twist, always wanting more.
But he really does look like Johnny Depp, like in his younger years, not now.
We just need to find a pirate's hat or something like that.
Yeah. So coming back at 11.
All right, 11.25 meters. The start is critical here, including the pullout for the gates.
I wasn't paying attention. What is his season best?
For Charlie Emmett, I think it's been into 10.2.
2 at 10.75. Okay.
2 at 10.75 meters. Looking and go, 11.25
Come
right
on,
here.
Charlie,
oh,
no.
And just rushing to get his outside hand on the handle, and unfortunately that doesn't really help him out too much. So that is Charlie Emmett, who's getting the 3.5 there, and to add to the scores that he's had so far this season, the highest of which has been 2 at 10.75 meters over the Monaco over the Monaco Cup, and replicated that a couple of times in the Malibu in Lacanau.
You were totally right in evoking Sean Hunter's style. I mean, he really looks like Sean.
I don't know who the king is of limp-shouldered slalom skiing, whether it's Sean Hunter or Charlie Emmett.
But it's an effective way of skiing, especially Sean. I've seen him run stupidly easy 39s.
But then he got broken over going into number 3, and from here he was trying to make up some time in vain.
So a key thing in slaloming is not losing your speed. The most important factor is speed management, because you can have too much or too little. And during the turn, usually skiers tend to do what? They have the handle in their hands. They try to grab it and pull it towards them. And while they're doing it, they want to turn the ski and pull the handle towards them. While doing that, usually what happens, they fall on the back of the ski. And that creates an angle of attack on the water that creates additional drag, resulting in lower speed. And if you're slower, you're losing space. You have to gain back that speed, and it will get you too fast to the next buoy. So the key part, and you have to look out during this tournament, the skiers that will ski the best are the skiers that are able to maintain their center of gravity further forward on the backside of the buoy. That means right after the turn of the buoy. So they maintain the speed and then accelerate immediately from there to the first wave.
All right, and no doubt that little spiel there on slalom skiing will no doubt perk up the attention of a lot of our folks that are watching here on the webcast. And what do you feel about what Matteo said? Go onto the live chat right now on the YouTube channel. To get there, you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel, and then that will give you the ability to comment right here and now, and also hit the bell icon for good measure as well, so you can be notified as to the next time we go live. All right, then, here we go. Next competitor up, he comes to us from Belgium. His name is Arno de Rick.
I've seen him skiing for the first time this year. He did quite a bit of tournaments. He was at Swiss at the beginning of the season. He did his season's best, I hear from Vince, is 3.5 at 10:75, sorry. And in the meantime, we go to the dock.
Absolutely.
All right, here we were standing here talking about how this is, you're no stranger to this site. Growing up here, kind of ski here a decent bit throughout your life. Tell us how you're feeling today.
I'm super excited for this competition. It's like my second one, pro competition. It's super. Last year I competed in the Junior Challenge, and this year I competed with the Pro, man. It's super.
Tell us a little bit about like the difference in standing on the dock between last year and this year.
It's super fun. Last year was like pretty funny, but this year is huge. It's incredible.
More nerve-wracking?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
All right, best of luck. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you.
All right there, so Arno de Rick getting ready to come back into the course. There you see the breakdown of the points here at the San Gervasio ProAm on the Waterski Pro Tour. And our format is 2 rounds, top 8 women, top 8 men. They advance through to the head-to-head portion of this competition. So let's have a look at some of the scores that Arno de Rick has posted. He's gone into 10.75 meters a number of times. His best score of this season was over the Swiss Spring Classic in round number 2, I believe, with 3.5 attempts. Oh my word! Harking back to the days of Mike Shaylander. Look at this.
Yeah, he's doing it right.
All right there. So all right then, so employing a little bit of the slam dunk technique, which I don't know whether we're actually gelling so far as our opinions are concerned, but the slam dunk technique, for all of its spectacular looks, does mask a whole bunch of deficiencies with theirs, so far as his edge change and going wide.
Of course. But it fixes things. It fixes things. It creates other problems, but it fixes things because it means you got to that buoy too fast. So you have to get your ski as angled as possible in the water, and you have to slam your whole body in the water to do that, and slow down the ski as much as possible to make it turn and then get the hit on at the end of the turn.
We just saw Vincenzo on the dock, and Vincenzo behind the screen. Here we go. Now, one thing I want you to focus on a little bit here, Matteo, is his approach off number 1 into number 2, and just watch his hips and see them open up into that turn. And see how you comment. There we go.
They aren't very open.
But I tell you what, he's running this.
So yeah, more than open, I would say their back, his right hip is back. So that puts him in a disadvantage in the change edge going to number 2 and 4. I'm for a much more open stance in your onside pull and a much more closed stance in your offside pull. Pretty similar to snowboarding. Your stance is not symmetrical because your feet are not in a symmetrical spot, and they're not distributed symmetrically on the ski. So that means that when you pull, you cannot do the same thing on one side and the other. So what I find myself usually in disagreement with a lot of people when they say, "Oh, you have to be always closed when you pull, or always open." It's not really what I think is right. I think on one side your stance has to be much more open in your onside pull and much more closed in your offside, because it's a completely different thing.
Yes, indeed. I would actually agree with you on that one. I mean, because I mean, if you try and over-rotate too much, then it becomes a problem. But if you rotate enough just to maintain your shoulders down the fall line of the course, then it becomes a little bit easier to deal with. Here we go.
He's at 10.75. His season best is 3. His PB is 3, and he gets 2.
2 there at 10.75 meters, which puts him in second place, directly behind Nicholas Benatti. And currently in third is Charlie Emmett on 3.5 at 11.25 meters. So,
sorry, I interrupted you earlier.
That's fine. That's fine.
So you were saying?
What I was basically surmising is that too much rotation from the hips off the turn, coming across the wake, isn't necessarily a good thing. But enough rotation to maintain your shoulders being upright and your hips aligned and stacked into the turn, that works for me.
Yeah, being stacked is the most important thing. Like being stacked and be able to use your whole body as leverage against the boat is the key thing. But the actual direction of your hips and your shoulder cannot be symmetrical because it's not a symmetrical sport. So Vincenzo Waterski is next in the water, and I know his PB is 4 at 10.75, and he skied recently the Worlds under 21, and he skied 3.5 at 10.75 there.
All right there, so here we go, and probably one of my favorite names to pronounce, Vincenzo Marino.
I love the pronunciation of the Italian names.
Yeah, you do.
There's a friend of mine called Nicola Marchiando, and yesterday I was home. I was watching the streaming, and your pronunciation of his name was priceless. So, with that, we'll go to the dock.
Let's go to the dock.
All right, Arno, you were just telling me not feeling 100% today. The sickness seems to always get you when you're down and traveling, right? But tell us a little bit about that set.
Yeah, exactly. Not feeling that good, but just try to go out there, trust myself. I know what I can do, and just do your own thing. That's what I did today.
So pretty happy with that set overall?
Yeah, like I didn't expect last few days were like a little bit hard, didn't feeling that good, and then yeah, we can be happy with this score. Yeah, felt good.
All right, awesome. Back to you, Tony.
Well, Ali, for her part, certainly knows what it's like not to feel particularly good going out to ski, but still coming up with a better than average score.
Oh yeah. Whoa. She had like a nice little crash earlier, like slammed her ribs on the wakes.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, but I was more referring to the fact that before she got that score at Caiaphas, won at 10.25 meters. She wasn't particularly well, and actually was skiing against the advice of a lot of the people around her because she wasn't feeling particularly well because of sunstroke.
Well, but she knows it's an area of her expertise, so she knows what she's doing, I guess.
Yes, indeed. She is actually a registered nurse, but on the water right now, Vincenzo Marino. This is 12 meters, having run 13. And you mentioned my pronunciation of Italian names. Now, Nicola Macchiando, right?
Yeah, that's better.
We'll get with that in a moment. Let's check in dockside.
All right, good morning, Carlo. How are you feeling today?
Really good, thank you.
Yeah, feeling good, feeling ready?
Yeah, of course. I saw you skiing like all girls, and so we have to be ready no matter what. The day looks perfect, no wind at all. Everything's good, so let's see how it goes.
You got to go home for a couple days, kind of reset after Greece, so feeling a little bit more rested and ready.
Yeah. Actually, I thought it was a shorter trip than what I expect, actually. It's not that far, but, you know, still not that easy to reach, and it takes a little longer, but it takes whatever it takes to get there. And so, yeah, being home, and especially in summer, that you can ski as much as you want, it's really, really good.
Good. Well, best of luck out there. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you.
Thank you very much there, Ali, and also...
Feels like everything in Greece is far. I mean, it's a beautiful country. I urge anyone who hasn't been there to go there. But whenever I have to be somewhere and go somewhere in Greece, it takes like a day. It takes longer than going to the U.S.
Yeah, because I mean, the roads and stuff like that are still very much in development there in Greece for the most part.
No, the roads are much better, but I think probably it has to be like that because it's all island, so it's hard to reach places. So
all right.
Coming back at 11.
Proving how strong he is out there off buoy number 4. He gets around 5, taking the slack out of number 6. And in 50 seconds, we'll be back to see him on 10.75 meters. But he certainly made a meal out of that one there, Matteo.
Yeah, I really like the way he skis. He's a shorter skier. He's an overall skier. He's a good tricker, a decent jumper. He's a very good slalomer. And he makes it look sometimes easy, sometimes it looks very hard because he moves a lot on the ski. That's characteristic that he has on his trick ski as well, which is scary when you pin him. But but even in slalom, but he got much better. He's just 18 years old. I mean, he's still a kid, and he's competing with the pros, running deep 1075.
Absolutely, doing a fine job there with 3.5 at 10.75 meters at the U21 Worlds, and 10.75 meters is coming up right now. Now, we remember back in one or two tournaments, the one or two editions back in the San Gervasio ProAm, where we saw the likes of Nicholas Benatti come through with a surprise score. Could that happen here with Vincenzo Marino?
That'd be awesome. That would be awesome. 1075. His PB is 4 buoys. Turns number 2. Bit sketchy there. 3 and 2.5.
And came in with a lot of speed. Tried to bleed it off. Or try to shut it down more to the point. But it looks like it's going to be 2.5 at 10.75 minutes, and got a little bit of work to do.
The start, the number 1 looked good. The gate looked good. That was a decent one. Then, there. It's hard to pinpoint an error. So in the meantime, we gotta go to dock.
Yeah, we'll go to dock site, but
oh, not yet.
Not quite yet, but here we go.
What would you say was wrong?
What I said. I think it took a little bit more. Took a little bit more than he can chew off of buoy number 2. He got broken over and tried to go for the handle quickly that time, and it basically stopped the ski cold. And when it eventually re-accelerated back up to the time, it was just way too late for him to make a play on 3.
I mean, I'm always skeptical of people always knowing what is wrong with something when the skier falls. And more than 50% of the times, I just don't know. I mean, yeah, I can make assumptions. I can see stuff that I aesthetically don't like. But it's not always that easy.
All right, here we go. This is Carlo Elias. certainly has established himself as one of Italy's legendary slalomers. He gets round buoy number 3, 4, 5, and indeed number 6, and we will rejoin Lorenzo on the dock side right about now.
Right, welcome back to the dock. We are here with Callum, our next skier in the water. So how are you doing this morning, Callum?
Yeah, feeling good. I mean, lake looks amazing, as you can all see. Just ready to go rip it up.
You don't look that awake this morning. What happened?
Oh, well, it's too hot for us English people. We're you know, a couple of passes, I'm sure I'll wake up.
All right, perfect. So have you been skiing good lately?
I skied at Greece at Kayafas last week. It was better. Before that, it wasn't so good. So hoping for the same as last week.
And have you taken any practice set here before today?
Yeah, I skied in the rain on Thursday, which was fun. So yeah, had a practice. Lake feels good, boat feels great. So excited to go rip it up.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Best of luck to you, Callum, and back to you, Tony.
Well, it doesn't speak for every English person. I mean, I give him props. You know, I mean, he stays in England, and you know, it suffers a little bit under the warm weather there. But for me, I actually stay in Louisiana, which means I'm rather accustomed to the heat.
So, coming back at 12, Carlo. I noticed he's skiing on A2, which which is different from what he was skiing a while back. He obviously, you know, Carlo was one of the best slalom skiers, Italian slalom skiers of all time. He ran, God only knows how many 2 and 3 at 41 off. He's struggling a bit this year. I haven't seen big results from him this year. He probably skied, Vince is telling me that 3 at 75 was his best this year. But it's interesting to see him ski with A2, which is completely the opposite from what he was doing, which was applying a lot of pressure on the line on the backside of the buoy right at the end of the turn. And in order to do that, you need a letter like C, because it picks you up very early.
Yeah.
And a letter like A picks you up later. So you have to adapt your style to that new kind of pool. And that also enables you to get whipped out using basically just the boat as a propulsion system. So on the screen, you can see the boat response explanation, which basically tells you where the boat picks you up or gives you gas, throttle, compared to the pulled skier. Earlier, medium, late. So early, it's exactly at the end of the turn. B gives you throttle slightly later, and A definitely later than that. So coming back at 11.
Here we go, 11.25 meters. Scored 3 buoys at 10.75 meters at the Kayafas paddle a little bit earlier on this season, as early as last weekend. And looks like there's a score under review there on. So we actually are going to be reviewing number 4 ball here to determine whether he actually made it round it. I mean, we'll take a look at this from this vantage point. Decent number 1. Good rotation, just waiting on the line to go tight, and then it slingshots him from number 1 into 2. He's a righty, which means his strong side is 246. That is number 4. And number 5, and I think he clearly made it round buoy number 4. I don't see much dispute on that one, Matteo.
No, I don't think so.
So
going back to Zerov, like the ABC we have explained, it's earlier and later. Pretty much the same amount of throttle by the boat. B is slightly stronger, but pretty much the same. Then you have 1, 2, 3, which is a different thing, and we'll talk about it right after this 1075 by.
Also wanted to comment on Fedele Luzzeri selecting C3+.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
that's one extreme I hope none of you ever take on board. But here we go. This is Carlo Elias. Oh, and stands up on the backside of buoy number 3 and skis for the wake. He gets 3 buoys at 10.75 meters.
It's such a shame. I mean, number 1 and 2 were perfect. And this is another case. I wouldn't know what to tell you. What was the reason that led him just to basically stop there?
And maybe he was just trying too hard to try and reassert his advantage out there on the slalom course. He got the good start on buoy number 1. Then round buoy number 2, a little bit of a delay there, yeah, but nothing that he can't handle. And then he came.
I don't know.
He started to put his leverage onto that ski way too early on the backside of that turn. Then the weight transferred on the back, and he could get no further angle because there's not enough that's tip of the ski was driving off the number 3.
Sometimes not thinking of turning is the best way to turn. So sometimes the best thing you can do on a buoy is to simply think of keeping the tip of your ski down and move. Yeah. The best thing to do is keep the tip of the ski down and think to move towards the wakes without turning. Basically, like surf your way into connecting yourself with the boat. That's the best way to think and get out of problems.
All right.
Situations like that.
Okay,
instead of turning.
Let's see what Callum Heath can do on his opening pass of 13 meters. It's Alpha 2, which appears to be a very common selection here. Taking the skier relatively late with medium intensity. And as he gets around buoy number 6, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Nicolas, our next contender. So, Nicolas, this is your second pro event, right?
Yeah, sure. It's my second pro event after last year's San Gervasio ProAm. I'm very excited to be here.
And you told me that unfortunately you couldn't make it for Callafas because of work. Did you think that you missed out a little bit not going to Callafas?
No, I mean, it's all right. I'm still a bit too young for pro tournaments. I'm just happy to be here and, I don't know, get some experience for the future.
All right, perfect. So have you been skiing good lately? Have you been having good practice sets done?
Yeah, I did a tournament last week, got a new PB. I'm skiing pretty well. I hope to ski pretty good today.
And did you get a chance to test out the lake before today?
No, I didn't. This is my first set here since last year. But yeah, it looks good. Conditions look great. The boat looks great. And I hope to ski very well.
All right, we hope to see you ski well as well. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you there as we look inside the towboat. Manuel Domini there at the helm. Ilaria Bazzotta at the judge's seat.
So the Nelson tradition and family goes on with 2 at 41 he skied.
Yeah,
I think last week or a couple
yeah, that
weeks
was
ago?
that was in Albertville last weekend.
I mean, and he's 18 years old, right? He's still junior, or he just turned under 21.
Well, he skied in the Junior World Championships this past January in Santiago de Chile, and actually won that title ahead of the Australian kid.
So with 2 at 41, he said, yeah, he's a bit too young to compete in a pro, but I think he has a full title to be here. He has a full right to be on the dock at this moment with that result.
All right, so waiting for Nicolas Nelson to make his way out onto the water, but we still have Callum Heath. He's gone through 13 and 12 meters successfully. Nicolas Nelson will get deep into the weeds so far as his Islam skiing goes in just a moment. In the meantime, Callum Heath will try and get the tail of the tape for him. Skied at Callafas last week and got 3 scores into 10.75 minutes. His best was 4.5. Still waiting for that one shining moment for him to get through 10.75 meters and put a score into 10.25 meters. We'll see if it happens here. 11.25 meters first for Callum Heath. Good start. All getting broken over a little bit round number 3, but a good recovery on number 4. He's tall enough to make the odd 1 or 2 mistakes and still recover, but not this time. Looks like it's going to be a 5 buoy count at 11.25 meters, which still means that Carlo Elias and Nicholas Benatti both share the lead with 3 at 10.75 meters. And what did you see here, Matteo?
He's pushing the ski forward in a way that reduces his speed. Instead of standing and using his center of gravity to basically use the ski as a surfboard, that's how you obtain acceleration, by reducing drag as much as possible. But in order to reduce drag and then efficiently accelerate and decelerate, you have to stand in the right spot, with your center of gravity in the right spot. Obviously, the best example of that is Nate.
Yes.
Like, he stands in the perfect spot to maintain as much speed as possible. And from that base speed, he can accelerate as much as he wants. And then he gets to the other buoy at the perfect speed. So ideally, what a skier, like let's take Nate compared to other skiers. Nate pulls much shorter than any other skier. That's because he has a higher base speed. He has to accelerate for shorter, and he keeps that speed. Ideally, a perfect skier would have to pull for thousandths of a second right behind the boat, and then use the speed and surf his way back to the point where he has the full gain.
Indeed, so that area of intensity comes right at the tail end of the previous buoy and all the way through to about the first wake, and then you release all of that energy into the edge change and just basically send it.
Exactly.
All right then, so our next competitor on the water, representing Mexico and the current IWWF Junior World Slalom Champion from Santiago de Chile in January of this season. This is Nicholas Nelson, who won that title via a runoff against Lucas Cornell of Australia in certainly one of the more intense Junior World Slalom Championships. And I know that you have been involved in the World Slalom Championship yourself at the junior level way back in the day. But before we discuss that, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, everybody, we're back with Callum, who just got done with his set. So, Callum, what happened out there today?
Oh, I don't know. Didn't really get set after the 12. 12 wasn't the best. And then, yeah, the start on 38, 11 going up was better. And, yeah, just kind of hit a bobble at 5, and that was it. But, yeah, we'll try again in the second round.
So I'm guessing you're going to go back and look at the video and analyze exactly what you've done, and you think you already know more or less what was your mistake today?
Yeah, I think I was a little slow on all the gates, so maybe push it down the lake, get into it a bit more, up the intensity from the start, and yeah, hopefully it'll be better next round.
All right, perfect. We hope to see you ski better next round. Thank you very much for being here with us, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. And yeah, I mean, you've had experience of skiing at the junior level at the World Championships. I believe you actually won the Junior World Slalom Championship, or was that the junior or the under 21s?
Won the junior, yeah, but that's a long time ago. Tony.
Yeah, that was like in 2003.
2002. And then I did the under 21. The year after, and Will won that. I got second at the under 21. I mean,
yeah, I remember that because I was there at the Junior World Championships. You were in a runoff, I believe, against Ian Trapp of the United States.
Exactly.
There we go. And there we go, Nicholas Nelson. So not the first time that we saw a U17 runoff in World Championships in Santiago de Chile. going back in history. And let's check in on dockside with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back. We're here with Jaime, our next skier in the water. So Jaime, how's it going today?
It's going amazing as always. Conditions look perfect. Excited to ski. And I'm just going to go smack some boys, I guess.
All right, so how's your season been so far?
Season started off very, very good. Had a little downhill, but I think it's coming up again. So hopefully I can do something today good.
All right, perfect. So the conditions are perfect. There is no wind. Are you thinking about a strategy going into this round, or you're just going to think, I'm going to do this first round just to ski, feel the lake, feel the boat, and then next round I'm going to push it and try strategize a bit more?
Not really any strategy, just 13-meter start and just ski, just go for it. You know, have fun and just try to get the best of it.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
So his strategy is basically grip it and rip it.
It works.
It works.
So Jaime.
This is Nicholas Nelson coming into the course right now, 13-12, and this is 11.
This is 11. Jaime and Nicholas and Nick, Attensom, these are all kids. They're very young, competing with the pros and capable of being, you know, competitive. Because they run deep 39, sometimes they run 39. It's so interesting that so many young kids now are able to be here. That used to not be the case in my time.
Fantastic. Yeah, and a fantastic effort there also on the part of our driver with his boat path approved via shore path, and certainly that's been a game changer among our drivers in the last 2 to 3 seasons.
The
shore path.
The shore path, yeah, absolutely. But I have to remind people, especially in Europe, in order to have a shore path, you cannot use a slalom course that is down with cables and held together with 2 ropes on the 2 sides of the lake, because the slalom course moves too much. So, guys, take a shore path because it's cool and it's the best way to train a driver, especially in your club, in your ski school. The best way for a driver to learn is to see where he or she is, but also make sure to fix down that slalom course so it doesn't move. Otherwise, the results will be all over the place.
And that's obviously going to be a topic for discussion. Those of you on the live chat, what do you think to what Matteo just said? Put your comments in on the live chat on the YouTube channel. Here we go. This
coming
is
back at
Nicholas
10:75.
Nelson. Here he comes. He needs to get more than 3 to take the lead, and look at him go. He's round number 4, and gets round number 4, and we'll review that number 5. Whether it's enough to take the lead or not is another matter, but it's going to be under review. We'll take a look at the instant replay to determine that.
It's such a shame. It looked perfect up until number 3. So I'm really interested in seeing what happened there. So you see, the beginning, I didn't see any faults, any problems with any of the first 3 buoys. He was in it, no problem. Problem started here.
Yeah, things got a little bit complicated there on buoy number 4.
The ski just didn't follow his lead.
Just didn't cooperate at that point, and did he get... Oh, and there we go. I believe that ski actually made it to the boat guides, but that was one view here. Now let's have a look at the secondary view. Round buoy number 1. Let's see what his approach looks like into buoy number 2. As we get ready for our next competitor, who is Jaime Palomino. He's round buoy number 4. We know that at least he has the lead.
No.
No,
that's probably not 5 buoys.
All right then. So 4 buoys at least, but I don't think he got round number 5. I'll concur with you on that. Here comes Jaime Palomino, a 30-meter start, and I believe it's going to be A2 for him. All right, let's check in dockside with Lorenzo.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the chill side of the dot here, catching a bit of shades and a bit of rest before the race. So, Nico, wie geht's?
Yeah, I'm very good. I'm ready to go out there. I hope around my 10. But yeah, I'm super excited. The conditions look perfect, so I'm ready to go.
So, when was the last time that you ski here in beautiful San Gervasio?
I took 2 practice sets this week on Wednesday and Thursday. And then last year I was here competing. So yeah, super excited.
Did it take you a lot to get adjusted to the warm water, the slow water out here, or you were able to pick it up and figure it out since the get-go?
Yeah, it was a bit difficult at first, first 2 sets, so they were not too good. So I don't know what to expect. I hope I ski good, much better in practice. But yeah, let's see.
All right, we all hope that you're gonna ski good. We all hope to see some big score from all of you guys. Thank you very much for being here. And back to you, Tony.
Thank you.
All right, then, here we go. Coming into the course on pass number 2. This is Jaime Palomino. And just to confirm with Nicholas Nelson, his score was indeed 4 at 10.75 meters, and as you briefly saw with the leaderboard, it's enough to take the lead. 12 meters for Jaime. Coming in, it's number 4, it's 5, and it's buoy number 6. And looking very, very good right now. Very, very confident skiing out there in this round 1 of the men's pro competition. And again, a few comments coming in. One of the comments says, "Let's quit bickering."
What? When did we bicker?
No, we didn't bicker at all. We have a minor disagreement, but I don't think it was bickering.
We should just bicker to annoy them.
Yeah, and that's what he said as well. Anyway, and actually the comment here from CJ Kernander says, "Good point about fixing the course down for sure, Pat."
So going back to Jaime, looking at this pass, I remember seeing him skiing last year at the end of the season, and he was having a lot of troubles on his 135. He had a lot of troubles turning those boys, and in a matter of 6-7 months, they look much better. And in fact, I mean, he's capable of running 1075. So I'm really excited about his skiing. He skis with Tigas at Tigas Ski School in Florida. And
also in Trento as well.
Did he ski in Trento?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, I didn't know he stayed a bit in Trento. But yeah, he lives in Florida. So while we see him ski at 11, let me tell you, I mean, he has, great handle control, and he manages his rhythm together with the boat better than many skiers. And he probably learned that from Tigas.
Yeah, and to the extent where it just ran 11.25 meters, he's going to come back at 10.75 meters. The current lead right now belongs in the possession of Nicholas Nelson. So another Mexican skier out there trying to chase down the lead, as we see Nicky Attensen from Austria getting ready to go, donning on his pro gear gloves. And just looking at Jaime once again. Good start. And sharing a few traits stylistically with Thomas de Gasperi out there, especially where it concerns where that free arm goes on the outside.
It's always the case. Whenever but it doesn't really matter whether the person skiing is your coach, but as long as the good skier, the great skier skis in your lake and trains with you, you're always gonna resemble that skier. Because most of learning, especially at a young age, is done by mimicking, by copying what other people are doing. And so it got some traits from Tigas for sure. So coming back at 1075.
Here he comes. Round buoy number 1. Round number 2. This is 10.75 meters. Oh, and blows past buoy number 3. And we're not even too sure what happened there on number 2. But thankfully, the instant replay will show us.
He wasn't that late on number 2.
No, not at all.
I mean, I thought to myself, well, he's a bit late, but he's still okay. And but he didn't get number 3. It makes no sense.
And that resigned look upon the face of Jaime Palomino as he makes his way back to the dock. I think he pulled out too early for his gate because he didn't have enough speed to get the ski up high enough into the turn.
That's an important thing. Like having the right speed when you're out there. It's so weird. It carries so well. The amount of speed that you have when you're out there in the gate carries on number 2. It's almost always the case. So if you're too slow and narrow, and the boat is pulling you, and you are under traction, the pull of the boat when you're out there, you're gonna be narrow on number 2. That's probably what happened here.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's hard to tell angles and width from this perspective.
Yeah, but whenever you see someone really struggling to stay wide on the boat, then that really tells you that they're in trouble coming up.
But then you have exceptions,
Regina Jacquez.
Yes, or the most obvious. Have you ever watched Andy's no pull-out 1075s?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those were something, weren't they?
Yeah, most certainly. And here is a skier from Austria. This is Nikki Antemsen. And let's check in dockside with Lorenzo once again.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Heron. So, Heron, how are you doing this morning?
Yeah, doing good. Relaxed morning this morning. Ready to get out there, honestly. It looks like the conditions are good, so I'm going to put down a score, hopefully.
All right, perfect. And how have you been skiing lately?
Well, just getting back to it. And then last weekend, kind of surprising, but a pleasant surprise. Ran my first 39 of the season, 10.75. So really happy about that. I just hope I can replicate it this weekend.
All right, we hope so. And did you practice yet here in San Gervasio?
Yeah, I had a practice set Wednesday and then on Thursday as well. Thursday went a bit better. Obviously, the water's a bit different from Greece. But yeah, things went well in the second set. So hoping to replicate what I did in the second set today.
All right, we hope so as well. And thank you very much for being here. Best of luck to you, mate. And back to you, Tony. Thanks, man.
All right, then. So Aaron Davies is been a little bit of an unlucky alpha within about the last season or so. Broke his handle, and the injury he sustained from that kept him out of the sport for a good few months whilst he recuperated. And then he broke the rope on the handle last week in Kayafas. So hopefully we'll have better luck this time around. But in the meantime, here comes Nikki Antonsen from Austria, looking good. Round 5 at number 6, and a skier who podiumed at the U21 World Championships in Boca Laguna not too long ago, and showing us some of his best form out there. And skiing on a D3 slalom ski, which you could win. Don't you know that?
Yeah.
You could win one of those.
I didn't play.
You haven't played?
No, I haven't played. Should I?
Maybe you should.
Oh.
You got until the end of this round to put the entry in.
Oh, so you got to be quick.
Yeah, you got to be. Yeah, I mean, you've got
you ready?
About 8 more skiers to go, and then the entry's closed for the audience prize.
So definitely don't do that, because I'll be doing it. Guys watching, don't do that. So I raise my chances of winning it.
I'll put 2 on if you want.
But by all means, enter, please.
No.
Waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Waterskibroadcasting.com/play.
I've never won anything at a lottery or what is it called, RAF or?
That's
raffle?
that's a flat out lie, because you won the junior World Slalom Championship.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I want to win something without putting the effort in.
Don't we all?
It's more It's more gratifying.
Don't we all?
Coming back at 11.
All right, there. Here we go. Nikki Antonsen.
So
11.25 meters gets the start. 11.25, round number 4. Seems to have a pretty good grasp on this run. and gets that pass going. Nicely done there for Nicky Adamson from Vienna, Austria.
He lost some space at every buoy, but at the end it was perfectly managed. But for sure that was not the 11 he was looking for.
Just waited for that ski to come round, and then he piled on the pressure.
Yeah, but 1 and 2 were okay. Yeah, here he started to lose a bit of ground, but all perfectly managed.
All right, then, as we got a little bit of time at the end of Nicky Antonson's 11.25 meter run, C3 plus.
C3 plus? Oh, we didn't define the numbers yet.
Okay.
Yeah, you have the 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, which is basically intensity.
It's not really intensity. 1, 2, 3 are caps.
Okay.
So, A, it's early. B is a bit later. Sorry, C is early. B is a bit later, and A is late. C early, B later, A late. Well, I'll get back to it right after this 1075 and explain.
Here comes Nicky Antonson, 10.75. Adamson on the course right now. Oh, and tries to bring the handle in and get across course in a hurry, and unfortunately, that is his undoing out there on the course.
There must be something between the 2 and 3, because there are so many skiers that are skiing okay, reasonably okay, up until number 2. Between 2 and 3, they lose everything.
And this is going to take a little bit of a while to sort out who potentially could make it through to the next round of the competition. We've got at least 9 more skiers to come.
So getting back to what we were saying, so 1, 2, 3 are caps. So A, B, C, it's when the pull is coming, with B slightly being more powerful, but nobody knows that, but it's slightly more powerful. But 1, 2, 3 are caps to the reaction of the boat. So are caps to the acceleration. I don't remember exactly the numbers. It's like the cap for 1, it's 0.06 meters per second squared, and 2 is 0.08. The other is 0.1, something like that. So basically, what it means is that if you're a very light skier, like a kid, it doesn't really change anything whether you put 1, 2, 3, because it's a cap to the reaction of the boat.
But if you weigh someone or like Fedele Luzzeri, for example.
Exactly. Fedele Luzzeri will always reach the cap, even on number 3, because he slows down the boat so much that the boat has to react so much that exceeds that number every time. So some people prefer a lower number because they always reach the cap, and it makes the feel of the boat more consistent, because you're getting the pool always the same. So in the meantime, we go to the dock.
All right.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Jonathan. So Jonathan, how have you been?
Yeah, good. Been fun trip in Europe so far.
And how's your skiing been lately?
Like a roller coaster, but it's fun.
You reckon it's a roller coaster due to all the travel that you got to do from the US to Europe and everything?
Yeah, a little bit of that, and just different sites, different conditions. Just it's all about your mind and trying to get your mind in the right spot. So.
All right, perfect. And we'll see you that you're really focused. We'll let you get ready, that you're struggling a bit with your gloves. Best of luck to you, Jonathan. Hope to see some very big scores out of you. And back to you, Tony. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
All right, then we've got Aaron Davis out on the water. And getting ready to come back into the course on the 12 meters for the next run. And yeah, I mean, we're talking about zero off settings and how much a heavier person, what impact they have on the cap and all of that kind of stuff.
So we discussed letters, numbers. We explained letters and numbers. And then we have the plus. The plus is not something that adds to what is already there. The plus changes dramatically, also A, B, C, and 1, 2, 3. So it's not an addition that does something more. Oh, look at that.
And
Totally
just like that,
unexpected.
yeah, definitely on the 12-meter pass coming back, which means he's definitely not in a position of strength for going into round 2 at the moment. So he's going to really have to fight his way back into contention. He's not particularly pleased with that effort, and he gets, 2 buoys on the 12-meter line. So he's got, like I say, he's got catch-up to play.
Yeah. It's always bad to, when you have 2 rounds to qualify and then you screw up one, it's almost worse as having just 1 round to qualify. Because it puts you at a psychological disadvantage compared to the other skiers.
All right, then. So we've established a cut mark, at least out of round 1. 4 buoys on 10.75 meters, the current big score from Nicholas Nelson. And any skier that exceeds that, at least for the moment, has a 1 foot in the door to the head-to-head portion of this competition, which will take place on Sunday. Look at Aaron Davis right here. Now, he got a decent setup there into buoy number 1. Kind of rose up a little bit into his edge change and then went straight back down. Now here, he got a little twisted into number 3, but he was more than capable of getting that back. And then he just went for the handle and the ski just stopped cold. Here we go, next competitor up, coming to us out of Groveland in Central Florida. This is Jonathan Travers.
Now the big names, the big skiers are starting to get in the water. The first skier on the water that has PB in 43 off.
All right then, let's check in dockside with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back. We're here with Matteo, our next skier in the water. So, Matteo, first of all, thank you again for organizing this beautiful event. With all the work that you have to do, have you been able to get some good quality sets in, or you've been struggling a bit lately?
Surprisingly, yes. We came back from Greece on Monday. I had a little set on Tuesday, which was tough after all the travel, and then one Wednesday, one Thursday. No, I've been able to train, so I'm looking forward to this.
Okay, perfect. And how's the season going? We saw you some big scores in the first tournament of the year, and what happened since then?
Well, Monaco was good. We wanted to be more in the final. Greece was okay. I mean, the event was fantastic, just I didn't perform as I wanted. Let's see how we can do here today. Looks perfect. Waiting to see the first 39 going down, and then everyone's going to start pushing.
Well, I'm not going to ask you if you know the lake, because of course you know it. And I just want to say thank again for organizing this beautiful event. Thanks again for hosting everybody here. Best of luck, Matteo. We want to see some big scores out of you. And back to you, Tony.
All right, bring in Jonathan Travers back into the course. His best score so far this season has been a 2.5 at 10.25 meters. But I tell you what, 4 passes at 10.75 meters have been a little bit hard to come by so far in this competition. Only one competitor has actually run 10.75, and she is Jamie Bull.
Yeah. And we are halfway through the men's pro event. So
exactly. We are 8 skiers away from concluding round number 1 in the men's competition. So the cut line is pretty much set provisionally at this time. The format of this competition, don't forget, is the best score out of the 2 rounds that sees you potentially advance as one of the top 8. And there you see the leaderboard there. Nicholas Nelson on 4, Benatti on 3, tied with one other skier, Carlo Elias at this time. So those folks are still in contention. Basically 1 score away of less than 3 at 10.75 away from being part of that conversation. Win a ski of your choice. You have up until the end of this men's slalom round 1 to get your entry in, as we take a look over at the water park that sits adjacent to this facility here in San Gervasio. beautiful part of the world here in Lombardy.
Coming back at 11. He's been struggling a bit in the past tournaments. He didn't get the results that he wanted. I don't think he podiumed in any of the last 4 events. So I really look forward to a better result and better placement for John, because he's a great guy, a great skier. I've known him for the longest time. When I went back for the first time in 2004 at Jack's to ski with Jack, he was just a kid. I think he's like 3 years younger than me, 2 years younger than me. And that's when he started running 39 for the first time. And he was probably, I don't know, 16 years old back then. So he's been running 1075 for the better part of 20 years. And he looks as good as ever right now.
And Jonathan Travers, you know, he had problems with his confidence for a good while approaching 2009. Until he skied the under-21 champion world water ski championships over in Boca Laguna, won that title, and basically and from that point on, you know, he gained in strength. He got a Masters title along the way within the last few seasons, and has continued to consistently perform at this high level. But it's hard to stay competitive, especially when you've got skiers like Sasha Deska and Thomas de Gasperi to contend with, Robert Hazelwood and Will Asher and Freddie Winter every single weekend.
Coming back at 1075, so the best score is 4, right?
That's right. The 10.75. Oh, nicely done, run number 3. He's early for 4. Look at this. And ladies and gentlemen, he gets round number 5. He's got the lead in our first skier through 10.75 is Jonathan Travers. Probably to no surprise to anyone on the shoreline,
absolutely not.
Least of all himself.
Yes. A little bit of a hiccup in number 4, but yeah, the rest was just great.
Yeah, it was just gravy. I mean...
But it's interesting what you said before, that he struggled until the tournament in 2009. It happened so many times that all people need sometimes is just some encouragement in the form of a win or in the form of something happening. And then something clicks and they start performing great. It has happened to many skiers I know.
We're absolutely right there as we get ready for Jonathan Travers to come back into the course. Vince, remind me who won the U21 slalom title this year. And, you know, it's manifested itself a little bit recently with the likes of Charlie Ross as well, you know. I mean, he is like one of the top up-and-coming slalom skiers of the world, but even he suffers from lack of confidence, you know, and has underperformed in a number of tournaments up until he won the U21 World Championships. Yeah.
So, John coming back at 10.25, that was a good one, but still, he didn't get the width and the space that he needed in number 2 to turn it.
Well, he's going to be, well, 2 at 10.25 meters. That puts him in the lead.
Yep. And
the rest of the field are going to be hard-pressed to come up with a score similar to that. I mean, we've got skiers who are capable of doing it, of course. I mean, we've got Matteo Lazzeri coming up next, for crying out loud. But, you know, so far as when to produce this kind of score and to what level, I think Jonathan Travers has probably slotted himself in through to the next round of the competition, obviously bearing in mind that we still got in the second round of slalom to come.
It's an educated guess.
Yeah, it's an educated.
But let's say that from now on, even if all the skiers from now on beat his score, which is not a given, he's the 8th.
Yeah.
And in the next round, we would need not only to all the other skiers to beat him after him, but one of the skiers before him to beat him as well. And given the fact that all the skiers before him have a personal best of 2, it's a tall order. I mean, they're all capable of doing it, but they have to do 2 and a backup score to beat him.
Right you are. So there we go. Jonathan Travers in the lead, and the only person to get through 10.75 meters thus far in this competition as we get ready to bring on the hometown favorite here in San Gervasio, Matteo Luzzeri, as JT makes his way to the dock.
Don't you like him better with a shorter beard?
No, actually, he was clean shaved this morning.
What do you mean clean shaved?
Matteo Luzzeri.
And he grew that beard like in 4 hours?
Yeah.
He was clean shaved.
Absolutely.
So I didn't know.
Have you seen the latest Flow Point video with Bob Marley?
Is it on YouTube or?
Yeah, it's on YouTube at the Flow Point Method
no, I haven't.
YouTube site. You'll love it. You'll love it.
I'm out of social media, but I still watch YouTube, so I have to watch that.
Okay.
Shout out to Marcus and Flow Point Method, by the way.
And Bob Marley as well. All right, there. Here we go. We've got Matteo Luzzeri about to take to the course, and less than 7 skiers away from your potential to enter the audience prize for a chance for you to win a D3 or a Connolly slalom ski. Go to Waterski. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. You have only a few minutes left until Okay, so just been informed that the entry time has been extended to the end of the junior boys head-to-head, which will take place after the conclusion of the men's competition in round 1. So he's still got a little bit of time, but not much. 30-meter start for Matteo on Alpha 2. All right, let's revisit dockside with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're back with John, who was our first skier to run 10.7. Congrats to that, John. So how did it feel out there?
It's fun to get through that 10.7, but yeah, it feels great. Manuel behind the wheel is a dream, you know, so it's just out here having fun and just skiing as well as I can.
All right, well, you were just telling me that you had, like everybody else, you guys have been struggling a little bit with the gates. What do you reckon is that coming from?
Just from different lake to lake. I just went to T-gases, and it's very, very deep there and colder water, so it glides a bit faster. And here it's just a little bit probably shallower, and the water's not as fast as T-gases, and it just feels that from the pre-gate to the gate, it's 55 meters, and it feels like it's 60, you know. So like at 41 there, I thought, okay, let's pull out a little bit later and just try to do the same thing. And I pulled out later, but I didn't do anything. I just kind of pulled out and stood up. And so then I was kind of in the same boat. But it just feels really good. Matteo and his team have made the site look unbelievable. So it's a lot of fun.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Congrats again on the first skier to run 10.7. We'll want to see some bigger score in the second round, my man. Back to you, Tony.
Thanks a lot there, and congratulations to Jonathan Travers on getting through at 10.75 meters and setting up a good score of a 2 at 10.25 meters. Here comes Matteo Luzzeri.
Coming back at 12.
Yeah, not bad at all.
He has a sticker on the ski that says left arm.
Left arm, that's back arm pressure, I believe.
It's not back arm pressure.
No, but not back arm pressure?
It's actually front arm pressure or trailing arm pressure in the gate.
Okay.
So he's a right foot forward here, right?
Yeah, you're right.
And in the pull for the gate, he has an onside pull.
Okay.
And he has a writing on the ski that says left arm pressure, left arm pull. I don't know how it translates in English exactly because it's in Italian. And that's because we were here like 2-3 years ago, and we found out that something that helps him a lot at 10.25 especially is having more pressure, more pull on the left arm throughout the pull through the gate. Why is that? That's counterintuitive, right? Because most people would say, yeah, you have to pull with your right arm, you know, you have to be closed.
Or at least rest on it.
At least rest on it, yeah. But you automatically pull a bit on your right arm. You have to think actively about your left arm to apply any pressure in that pull. And what happens, especially at 39, 41 off, is if you pull too much, it's coming in at 11. If you when you pull excessively, and that happens a lot at 1075, but especially at 41, you kind of lean lock on your right arm, and the whole pressure is on your right arm, and then you have to change edge and transition 100% of the weight of the pull from the right arm to the left arm. So if you don't have an already consistent and strong pull on your left arm, the whole transition, the whole exchange, and the whole way you approach number one is completely wrong. So you need a bit of pull on the back, on the trailing arm, and that's what it's written on the ski, and that's what he does. And it probably worked. I mean, he skied great in Monaco. He did 3 at 41 off. He did 2 at 41 off. He's skiing very well.
Yeah, I definitely see that. I mean, I'm just looking at the instant replay, and I'm going to just focusing, or rather fixating my look and gaze on his left arm coming across the wakes into his 135 side, and especially through the gates, And what that does, I mean, at least in my mind, is it helps to regulate the speed and direction that you carry into number one.
Yes.
Because obviously the gate shot and number one are probably two of the most important turns that you can have at this kind of line length.
Yes. Let's see him at 1075.
Here we go. 1075.
That was a good one in gate.
Look at this, round number 2. A little broken over off number 3, and just unable to hook up effectively.
Don't you feel it like it happens all the time at all the webcasts, at every tournament? Whenever you say something, you jinx it. It's always like good one, and then it happens that the next one is like terrible for some reason.
Not intentionally, though.
No, obviously it cannot be intentional. It's fate. It works that way. But yeah, the gate number 1 was really good.
Oh, took a big old jolt there off number 2. But he does get round buoy number 3 and stalls up before the wakes there, which in my mind suggested that is 2 1/2.
It's 2.5, yeah.
So looking at this once again. So there we go, cleanly past buoy number 2, but a little too far down the course to really make an effective play on number 3. Tried to eat up the slack there on number 3, but not in time to make a play on number 4. So it's 2.5, which means that 4 buoy count from Nicholas Nelson has essentially provisionally put himself into the top 8 right now. We are on 6 skiers remaining, top 8 advance, but we still got a second round, so it's it's still subject to a little bit of conjecture going forwards, but you kind of get the idea. You'll kind of get the idea of what it's going to take for our skiers to actually make an impact enough to advance through to the top 8. Sasha Deska coming on right now, and certainly making some noise at the beginning of this season when he changed from one brand of ski, Conley, which he'd been skiing on for years and years, and went on to Syndicate, and we'll explain that a little bit in detail going forward as we transition to Doc and check in with Lorenzo.
All right, everybody, we're here with Brando. It's going to be our next skier in the water. So, Brando, how are you feeling today?
Good, man. My last tournament wasn't that great. Hopefully this one's going to be better, but, good feelings, Every time I come here, I ski well, so hopefully it's going to be a good day today.
Well, I saw the results of the past, apart from last week, and the results so far of your season have been amazing. Have you been keeping up this constant pace also in practice?
No, of course. I mean, I didn't practice too much, because every weekend we have a tournament and the week you have to rest. So I was just skiing like 2 times and then tournament. So that's why I was getting off a little bit of the technique and the skills and everything. So hopefully I'm getting back today.
All right, we hope so as well. We'll let you get ready. We see you got still got a little bit to put on. Get ready, get focused, and back to you, Tony.
Rest is definitely important, isn't it, Matteo? I mean, I actually spoke last night to the guy that actually made Thomas de Gasperi's mattress.
Oh, yeah, I know the guy. He's such a fun guy.
All right, tell us how important rest is, because, I mean, we just heard it there from Brando Caruso.
Rest, at least in my case, from my experience, rest is important, especially when you are growing up. I overskied, and I overdid it, and I skied too much. I was skiing 2 to 3 sets a day, every day throughout the year. And yes, it made me improve in skiing, but at the expense of my spine. So that's the reason why I quit skiing in 2006. So I would say you get big loads on your back. You get big loads on your body skiing. You have to be conscious of that. You have to parse out and space out one set from the other, and feel your body, how you feel. Stretch, do postural exercises. Those are the best things I can say to a young skier, or any skier, I would say.
And one skier who was probably accused of doing that, overdoing that so far as skiing way too much is the skier on the water right now, Sasha Deskin, who's had a whole raft of injuries over the last few seasons, and now he's gotten to the point where he's modified his slalom technique to be a little less intense, and it's increased his longevity out there.
And he's changed the ski, yeah. Obviously, it takes a bit of time to get accustomed. He's been skiing with a Conley for the longest time now.
Yeah.
So, but at the beginning of the season, he was struggling. But the last 2 tournaments, I saw him more comfortable on the ski and with his skiing. I really hope he skis well now.
All right, there. Here comes Sasha Deska coming into the course on 11.25 meters. Nice. Just love the release of that ski going across the wakes into the pre-turn. You know, feels like he's like gliding into the turn, and much of that effort, you know, is from about here to about there.
That's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be easy all the way until you connect to the boat. You are in a good position, then you're in a strong position where you can pull. When people ski bad is because they have too much pressure too early, and then the boat pulls them up too early, and they are forced to overpull with the less intensity, and that would obviously get them too quickly, too fast at the next buoy. So you need to concentrate your pull in a very short space, and he's doing it right now.
All right, we see Brando Caruso on the starting dock getting limbered up. Sasha Deska, we'll have a look at some of the results. He's had a whole raft of them this season. He skied in the Masters in the first round of the slalom event there and gotten a 3 at 11.25 meters there. That's the only major hiccup that he's sustained all season long, getting into 10.25 meters the majority of times. Trying to get into 10.25 meters now by way of 10.75 meters. And our second skier to make it today in the men's competition is Sasha Deska.
Sasha and then Brando. We are talking about 2 phenomenal skiers now, and probably the 2 best junior or under 14 skiers of all time. Probably juniors, you have people that ski better results while they were juniors.
Even extending into the U21s, because this was the silver medalist in 2009.
No, but I'm
U21
talking
Worlds.
about young. I'm talking about 12. I'm talking about 10 years old. I remember, I think he was 8 years old. Brando ran buoys at 35 off at 55 Ks.
Wow.
So
that would still be a good standard today.
I would beat anyone, because kids are not skiing at that speed. Kids are skiing at 49 Ks.
Yeah.
So you have all these new records of kids skiing, at 49, 52, and they are European records, national records. But you guys are forgetting these giants that skied at 55 when they were 8 years old, 9 years old, because the rules were different. We get a glance of Freddie eating a peach.
Yeah.
Is it something? Yeah. Yeah, wasn't gracious.
No.
So, coming back at 10:25.
All right, Sasha Deska on the water there, getting a not the best of starts there on 10.25 meters, but he does get one, and it's in second place right now. So he'll be okay with that, but not terribly over the moon about it.
Sasha, if I remember correctly, ran 2 at 41 off 55 Ks when he was 14 years old. 14. 2 at 41 off.
So he's used to having the handle perpendicular to his body.
Yeah, but for most of his life, he's done it.
Takes a big stab off buoy number 1, tries to get outside buoy number 2, and at that point, any error, however insignificant it may seem, is enough to deny you of that opportunity to get round buoy number 2. Looking at him once again, losing the line a little bit into number 2, getting on the back, and with that, let's check in with Lorenzo on dockside.
All right, welcome back to the dock, everybody. We're here with Tigas. So, Tigas, how are you feeling this morning?
Pretty good. Bouncing from one tournament to the other one, and we'll see what today plays out. Conditions are great. The boat looks great, so we're ready to attack.
All right, perfect. I saw that you had a little bit of time at home after Caiaphas. How was it to skiing back at home?
Oh, it's always great to go back home, and it was good because John, Will, and Jamie, and Robert, and Ali, and Alex Garcia came out, and it was great. Yeah, we had a good time and just ski and have fun and went around a little bit and discover my hometown a little bit, which I don't know very well. So that was good that they came.
All right, perfect. I mean, it's always good to go up to Caldonazzo Lake. I know it for a fact, beautiful place, and it's lovely to stay at your lake, of course. And how's your skiing been so far?
It's pretty good. It's getting better. Caiaphas, I ran 4 at 41 and 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. So hopefully I'll get a little more today. I would like to get down more to 4 and 5 and maybe 6, but we'll see what happens today.
Well, Thomas, we really hope to see you go down that path as well. Thank you very much for being here. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Yes, they speak of Trento, a wonderful location, beautiful lake, and a historical place in the realm of Catholicism as well.
Tell us your history.
The catechism in the 1600s, which basically sealed the fate of the Catholic influence over Henry VIII.
I don't know about that particular thing, but what made history was Will at Tiga's place. It was so nice to see them together there. One of the best rivalries of all time. Well, we'll talk about that right after the dock.
All right, then let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, everybody, we're back to the dock. Sasha promised us an interview after he skied, so here we are. So, Sasha, second skier to run 10.7. How did you feel out there today?
Very good. I think the boat is better than last year. It's powerful, but it's still you have the time to turn and take the pull. It's not. I think it's a really good boat. About my set, I cannot. I don't know. I mean, after 1 at 10.7, it was already the end. So I fight all the way for 1 at 10.2. So yeah, next round I'm gonna try to do better, but for now I don't know how I'm gonna do it. So we'll see.
Well, thanks thanks to the TWC, you got all the reviews that you want. So I'm pretty sure that you're gonna go back, check your set, and see your mistake. And we all know that you all guys are so analytical. So we're sure that you're gonna come back stronger the next round. Thank you very much for being here again. And back to you, Tony.
Well, way to stay optimistic, huh?
No, but he tells it like it is. I love it whenever people interview Sasha because he tells it like there's no filter. He just says, yeah, the boat is better. Like, the conditions are better. I didn't like it last year. I like it now. It's great. I don't know how I'm going to ski. I hope I'm going to ski better, but who knows?
He's like water skiing's version of Peter Griffin.
No. That's I like. That's the type of interview that I like. I like people being honest, you know? You have to tell it like it is.
Absolutely. All right, there we see Brando Caruso getting through the opening couple of passes. Getting through that as we look at some scenes from the nearby water park, La Velle. If you ever get the chance to travel out here to San Gervasio, do check in on that water park. And the beautiful scenery around here to boot. As Brando Caruso settles in after 13 and 12 meters run, you've still got a few more minutes remaining to get your entry in for your chance to win yourself a slalom ski, whether it's D3 or Connolly. Check out waterskibroadcasting.com/play. There's your current Pro Tour leaderboard. Freddie Winter back by 36 points, and Will Asher trying to catch up to those two above him.
So we were saying about Will and Tigas in Trento.
Yeah,
that was so nice. Them together. I mean, I've always loved the rivalry between the two. I mean, they competed since they were like 14 years old. At all the tournaments against each other up until now. They're 42 years old and 41 years old. It's such a cool story, and so it's nice that they were up there. Do you remember? Was it last year? There was a beautiful picture of Will holding hands with Tigas for fun. Like for fun, they were laying down on the dock before a run-up.
Yeah,
and Will reached out to touch Tigas' hand like for fun, giggles. But it was a cool moment, and like the week after I was in Trento, and I bought for Tigas a present. It was a bread basket with a little blackboard, and I wrote Will and Tigas with a heart, and and they
people were just reading too much into that.
And Marina showed me a picture on Instagram. They were with a bread basket together. Holding it like Will and Tigas and the heart. That was fun.
All right, then, having fun out there on the slalom course and having run through 11.25 minutes is Brando Caruso. Now, let's have a look and see where we are score-wise. Currently in the lead with 2 at 10.25 meters is Jonathan Travers. We have 1 at 10.25 courtesy of Sasha Deska. So it's you would have to present a really strong argument to basically displace those two by enough people to deny them a spot through to the 8 skier head-to-head portion of this event, which will take place tomorrow.
My educated guess would be that you need 2 at 41 off to get in the final.
And searching for that kind of score right now, Brando Caruso. Very patient at the end of the turns and just really dropping in hard behind the boat and staying on top of 10.75 meters, which he runs. And now he has the scores of Sasha and JT very much within his gun sights right now.
Yeah, he's been skiing amazingly in the past year or something.
Yeah,
I haven't watched him skiing from the boat this year, but I got on the boat last year while he was skiing. He ran a stupidly easy 41.
Perfect speed into that gate shot there.
Yeah, that was. I mean, that's a given now. And I saw him get on number 2 at 43 off. Like get on the buoy. Got a 1 buoy. The score was 1, but still managed to turn it and get to number 2. So he has great potential. He has great potential.
Yeah, he is certainly took a while for him to develop his prowess out there on the slalom course. It takes, I mean, there are some natural athletes out there. There are some natural athletes out there. I mean, obviously the one that stands out for me from way back in the day is the late great Andy Mappel, who started skiing at age 13, and 5 years later he was world champion and real phenom at that time. But there are some other skiers for which it's a slow burn. And here we go at 10.25 meters. Brandon Caruso getting around. Oh! And we're reviewing the score on 2-ball as a result. Did he eject the handle from his grip before the wakes, or did he go behind the boat? We're going to assess that right now with the instant replays. This one is probably not going to provide us with a conclusive argument in that direction, but the second one will.
So number two,
he got
does
he get it? He grabs.
Well, you have to
millimeters.
See you have to see it from the boat
Millimeters.
to actually tell.
All right, so basically it's going to be a perpendicular call, isn't it? I mean, you've got to ensure that line follows the whitewash of the boat, and if it does, then that scores 2. But let's have a look and see. Does he?
Yeah.
He gets it.
That's a full 2.
Right, from what my perspective and yours, you would say 2, right?
I would say 2.
I would say 2. But it's going to be frame by frame here.
So you said it took him a while to be this good, but I would disagree with that because he was always this good. He just didn't ski enough before.
Okay.
And he's probably not skiing enough even now during the wintertime training, and he's probably the biggest slalom talent I've ever seen. But he, up until the past 2 years, and now he's putting much more effort into it.
Okay, let me suggest this. Would he be further along in terms of being more and more competitive had he, done more of the work?
So we received confirmation that it's 2 at 10.25. So what was your question, sorry?
Basically, what I'm saying is, had he have put in a little bit more work and comparable to his competitors, do you think he'll be a little bit further along in prominence?
For sure. It would be running 41 off with Nate and Freddie and Will. He's that good. But he catches everybody by surprise when there are European tournaments and he's here and the skiers come and people watch and go like, oh, this guy. He ran 4:41 now, and then 4 again, then 3.5. How can that be? But he's been this good for 8 years, probably, and he just didn't ski enough. And now he's training more, and his potential is insane.
There are still people in the United States of America that ask the question, who the heck is Brandon Caruso?
Yeah. And he didn't do tournaments in the U.S. He did only tournaments here.
Well, he did do a couple of tournaments last season towards the tail end, the Mastercraft and the Malibu Open, and really showed us some of his form there. But let's continue on from one Italian to the Italian. This is Thomas de Gasperi.
Tigas, well, he needs no introduction, especially here in Italy. I mean, worldwide, wherever. He's working on his ski. He changed his ski. Well, we'll get to the dock now. We'll talk about it later.
Yes.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We're here with Rob. So how you doing this morning, Rob?
I'm doing good, feeling fresh. Little toasty, but we're all good.
Yeah, the temperature is definitely rising and rising. So have you skied here this week?
Yeah, we were up in Tigas's place up in Trento for a few days, which was amazing. Then we came down here Thursday, took a practice set, and yeah, just as beautiful.
Well, I guess you felt a bit the difference from Tigas's place from here, didn't you?
Yeah, definitely the water's a little softer here, a little more pliable. I mean, I think the water's 32 degrees here, 98 Fahrenheit, something like that. So the water's incredibly hot. So that obviously is going to make a bit of a difference, but a beautiful place and no real excuses.
All right, perfect. And how's your skiing been lately this season?
It's been good. I had a really good performance last weekend in Greece. I was really happy with that. That was a nice little confidence boost. It's been first few trips into Europe were a little low, and then we're hopefully on the rise. But who knows? It's water skiing at the end of the day, so.
Yeah, you never know what is gonna happen in the end. But thank you very much for being here. Best of luck to you, my man, and back to you, Tony.
All right, so here we go. This is Thomas de Gasperi, pass number 2. He's run through 13. Now this is 12. Thomas de Gasperi, a member of the good water ski team. It's part of the brand leaderboard, which is being sponsored by TWBC.
So I was saying, Tigas is skiing with a new ski. I mean, it's always it's the same ski as always. The style, the shape, the mold is the same thing. Oh, in the meantime, the brand leaderboard, it's good.
Yes,
they're placed.
Well, this is their roster.
Okay.
Jake Wismekner and de Gasperi.
It doesn't say the placement. Yeah.
But they're currently in 4th place right now, behind Syndicate, D3, and Radar at this time. And yeah, there you see the top 3. Syndicate in the lead ahead of D3 and Radar. Good.
Third.
Struggling in 4th place right now, followed on by the likes of LaPointe and Conley taking up the rear, as it were.
You can go.
So I was saying he changed ski a couple of months ago.
Oh, he did?
And it's still the same shape, same mold, same ski, but you know, whenever he changes ski every year, every couple of years, the flex is different. Some things are different. Even with the same ski, the ski sometimes feels different. And one other thing that is very important on his ski, which is asymmetrical from side to side, really asymmetrical, like one side is wider than the other, is where you place the binding relatively to the sides, like more on the right, more on the left, in the center. You cannot place it really in the center because his the left side of his ski is wider than the right side of the ski, and putting the ski in the center would make it behave weirdly. So the way he puts the binding on the ski and fixes it, and then how tilted it is compared to the direction of the ski changes a lot how he feels the ski does.
He certainly feels comfortable enough to keep on riding that unique ski design after so many years.
And it works amazing. It works amazing for him. But he had a hard time up until Masters to really fine-tune the settings. I think he changed it again like a couple of weeks ago, and he's now found a better placement.
All right then. So I'm sure some of you will find comparisons here and there to describe what we've just told you. But in my mind, you know, it's like a pair of Chuck Taylor basketball shoes. You know, that the essential design of those classic basketball shoes from the 1950s have remained unchanged even to this day. I mean, there are obviously more advanced basketball shoes like the Nike Air Jordans and what have you, and anything at Adidas and stuff they put out.
But
the materials have changed, and that essentially
changes a lot.
And that helps to modernize the ski that he's riding and continue to stay competitive with. 10.75 meters. Let's have a look. He's going with C2. Which is the earliest response.
Exactly.
And the response to the lead is dramatic, with a 6-buoy count on that one at 10.75 meters. And I mean, he made that look like 14.25 meters.
It would be interesting to count how many 10.75 he's run in his career.
It's a lot.
It's
a lot.
That's since probably the year 2000, up until 23 years.
Of course, there was a video from many years ago whenever the sport was hand-driven. Thomas de Gasperi getting through 10.25 meters and establishing a score at 9.75. That score turned out to be non-official. for one or two reasons, but that showed the world the talent that is Thomas de Gasperi all the way back in the early part of the 2000s.
Well, his first come to prominence was in 2001 during the Worlds in Recetto. He got fourth. He did 4.5 at 10:75, and he was right behind Andy Nepple, Chris Parrish, and was it Drew that got third? And he was fourth, and he was just 20 years old.
Here we go, coming in. This is Thomas de Gasperi. 10.25 meters. He's round number one. Does he make it outside number two? Just didn't get the start. He's normally accustomed to skiing at least halfway down the course at 10.25 meters at any given time, but in this instance, just didn't quite get the start that he typically gets.
No, definitely not.
Which puts him in third place at this point. Actually equal third.
With Sasha.
With Sasha. That puts him in equal third. We've got an equal tie for the lead between Brando Caruso and Jonathan Travers. We'll take a look at that leaderboard shortly to reacquaint ourselves with where we are so far as our top skiers are concerned. Just waited on the line to get fully tied off number one, and waited way too late to have that happen. I like his position on the ski, especially as he approaches his gate shot. He just has that kind of relaxed feel about it and just waits for the ski to react to the way he designed it to do.
He has a unique ability to move on the ski. From the back to the front, from the back to the front. He has an incredible feel on the water. Feel of his center of gravity on the ski and feel of where he is relative to the boat. And that's something that to that degree, almost no one has. So, from
this
what
is remarkable.
It appears, TWBC was filming TWBC. It was like a sort of Inception kind of shot.
It's like a fourth wall break inside a fourth wall break.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
It's like the meme. Have you seen the meme, like in church, with the shotguns, like person behind the other, like kind of Inception sort of thing?
Yeah, I kind of remember that a little bit.
Like meme, like we are the best broadcasting company, and the TWBC behind it, and behind it again, shooting the gun, saying, "No, I'm the best." Shooting the shooter.
Well, you know that Vincent Stadobauer is from Switzerland, and being Swiss, he's required to do some army conscription type stuff. And I think as a parting gift, they give you a Glock, don't they?
Switzerland has a lot of guns.
Yeah.
Isn't it the country with most
guns per capita?
Yeah. And it's so peaceful and nice, and everybody's nice there. It's so weird, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the land of Toblerone and Ricola.
You just need probably chocolate to chill out.
Yeah, exactly. Just give them a Toblerone bar and send them on their way. Here we go. This is Robert Hazelwood on 13 meters for the opener.
I'm a big fan of Rob. He's phenomenal on this game.
What about his outside arm?
We go to the dock and then I'll tell you.
All right, everybody, back again on the dock for the last couple of skiers of this first round in the men's event. We're here with Will Asher. How are you feeling, Will, today?
I feel good. I mean, I'm kind of full on pizza and pasta, but it's been a really great week. Yeah.
As every time that you come to Italy, I always hear you say this.
Definitely, yeah. No, we got to go to Trento and hang out with T-Gas for a couple of days, and long time competitors, but it was great to spend some time away from competitions, and it was a lot of fun. We had a great time.
Was it your first time up in Trento at T-Gas's place?
Yeah, first time. Yeah, beautiful.
You liked it?
Yeah, it was cool. Very cool.
It is a very cool place. And how's the skiing going so far this season? I mean, we all saw some amazing score out of you, but is it like a trend that is keep on going, or you're struggling a bit up and down? How have you been skiing lately?
No, I feel good. I just feel like everybody's skiing really well. So like the whole level of the event's raised, and I think it's just a really good spot for slalom. Like just to see so many other examples of people doing great things. It's pretty cool.
All right, yeah, it is pretty cool to see you guys battling out so hard. It is pretty entertaining to watch you skiing. Thank you very much for being here. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Will Asher, one of the 3 competitors who in the last competition at Caiaphas run 10.25 meters and established that one buoy count at 9.75 in the first round of competition. Right here, we've got Robert Hazelwood on 12 meters, and you know, just before we hit that interview with Will Asher, we started to explain, or at least got into a debate about the outside arm.
Yes. So it doesn't really matter what you aesthetically do with your arms, with your body in general. It only matters what it physically does on the ski. So whenever people fixate too much on the aesthetics of a style, they lose the substance. And the substance is you need to put the center of gravity in the right spot to make the ski turn. So obviously, whenever you throw out the arm too much and it puts off your center of gravity back, it might affect you, and it might make you ski worse. It might slow down your turn. But as long as the rest of the body compensates for your upper body movement, you can do pretty much whatever you want. So that's a constant I see in coaching as well, especially in Italy, but even elsewhere. Coaches and people watching skiers focus too much on the aesthetics of the skiing and less on the substance. People want to tell other skiers, you have to do so-and-so with the arm, so-and-so with the shoulder, with the elbow, with the arm, with the hand, but it really doesn't matter most of the times, as long as you're doing the right thing with your center of gravity.
Which Robert Hazelwood seems to be able to do quite comfortably there on 11.25 meters coming back.
Exactly, that's what I admire him. I mean, he skis really well. He's exactly where he needs to be, center of gravity wise, on the ski to make it turn properly, to accelerate properly, to don't overspeed to the next buoy. So he skis really well, and he's not one of the tallest skiers out there.
No, it's not by a long stretch. But there you go, not looking bad at all. So what do you guys think out there? If you want to chime in and chat along with us, feel free to do so on the YouTube channel. Got a few comments from one or two who are inclined to make the odd gesture or two, but we need a few more of you out there. Let's start having some serious discussions about what's going on the water here in San Gervasio, as well as the sport in general. All right, let's have a look and see. This is 10.75 meters. So far, 4 people in this men's slalom competition have run this pass.
Oh.
And unfortunately for Robert Hazelwood, he will not be in addition to that.
That's so weird. I want to see the replay.
I think he pulled out too early. At least judging by the amount of speed that he was carrying, and just couldn't really get up wide enough on the boat to get a good swing out on 10.75.
It's always really hard to tell.
Now that angle's a little deceiving, but just brings the ski around and brings the handle up and like transfers. It was like trying to push the ski around and try and get it back up and running and reassert some momentum.
I want to stress the difficulty of having the right speed exactly when the boat needs to pick you up. And if the speed is off by 5K, you're down. And you have to gauge that speed properly. And it's and there are so many factors that can go wrong in the gate. You can be too slow. You can be too fast. You can be too aggressive at the beginning and not aggressive at the end. You can pull too long and lean walk. It's a really fine game we're playing here, where the smallest mistake can decrease the speed of the ski and make it impossible even for the stronger skier to hold on to the pull of the boat.
All right, here we go. This is Will Asher, two-time world slalom champion, many-time European slalom champion, and last season the Waterski Pro Tour men's slalom season-long champion in the Waterski Pro Tour in the 2022 season. Struggling to get up towards the same level this season. And before we discuss that, let's check in with Dockside.
All right, welcome back everybody to the dock. We're here with Freddie, who's gonna be our last skier for this round one of the men's event. So Freddie, how are you feeling this morning?
Good, yeah. I mean, if I'm honest, a little nervous actually. I didn't practice, which I've been doing at most of the other tournaments. So yeah, I woke up yesterday morning in England and got an early flight, but yeah, I'm ready to go do this.
Well, you're not the first time that you're skiing here, so do you think you still remember how the water feels out here?
Yeah. Just changing boats every weekend. It's always a bit tricky, and I didn't get a practice. So that's kind of what I would. I mean, all the boats are good. I'm not saying anyone's bad, but it's just the difference, right? So I mean, I know the place skis well, and I've usually not practiced it before. I don't know. I just feel a little stressed today, but I'm gonna go do it.
Okay, it's weird to see you like this, but we'll let you get focused, let you calm down a bit. Best of luck to you, Freddie, and back to you, Tony.
All right then, here we go. Our competitor on the water, slaloming with Bravo 2. A little bit of a departure from Alpha 2, I guess, but 12 meters for Will Asher. Ooh, almost lost his shoulders a little bit on number 1, but if anyone can recover from a little bit of a bubble like that, it's certainly Will Asher. And, you know, his slalom style and technique and just his general demeanor has redefined the sport in the last decade or so. And he gets through that 12-meter pass without too many difficulties. And joined here by Robert Hazelwood. And do you see anything out the ordinary with that pass?
No, better than mine, apparently.
Okay, I guess.
What happened there, Rob? I mean, I'm a huge fan of yours, but that was very weird. Oh,
I don't know. I felt a little on the tail the whole set, but I got the gate, just fell back. No movement forwards at all. A little bit of. I have an issue. There's a little bit of movement into one. Not even bad at all, but I just stare at the water. I just see it. I stare at it, and I just end up obviously sitting back. And just sitting back the whole way.
The gate. I mean, you
finally felt like I got a good gate.
It didn't look like you were slow.
No,
or you were too narrow. It looked fine.
It was about spot on. I think I may have maybe gone a little hard out the gate at the turn, just because I finally got the spot right, and then kind of got pulled a little bit into one. But just staring at the water and looking just straight at it, and as everyone knows, doing that's going to put you in the drink. But what can you do? I've got another round, so hopefully we'll fix that.
Stick around for a couple of passes as we have a look at Will Asher, 11.25 meters. Nicely done on number 1. And you know, a skier of his prowess can make the odd mistake or two, can be a little bit down course, but he could also run the pass by the same measure. Good skiing there from Will Asher as he gets ready for 10.75 meters. Now, tell us about the transition from 11.25 meters to 10.75 meters, because it definitely opens up a whole new series of techniques that you have to employ to just to get a halfway decent start.
In Will's words, it's the same pass. It's probably easier than 38.
Yeah.
That's what he told me the whole time growing up, even though it annoyed me massively because I thought it was pretty tough.
But isn't it true?
It kind of is. It's the same thing. Once you've learned the swing of 38,
it's very similar.
And you'll hear Will talk about it a lot. maybe not in front of the camera, I don't know. But he talks about swing a lot. And swing's so important in water skiing, and that's why so many people get stuck at 2 at 38, is because it's so hard to swing. And once you figure out how to swing and carry the correct speed at the same point, 38, 39 then becomes just a shorter version of 38. So it's short, yeah, it's rough, it's tough to get through. It's definitely harder than 38, but at the end of the day,
you can group passes together. I mean, 30, 32, and 35, they're pretty similar.
Yeah.
38 and 39 are quite similar.
Yeah.
Whenever I tried a new ski, the feeling I had at 32 and 35 were totally misleading.
Yeah.
At 38, things started to be completely different. 39 is very similar to it. Then 41 off is a completely
41's a whole different battle, but let's see how Will deals with the 39 here. Still sticking on B2, little bit of tail slide there at 1. Not the best movement out of 2. He doesn't look comfortable, but he's way in this pass. Big hookup out of 4.
And that's why he was one of 3 competitors last week in Kayafas to run this pass at
10.2.
At 10.25.
The
next one, not this.
Yeah, but that was 10.75 meters. But I tell you what, I mean, it looked for some of the other competitors, they were just as far down course as Will, and they had a hard time running the pass.
Yeah,
But Will, on the other hand, can be that far down course and still run it.
I feel like you get to the sort of level where you either fall or you run it. And that's kind of, especially Will for sure. It's if he doesn't fall, he runs it. Like so it's just kind of, obviously the errors can accumulate, not a big one, but a heavy one. You can see him swinging a little early into 2, gets stood up a little bit, there's a rope, gets him at the buoy, but other than that, his line into 3 is good. He gets back on it at 3, and then it's just a normal pass again.
He's capable of carrying so much speed through the turn, and he's able to get back and get the pull of the boat and get and he's totally fine after that.
Yeah.
He didn't used to ski like that.
No.
You remember when you were a kid.
Yeah.
When he was skiing with parapet pass back in the days, he was turning abruptly on the backside of the buoy and he was getting the hit and starting again. And he was so good at changing his style and adapting.
And a lot of that came with this new ski, but let's talk about that later. So here's 41 off, 10.25 here for Will Asher. He's going to want a 3 to be safe, but we all know after last weekend he's going to want to run it again. Bit compressed on the gate, gets slack out of 1. He's going to get to 2.
He's going to S-turn for 2.
S-turn.
And that will be under review, of course.
No, that's a full 2 there.
That's a 2.
That's a 2 all day.
Yeah.
But yeah, and that's talking about kind of how Will's developed. I was around Will as he started to transition through the work skis, and a lot of that came with that. He really managed to kind of get his mind into a ski and get his feelings into a ski, and a lot of that allowed him to kind of stay more over that ski here. Obviously not there. But obviously something going on there today. A lot of people getting stuck at that 1 at 41.
And he certainly knows how to S-turn.
And that's not a usual Will move as a 2. I can't really remember the last time he got a 2. Usually, again, if Will doesn't fall, he gets to 3.
Yeah.
Just got a little narrow there into 2. But, I mean, looks solid. I'd say he's moving around a little bit more than we're used to seeing Will move. So I'm sure he'll have kind of figured out why, and hopefully he'll fix that for next round. But getting the 2, probably going to put himself in the final there. And
right, let's have a look at the boat guide.
2 is going to be enough.
All right, then. So 2 to 10.25 meters. The current tied with the lead with about 2 other people. And that is the official score right there. So before we send you on your way, Robert, because you got to towel yourself off, get dry and everything, and try and get mentally focused. You know what? I would have expected Matteo to suggest that, but never me. Before we send you on your way,
not even on the leaderboard. I'm that bad.
Okay, you said it, not me. You said it, not me. Anyway, we'll send you on your way. Get yourself dried and get focused for your effort out there. So, what keys are you gonna work on? You would say to try and get on the leaderboard.
I'll watch back the video. I mean, that's the best thing about having TWC here is we can watch it straight away. So I'll be doing that for sure and just kind of having a look at the swing. My swing on my 32-35 was horrendous. Had no swing, no drive, no rhythm. I was just back on the boat, back on my ski. And kind of 39, I finally got it right. Probably went a little rough on the gate and just then sat back again. I think find the center of my ski a little bit in that turn and just have a little bit more confidence through the buoy.
Well, as one singer would say, and please don't groan when I suggest this, you don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing.
You do need some swinging Waterski, I'll tell you.
Right.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you later. Good luck to Freddie.
Have a good one for the next round.
Take it easy, my man. You like that, don't you, Matteo?
I don't know. What to tell you.
All right, then, here we go. All joking aside, we come down to our final competitor in round number 1. This is Freddie Winter. So, 13-meter start. I would imagine, unless someone tells me otherwise, that this is probably going to be Alpha 2. $13 meters, needs to work his way through this pass and about 3 or 4 more beyond that. And with that pass in play, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, we're back on the dock with Will. We just got done skiing. So, Will, how was it out there today?
I felt good. Manuel's driving really well. Yeah, I didn't ski much this week. You know, we've had a hectic block like the last weeks coming into this. So I just had an easy week. So there was just trying to feel out, you know, just getting the legs. So, I mean, relative to what is happening, I felt like that was pretty good.
Yeah, but is it my impression, or I've seen all you guys struggling a bit with the gates out here today?
I mean, if you want to say what's the hardest part about switching between lakes and boats and temperatures, it's probably going to be the gates. So I'd imagine that's what some people are trying to figure out, is just, hey, you got to get a different look. You know, you go to a tournament or in practice, you find your look, you get comfortable and you like it and you're happy, and that becomes one of your keys. And then you get to a tournament, different site, different boat, all that stuff, and then suddenly that key is completely different. Yeah, so exactly. It just takes a couple of passes to find it out, and I think it'll be fine.
And so pretty much you're saying that you got a different key, but you're figuring it out and you already know what to do for the next round?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I was like all in my feelings, you know, I was crouched down. So it's just stupid little technical things that you clean up as the weekend goes on.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much for being here. Good score so far, and hope to see better in the second round. Back to you, Tony.
Great interview there from Lorenzo D'Alberto, and that's at least twice now that some skiers in their post performance interview have mentioned the driver and how consistent he's been so far.
Oh, Manuel is great. Manuel is just a great driver. I've seen the short path.
All right, so Freddie,
I have ADD. Whenever I hear like voice, I cannot hear and listen and speak at the same time.
Oh, that's
so
fine.
I was saying Manuel is amazing, and I've seen his short path results. Like at 41 off, is just, you know, amazing. Like between 2 and 6 centimeters, like the whole way through.
And the maximum deviation is 20, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, so looking at Freddie Winter out there, and the latest podcast featuring Freddie Winter as part of the On Tour with Freddie Winter series can be listened to right now on the TWBC podcast, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, and Spotify. It's available on, as well as your favorite podcast platform. Check it out, the TWBC podcast, right now. Here comes Freddie. 11.25 meters, critical that he runs this. All right, seems to have a pretty good handle on this. 5 and number 6, and now it's 10.75 meters coming up.
I've been really impressed with Freddie skiing in the past month. I mean, he's consistently either run, well, just a few times, but got beyond number 4. So, and it happened as well last weekend in what probably is the first time, probably second time, because it happened in Cesena as well, where it happened in Cesena that 3 people ran 41 off, but it's the first time in Greece that 3 people in a row ran 41 off, which was just a treat to watch on the webcast.
So, continuing right along, we got to Freddie Winter, part of that triumvirate of skiers that have gone through 10.25 meters into 9.75 meters.
So we were saying with Rob that how different are the passes, like 38, 39 are very similar. Then 41 is a different ball game, and then 43 is a different planet.
Yeah, because you can't go further than 90, can you? I mean, once
you cannot.
No.
So let's see this 1075. Bit on the back on number 1.
Let's see him recover.
Was struggling a bit more than usual at the beginning of the pass, but then it was fine.
Yeah, absolutely. 10.75 meters all the way through. 6 buoys there. Would expect nothing less there from Freddie Winter. But as we look at the replay, let's try and focus in on his symmetry on both sides, or rather lack of symmetry. Because take a look at where he stands on the ski. Coming into this side, which is his offside, he stands squarely over the tip of his ski. But then when he comes into his strong side, he's quite farther back behind his bindings at that point.
Well, it's not a secret that the two sides are completely different. Like
No.
even the way the ski turns on one side compared to the other is dramatically different. Your offside turn are usually tip driven. So you engage the turn gliding and using the tip of the ski, while your onside turn is different. The tail slides a bit, and you generally are more back on the ski, and that's not because of the way people ski. That's because that's how the skier stands on the ski, with 1 foot forward and 1 foot back. So physically, it's different. So.
All right, then. Here we go. He's chasing down the top score of 2 at 10.25 meters. Our final skier in round 1. This is Freddie Winter. Needs a start and gets it on buoy number 1. He's round number 2. Can he make a play on 3? Yes, he has the outright lead. He's good for 3. He's still there on 4. Let's see what he's got on 5. Can he make it round buoy number 6? Get after it, and he gets through.
We don't know about number 6, but that's amazing.
Wow.
He had none of the problems the other skiers had on number 1.
It's going to go under review at this point to determine whether he made it round buoy number 6. But he's got the lead outright.
Yeah.
But
look at this number 1. I mean, he had none of the problems that all the other skiers had. So that looked almost better than the 39 off up until number 4.
He's got a good hook up on buoy number 2. No two ways about that. Now number 3. Now let's study the latter half of this run. He got round number 4. We know that. Did he get round buoy number 5? Not sure on that one. And did he make it round buoy number?
No, I think he did. I
am not sure.
I that's a personal opinion, you know. I
The
think
judges are looking at this.
Yeah, that's 6.
All right, then. 6 buoys there. 6 at 10.25 meters. We had to take a second and third look at that to determine whether he made it round all 6 buoys. But, wow. Okay. Game on, I guess.
975.
9.75 meters. I don't know what the European record is 2.
The side record is probably 1.
All right, so here we go. 9.75 meters. Already staring at a possible course record. He's round number 1.
Oh.
Ties the course record here. There you go, folks. Let's give it up for Freddie Winter.
Do you think he's in the final?
You know what? That's that's always in doubt. Really,
It's in doubt.
It's in doubt.
We have a full second round. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Yeah.
Like 8 skiers skiing better than that, which just absolutely is plain flat out impossible.
Probably with the runoff is in.
Maybe. But then it still comes down to best backup score, and I think Freddie would have that too. Anyway, that's Freddie Winter. He's your leader after round 1. 1 at 9.75. He might as well rest up and get ready for tomorrow, which you can do.
Yeah. So it was very nice being with you here.
No
Tony.
worries. No worries at all. A pleasure to have you. We have a disagreement. And as we wrap up here, let's
All
go
right,
dockside.
welcome back, everybody. Last gear in the water with an amazing result put on the board. So, Freddie, how did it feel out there?
I felt a little different to England, a bit warmer, and the water felt a little different, but happy I was making it work. I mean, I think I had a better start at 10-2 than I did on any other pass, but you know me, I don't care about the score. Tomorrow's a big day, but happy to be skiing well. Felt good out there.
Well, yeah, I bet it felt good. You put the top score so far on the board, and I guess you don't really have much to think about it for second round, don't you?
I mean, I'm going to go ski. It's practice. I took yesterday off, so. But I'm really happy. I mean, let's say that'll put me in the final, I would imagine. So I can relax a little bit, go feel it out, not tire myself out too much, and then get ready for tomorrow when the big show happens.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you very much. Congrats on your score. And back to you, Tony.
Having a little bit of difficult time breathing there at the end of that set there at Freddie Winter, but easy to see why, with his score of 1 at 9.75 meters, taking the lead ahead of Jonathan Travers. That three-way tie for second, Jonathan Travers, Brandon Caruso, and Will Asher. Two-way tie for fifth between Sasha Deska and Thomas de Gasperi on 1. Seventh place right now, Nicholas Nelson with 4 at 10.75 meters. Two-way tie for eighth. Between Nicholas Bonatti and Carlo Elias, so there's going to be a big battle between those two Italians, no doubt. Vincenzo Marino, Nicky Antonsen, and Matteo Lazzeri in a three-way tie for 10th with 2.5 on 10.75 meters, all to play for. So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes round 1. We're going to go into the junior challenge, starting with the girls in a few minutes, but we're going to step aside for a few minutes between now and then. Stick around as we continue on. The 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm presented to you by Sandra Tissot. We'll be back after these.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
A little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a two-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. The condition of this villa, it's top level. I would say 5 stars plus. Everybody is very friendly. The hosts are amazing. The staff is always helpful. There's always food on the table. I couldn't ask for anything more. Conditions, clean, and we're only an hour away from Mexico City, so it's very close and convenient to travel. Every time I come here, I feel like I'm at home.
I've been a fan of Marcus Brown since I was like 13 years old. He's, you know, been my childhood hero, and so for him to offer something like this, you know, which is it's great not just for me, but it's great for water skis to have something like this where people can really get a bespoke water ski experience. It's going to improve their skiing, their body, you know. And Jenny's she's amazing too. So just to have the access to both of those guys, I think it's huge, and it has been massive just to talk things through and to get a new understanding of stuff I haven't tried yet.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Morning, Ryan. Hey, morning. You have a good weekend? Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
I'm involved with the flow point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy, a two-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. What I really love about this place is that we get a chance to ski in a big natural lake right behind me with a perfect course. Also, we have a chance to go 10 minutes away to a perfect man-made lake where conditions are always perfect. The boat, the drivers are always top level. The weather is always perfect.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
'cause you never feel this way.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a two-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. The condition of this villa, it's top level. I would say 5 stars plus. Everybody is very friendly. The hosts are amazing. The staff is always helpful. There's always food on the table. I couldn't ask for anything more. Conditions, clean, and we're only an hour away from Mexico City, so it's very close and convenient to travel. Every time I come here, I feel like I'm at home.
All right, good afternoon and welcome back to continuing coverage of the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm presented to you by Santos Dassault. We're going to go into the Girls Pro Challenge, round 2, being brought to you by Radar Skis. We've got 3 girls in this competition. We're going to start off with Philippa Antonsen, our first skier off the dock, followed by Vittoria Siracco. Those two scored 2 and 4 on 12 respectively, and our last skier to take to the water will be Cristiana de Osma, and the top 2 scores from these 3 girls will advance the top 2 through to the next round of the competition. So the top scores are the one that they will carry, and the top 2 will advance through to a head-to-head final, which will take place tomorrow. Now the junior boys is slightly more complicated. It's a straight up head-to-head challenge with the second going up against the third seed and the first going up against the fourth. First competitor out, and coming to us out of Austria, this is Philippa Antonsen, who scored 2 on 12 in the first round, and if her starting line length is anything similar to what she did in round 1, this should be a 16-meter opening pass, and I would imagine it would be Alpha 2 as well. Go. Decent effort there for our opening skier, Philippa Antonsen. Looking strong out there, and we'll need something of an improvement, a pretty drastic improvement, as a matter of fact, to advance through to the two skier head-to-head slalom final, which will take place tomorrow. There is a skier number 2, that is Vittoria Siracco. Again, Vittoria Siracco, a little bit shy in front of camera, and especially before she's about to hit the water. So we'll give her a space and distance before she takes the water. Her coach there on the left-hand side is Kiko Bazzatta, one of Italy's legendary water skiers. All right, folks, here we go. Philippa Antonsen. Looking okay. Looking strong. All right, so Philippa Antonsen, good to go on the pass number 2, which is the 13-meter line. To set her down at the dock end of this lake, and get ready to bring her in. And let's check in for the first time this afternoon with Lorenzo.
And here we go. We are here live back from the dock with our junior ladies ready to get on the water. So after the first round, I think you feel pretty good. What do you expect after this round?
I just want to ski the same way and hopefully get a better score.
So you're hoping to get in the final, I'm assuming?
Yes, of course.
And right now you're top seed, so it's the best score out of the 2 that counts. So you can go in a little more relaxed, or you still feel as nervous as you were this morning?
I'm definitely a little bit more relaxed, and I'm just hoping to go out there, have fun, and ski good.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Best of luck, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo.
Thank you, Christina.
And getting ready for Philippa Antonsen, who has skied 4 buoys on 12 meters in the past. That is a personal best set already this season. It's 13 meters. Good hook up on number 1. Likewise on 2. A long pull into number 3 though. Round number 4. Good hook. Longish pull there into 5, but making that pass look pretty simplistic for the most part. That is Philippa Antonsen. As we look at the scenes from the water park that is located adjacent to this facility here at San Gervasio. San Gervasio ProAm, the stop number 9 on the season-long series of events under the auspices of the Waterski Pro Tour, which you can find out more information about by going to waterskiprotour.com. That is waterskiprotour.com. So getting hooked up off that turn off number 5, round number 6 with the look at the reverse side instant replay. So taking a look, and even some of our ski folks there needing to take a dip to cool off here in the bright summer sun here in Italy. A reminder there that you still have an opportunity to enter for your chance to win yourself a D3 or a Conley slalom ski just by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That's waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Filippa Attensen on 12 meters. Round number 3 will get to the wakes. And Filippa Attensen tries she might, unable to get past halfway on 12 meters. And that will essentially mean that the head-to-head slalom final to take place tomorrow will be against Vittoria Sirocco versus Cristiana de Osma. On the strength of their scores, which already supersede Filippa Attensen. So now the remaining 2 competitors can relax somewhat. The first of which being Vittoria Sirocco, who will go into the course on 14.25 meters as we look at the tail end of this performance, courtesy of Filippa Attensen. She'll ski to the dock and leave the way clear for our Italian competitor, Vittoria Sirocco. And electing to go with 14.25 meters as an opening line length. So here we go as we take a little look around the Malibu towboat as we get ready to bring in Vittoria Sirocco. Here we go, on top of the water. 14.25 meters. Her best score of the season, I believe, is into 11.25 meters. We'll double check on the scores produced by this competitor. Our penultimate competitor, this is Vittoria Sirocco. And looking extraordinarily good on the opening run. And Lorenzo D'Alberto, who do you have?
Here we go, back on the dock again. We're here with Filippa, who just got done skiing. So, Filippa, how was your set?
Better than before, but I'm still not happy. I changed my letter now to B2, so I thought maybe it's going to be a bit better. I mean, it felt okay. My 12 was good until I came to 3. Then again, I went back. I thought I would manage to get to 4, but then I couldn't.
You couldn't. Well, it wasn't too bad as a score. Right now, you girls are very, very close to each other. So are you expecting to be in the final, maybe? Finger crossed?
I don't think so, because we're only 3 girls now. So I don't think so, because I think Vitalia already did 4 at 12. And I did 3.
So?
No, it's okay.
All right. Well, it was good to have you here. Thank you for coming out and skiing the San Gervasio Junior Challenge. And back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you there, Lorenzo. There is a big smile on the face there of Cristiana de Osma, who is standing there safe in the knowledge that no matter what she does out here in round number 2, she has a secure spot through to the next round as we look at Vittoria Sirocco from Italia coming in on 13 meters. She'll be part of the head-to-head Junior Girls Challenge Slalom Final. Looking good, looking in good shape here. Little on the back of the ski on 13, but that's nothing that she should worry herself terribly about. Vittoria Sirocco working her way back to the dock and getting ready to go for the next run. Turning in, just a little bit balanced towards the back there, a little bit of counterbalance kind of helps her out a little bit. Round number 3 as she works her way out towards the number 4, good and early, giving herself plenty of room to execute that turn. On the back of the ski off of 5 into number 6. She's run through 30 meters and already through to the next round of the competition on the strength of her score in round 1. We'll see what she can do by way of a score in round 2. Still a few minutes left for you to put in your entry for the Skier Audience Prize. Win a ski of your choice. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That's waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Being a chance to win yourself either a D3 or a Connolly slalom ski. This is 12. She's round number 2. She won't make it outside number 3, but it doesn't matter for her because she knows that her destiny in regards to the girls slalom final is rest assured. 2 buoy count. And that puts Vittoria Sirocco in second place here in the second round, but she already has a far superior score in round 1 to send her through to the final of the competition. A lot of slack there on the tail end of buoy number 1. And then just skied straight at number 2, with barely enough room to get outside the buoy. And that represents her second best score out of the 2 rounds. Vittoria Sirocco with a score of 2. So, as we listen to some of what's happening on the dockside, courtesy of Cristiana De Osma, who will be our third and final skier out on the water. We've got on the water Vittoria Sirocco making her way back to the dock, having scored 2 on 12 meters. As we check out the local scenes at La Velle Water Park. Real gem right in the middle of the northern Italian countryside. I'm sure that a good few of the folks here have already sampled that. And we shall see who comes up next. Cristiana De Osma. As we walk our way down to the end of the junior girls. And if she doesn't change her line length from what she did in round number 1, I would imagine that this would be the 60-meter line. Round 2, semi-final round, I should say, for those of you watching us from Great Britain. All right, on top of the water, 60 meters for Cristiana De Osma. Actually 14 this time around, under no pressure or duress here. but deciding to go in on 14 just in case it becomes necessary to do so in the final round, so that she is prepared for this contingency. All right, smart skiing there. 6 buoy count on 14, and let's return to dockside with Lorenzo.
All right, everybody, we're here on the dock with our first final of the junior women's contest. So how you feel about it in the final?
Yeah, I'm really happy. I'm not really happy about the result, but still I'm happy because I'm in the final, so yeah.
So you're not too happy about your set, but you're happy about being in the final, I guess, huh? First time here, first time junior challenge, straight into the final. Congratulations, Victoria. We'll see you tomorrow, battling it out. And back to you, Tony.
All right, checking in with a few of our visitors here at the water park. So waiting on pass number 2 for Cristiana de Osmar of Peru. I don't know what he was trying to communicate with that, but we'll leave that to him, I guess. All right then, 30 meters for Vittoria Siracco. Cristiana de Osmar now on that second pass, and that was 30 meters, making that look pretty smooth as well, riding that good slalom ski. So, checking in dockside, and we've got Lorenzo.
Hi, everybody, we're here. I'm surrounded by the first two guys, boys, who are gonna give each other battles for the first head-to-head of this tournament. So, who decided to go first and who picked the driver?
Tires up first. Tires up first, and I choose the blue boat.
Okay, so as you guys know, for the semi-final, the rule is the same rule as every time in a head-to-head. First score is the score to beat. So you're thinking going first because you want to feel that advantage of setting down a good score, right?
Yep, that's right.
That's right. And you feel confident that you can do a little more than he does to beat him?
Yeah. I think hopefully, but it should be fun. I'm excited.
Is it you guys' first head-to-head that you ever did?
Yeah, it is.
Yep, first for me too.
All right, perfect. So we'll let this guy get focused. We're gonna enjoy the remaining of this girl skiing, and back to you, Tony.
All right then, continuing right along, we've got Cristiana de Osmar skiing just to basically bump her score up. 12 meters. She's already run this in the previous round and gotten a couple on 11.25 meters in round number 1, and looks like she's heading towards that score this time around as well. So there we go. It's a 6 buoy count on 12, and we'll have 11.25 meters coming up very, very soon for Cristiana de Osmar. Getting a little bit pitched forward off buoy number 1, but managed to make an impact on number 2. In good shape for number 4, and number 5 seems to have a real ease about her slalom technique and stance on top of the water. Very light, and makes that pass look relatively straightforward, as we see the first two guys in the head-to-head semi-final in the boys competition. Because we only had 3 girls in this junior challenge event, we couldn't hold a head-to-head at the semi-final stage or semi-final stage. So it was a straight competition to determine the top two, and the top two being for tomorrow's Junior Challenge head-to-head final would be between Vittoria Sirocco and Cristiana de Osma, who scores one buoy at 11.25 meters, one at 11.25 meters to round off her scoring for today. That qualifies her against Vittoria Sirocco through to the final without a shadow of a doubt. So now that we've concluded the junior girls portion of the competition, as we look at the tail end of the instant replay for Cristiana de Osma, we have the junior boys challenge. Now we do happen to have an even-numbered amount of competitors, totaling 4, which means that we're pairing up the top seed versus the 4th seed. In this instance, it will be Ty Borgarden of Canada versus Elliot Westland. And in the second pairing, Reed Meinhardt will do battle against Tim Veald. And when the draw was just recently conducted, so Ty Begondon of Canada, he will do battle against Elliot Westland. Elliot Westland, for his part, will take to the water first. Starting line length is going to be 14.25 meters. So boat number 1, I believe, takes off. Elliot Westland, he'll be skiing behind the blue boat. But that blue boat, having not run for a considerable amount of time, is going to be given a run up and down to check everything is in order. All right, so joining me here in the announcing area is Matteo Lazzeri. How you doing, folks?
I'm doing good, Tony. How are you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. And big shout out to our good friend there who is no doubt watching there, Bob Marley.
What's up, Bob? Hi. It's a little early in California probably, but I hope you're watching.
He's probably in Maine right now, which is a little bit late. Yes, a little bit later in the day.
That's right. Yeah. He goes to Marcus's a lot in California, so that's why I tend to think of him over there. But in Maine, he should be well up watching the first head-to-head pairing of the day.
All right then. So whether you are watching us in New York, where it is 35, or actually 37 minutes past the hour, whether you're watching in London, yeah, and it's 37 minutes past 1 in the afternoon, whether you're in Melbourne, Australia, where it's 10:37 in the evening, heading towards a Sunday, of course, or whether you are watching us in Joburg, where it is 2:37 in the afternoon there. You are most certainly welcome, no matter where you are in the world, and glad that you are watching and enjoying this here webcast. The blue boat is making its way back. Ty Bogandan is in the water. Ty Bigodon, and he'll be coming into the course at 30 meters, Bravo 2. If indeed he is the first skier to take to the water. Ty Bigodon.
Ty, who ended up first after the seeding round with 4:11, and being the top seed, he chose to go first, which tells us that Elliot Westland, who will be skiing after him, chose boat. Right.
Yeah, he had the boat choice. All right, so let's have a look at this. Just patiently waiting for the green flag to be shown, and to get this competition underway in the head-to-head. Ty Bigardin. I would imagine he's out of the Canadian province of Quebec. In that bilingual country where English and French are the official languages. Ty Bigardin. 13-meter start. And a 6 buoy count, it looks like, so he'll be dropped down towards the, all the way down towards the opposite end of the lake. And now that's a score that the Elliot Westland in the blue boat has to chase down with his upcoming performance. From Sweden, Elliot Westland.
So, Tony, maybe a good chance to remind everyone the rules of the head-to-head since it's the first of the weekend.
Sure. Basically, the skiers go one after the other on the same pass. If both skiers ski 6 to clear the pass, then it goes on to the next one, and you keep moving on until one person falls or misses. In terms of the head-to-head rules for this competition, what it essentially is the first competitor sets the score, and the second one has to beat it outright in order to take the victory in the head-to-head matchup. If they tie or come up short of the total, then the first person that went into the course advances.
Correct. So this will be all the way until the semifinals, which happens to be the semifinal of the Junior Challenge Boys. For the final, if the two skiers tie, then they will go out again at the pass that they didn't complete.
Indeed. This is Elliot Westland on 13 meters. Probably isn't terribly used to starting in on 13 meters, but here he is anyhow. Gets ready for 12 meters because that's the next pass that he attempts. But before he attempts that pass, Ty Bigardin from Canada will be taken to the water next with that. So Ty Bigardin getting ready for 12 meters and waiting for the boat to tighten up on that line before he is sent into the course.
Now, interestingly, we all know that, or most of our viewers might know that there is a beeper in the boat that tells us when to start after the drop time. Now, in order for that to work with head-to-head, it's the other's boat beeper that is used to start the other boat. So the judges are communicating first beep, then second beep, and so basically in order for it to have the same drop time, boat one who skied prior, boat two that just finished is going to tell boat one when to start.
Okay, always wondered about that. So as Elliot Westland tries to get his bearings, now the other boat is making its way back into the course. Ty Bigardin.
12-meter line for Ty.
12 meters, here he is. Number one. And number two, not looking bad. Round buoy number 3. And 4 and 5, and he should have a fairly easy run here with a 6 buoy count on 12 meters, which in order for the pairing to continue on to the next pass, Elliot Westland has to clear. So the judges, yes, signify a 6 buoy count all the way through.
Much better start for Ty compared to that 13 where he was flying into the glide and had a pretty late start already from the gate. Here you can see way more controlled, tight line all the way through, right next to that right buoy. And from there, you just had to keep the momentum going. the all too famous pendulum.
All right, watching this again. Tai Bigondon. 6 buoys on 12 meters. And setting the pace for a skier to come next. Our second out in this pairing. So, in order for Elliot Westland to continue on, he has to run the pass. And by doing that, he will force Tai Bigondon to go back into the course and put a score up onto 11.25 meters. Here comes Elliot Westland. Entrance number 1. Solid there. 12 meters. Oh, and going down and coming up short of the run on 12 meters, which means that Tai Bigondon advances through to tomorrow's final.
Congratulations to Tai. Here we can see Elliot's pass. Nothing particularly bad position-wise, but it just seemed to lose course every buoy, and so he felt like he needed to overpower a little bit at 5. You can see here, Tony, is just nothing is majorly wrong, just losing a bit of course as he's skiing. And then here he felt like he needed to overpower 5, and unfortunately that didn't go his way. So yeah, we have Tai going through to tomorrow's final.
And Tai Bigondon has the opportunity to continue skiing to obtain a higher score. Certainly any opportunity you can get to ski in conditions such as this at San Gervasio is certainly worth taking up. And Tai Bigondon, who hasn't skied all that much this season so far, wanting to avail himself of every opportunity to do so. Even though it's not entirely necessary for him to come back on 11, he's going to give it a try anyhow. He scored a 4 and 11.25 meters in the earlier round, so motivated to see if he can't get through 11.25 meters this time around. Here he comes, Tai Bigondon. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep off number 1, and unfortunately unable to continue skiing, but it is going to be half a buoy. Half a buoy at 11.25 meters, but he advances ahead of Elliot Westland with this score on 11.25. Just skied to the handle, was just unable to maintain his position round the turn and go cross course. All right, but we're not done with the head-to-head, not by any stretch of the imagination. That was seed 1 versus seed 4. Seed 2 versus seed 3 is coming up next, and it pits Reed Meinhardt, who scored 1.5 buoys, 11.25 meters, versus the number 2 seed, Tim Wild, who scored 2.5 at 11.25 meters.
Oh, look at this graphic, Tony, helping us sorting things through. So Tai goes through to tomorrow's final, and now we'll see Tim versus Reed. Tim is the higher seed in this matchup, so we'll see what he selected in terms of whether to go first or second or both. I would imagine, especially at this stage of the competition where the second skier has to beat first, a lot of these skiers are going to choose to opt to ski first, just to have that slight advantage. Look at Tai, happy to make it to tomorrow's final. And I understand him. He wanted to ski, he wanted to get another shot at 38, but it is not that easy to ski after you know that you're in, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right, then. With that, let's check in dockside with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We just saw the first head-to-head going down. Tai won and took the spot in the final. And right now we got the second head-to-head on the way. We got first rider in the water right now. And Reed is here getting ready to get his chance after Tim is going to get his first pass. And we'll see how it goes this head-to-head. Never know what's going to happen in head-to-head. Back to you, Tony.
Well, thank you very much there, Lorenzo, as we get ready to send in our next competitor, who I believe is going to be Tim Wild. He'll be first off the dock. Obviously, the highest seed having the choice of whether he wanted to go with a different boat or whether he wanted to go first. I think he opted to go first. Here he comes with Bravo 2. This is Tim Field on 13 meters.
Timo scored 2.5 at 11 in in the seeding round. Coming into the course at 13, maintaining good rhythm, and not too many problems for him at this 13 pass. Now, Tim and I ski together often, and this week, as he was getting ready for this head-to-head matchup, he knew that 13 was the starting line for the head-to-head, whereas for the girls tomorrow it would be 14. So he had a fair amount of tries starting off the dock at 13, which is no easy task for these juniors. But it seemed like he managed this one very well, like he has been doing in practice.
All right, so as we continue to go right along, the scores are produced here won't only determine who the head-to-head finalists are, but will also determine who third and fourth are going to be in this competition as well. So in that respect, the current second place score is a 4.5 on 12 meters, and obviously anyone who supersedes that will at least have third place. But the onus is to try and make it through to the finals first and foremost, as we get ready for Reed Meinhardt to take to the water right here and now.
Ready.
Reed, who had a chance to take a few sets this week here in San Gervasio, so should feel familiar by now with the conditions, the boats, the lake, the ropes, and all that stuff. Coming in at 13.
So having scored a 1.5 and 11.25 meters in the round previous to this one, the seeding round. Oh, let's see what he does with the opening pass. And he has no troubles there, getting through 13 meters on the opener. So Reed Meinhardt is successful there with a 6-buoy count at 13. Tim Field already waiting down there, getting ready to come back into the course on 12 meters.
Yeah, we'll see the replay of this pass, but one of the things that really I appreciate about his skiing as he was getting ready for the event, very calm skier, very patient off the ball, basically not rushing anything, and that tends to serve skiers well during competitions. So as we see here, Tim waiting for the boat to tell him when it's going to be time to go. Again, these skiers don't hear the beeps, right? Because the beep is based on the other boat. So the judges or the driver will announce the beeps.
So that's an Austrian. That's usually pretty precise then.
Yeah, well, I married a guy who's
As
like
we
part
see
English,
Taylor
part
here
Dutch, part
will be the
Austrian.
first of our pro women slalom skiers for round 2.
I'm going to go
Starting to get ready.
He's got 3 different flavors of timekeeping, depending on which he's leaning into.
All right, so let's have a look and see. Tim Field approaching the course 12 meters. We'll see if he can maintain a good tight line off the entrance into buoy number 1. Oh, a little bit of an early edge change into number 3, although it was a little unintentional there with the amount that he loaded up off number 2, but he made it work.
Yeah, I said exactly just by looking at his hand gesture after the pass. That tubo was unnecessarily heavy, but Tim was able to stay calm, patient out of 3, and bring the pass home. When you look at that 2-ball as it comes here on the replay, pretty solid one, nothing crazy here, and then 2-ball, he just threw himself in and then had to hold on to a lot of load just to manage 3-ball.
Yeah, that sometimes spooks a whole bunch of people as they take in a lot of speed and not too much control. But Tim Field, who has some great water skiing genes to work from. Stefan Wild all the way back in 1986, the father of Tim Field, and the junior world overall champion back there in the day.
Yeah, of course. I mean, great advantage on Tim's side to have someone like his father being able to, advise him and give him a bit of like accelerating those, early mistakes just by, giving good advice early on. But let's focus here on Reed. 12 meters, has to run the pass to continue the head-to-head matchup.
Right, look at him go. This is Tim Field. This is actually Reed Meinhardt on 12 meters from the United States. Not looking bad, certainly looking in better control on 12 meters than Tim Field by comparison.
Yeah, very smooth, well-executed pass for Reed. They didn't have any trouble running these 12 meters, so we will see both skiers coming back at 11.
Right, and our first pairing that has our only pairing has realistically gone on to 11.25 meters. The previous pairing was resolved on the 12-meter line with Ty Bigondon advancing to tomorrow's head-to-head final ahead of Elliot Westland, just to get you back up to speed. And Elliot Westland scored 4.5 on 12. Now, both of our skiers in the second versus third seed pairing have gone through 12, and 11.25 meters is in the mix coming up for both of them.
That's right. So we do know that the third skier, third place, will be determined today. I mean, it's either going to be Reed or Tim, because both ran 12. So as we now get ready to see Tim, just as a reminder, nobody has run this pass yet from the junior boys this today. So we'll see if one of the two or both will manage to get a 6 at the 11.25 meter. Here it is, Tim Field, 11.
Coming in, 11.25 meters. Oh, look at this. 11.25 meters for Tim Field. I'm not too sure what his PB is, but that is about it right there. Look at that.
Go. Tim has ran 11 one time in a tournament this year. That was in Hamburg about a month ago. And managed to do it again here in the head-to-head semifinal. Good start. Again, a bit of a heavy two, like we saw at 12, but not nearly as heavy. And then he was able to stay calm, not rush anything at the turns, and continue to drive through the wakes all the way until 6. You can see here, actually, it was pretty heavy too.
Yeah, it was. Just staying firmly balanced over his ski as he works his way around buoy number 4. Gotten broken at the waist off 4, but he had enough strength and had enough gumption off number 5 to make it round number 6. And there you go. His personal best is 1 at 10.75 meters coming up, and he'll have an opportunity to take a poke at that. In the meantime, Reed Meinhardt, don't forget about him. He is on 11.25 meters, getting ready to go.
Let's see what Reed will be able to produce here. I'm not sure if he has run 11 in tournament before, but this will be the chance. I mean, we've seen it before, Tony, over the years. These juniors really light up during the head-to-head. Pretty heavy one. He's still in rhythm.
His best is 2.5. Here he comes. Oh, and just not getting the best of starts. He gets round 2, and he ends up with his best score of the season with a tie of 2.5 against his score which he produced earlier on the season over in Michigan. So 2.5, 11.25 meters, but not enough to see him advance. However, he is in third place on the strength of that score, because it's superior to the 4.5 on 12 meters produced by Elliot Westland. So he's got that going for him. And we've got a pairing now in the final. It is Tim Field versus Ty Bigondon of Canada. So congratulations to those two on making it through to the final. Commiserations to Reed Meinhardt, who you see there, getting 2.5 on 11.25 meters, despite the fact it's his best score of the season.
Probably the best gate of the whole set. And then here, it's almost as if he didn't realize that the ski was turning well and at the right spot at 1. So he got caught a little bit by surprise in the pool. And then after 2, it was a bit too down course to carry on the pass.
Okay, so as we continue on, Tim Field coming in at 10.75 meters. I'm curious to find out what the German record is.
It's a good question. I don't know if the one he did last month is the German record, but I'm sure we will discover that in due time. Here's Tim.
Yeah, he
not
gets
a bad
a start,
one.
does he? Oh, no, doesn't make an effective play on number 2. But there you go. That ties his best score of the season with 1 on 11.25 meters. That is Tim Field, and we'll get to see him tomorrow in the Junior Boys Challenge presented by Radar. 1 at 11.25 meters, and he'll be up against Ty Bogandan.
1 at 10.7.
1 at 10.7, I beg your pardon. 1 at 10.75 meters, and he will be part of that final round tomorrow against Tim Bogandan.
Well, Tony, as the boats get ready, and I know we have a small break before the Pro Women, I just want to say thank you once again to Radar for sponsoring this. These kids are invited here, so they don't pay any entry fee. And we really believe that they should ski head-to-head because we believe pro skiing should be head-to-head. And so I'm really happy that Radar continues to support this Junior Challenger event. To me, it's a special moment of the tournament. As you know, I always try to stop and watch it. So, but for now, let's go to the dock. I know we have an interview there.
And here we are back on the dock here with Tim, our second contestant in tomorrow's final. Well, first of all, congratulations on running 11. How did that feel?
Actually, I don't even know how I ran this pass because gate was too good, I started too hard, and then 2-ball was basically the worst I could do, and then still kind of managed to fight through it. Yeah.
And what about 10.7? Are you happy with 1 ball? Were you hoping for one buoy, or were you hoping for something more? We saw you pull into 2, unfortunately didn't make it. What happened there?
So actually I thought, because in practice I got a lot of 2s, and so I was kind of feeling confident, but I really got drifted back in the gate, and so I was like, okay, I'm going to do safe 1 and then maybe pull to 2.
All right, perfect. Well then, congratulations again on being in the final tomorrow. We're happy to see you, stoked to see you tomorrow in the final. Back to you, Tony.
All right, and thanks a lot there, Lorenzo, and congratulations to Tim Field on advancing through to the final. And here is the bracket. Tim Field advances ahead of Reen Meinhardt with 1 at 10.75 against 2.5 and 11.25 meters. We'll see him in the final tomorrow, where he'll do battle against Ty Bogandan of Canada, who scored half a buoy in 11.25 meters. And Elliot Westland, the defeated skier in this pairing with 4.5 on the 12-meter line. Those are the pairings. And we'll return in a short while. So make sure you grab your favorite beverage and your favorite seat. The Women's Slalom Pro second round will take place in a few minutes right after this on the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm, presented to you by Santo Dassault.
if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long? A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers? A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers? What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Well, returning to live and continuing coverage of this, the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company. Right, we have 10 skiers to go in the Pro Women's Round 2. Here are the current results after Round 1. We'll go in ascending order, starting off with Taylor Wolsey van Maasdijk, who is currently in 10th spot with 4.5 on 12 meters. And currently in 9th, rather surprisingly, is Ali Nicholson with 1.5 on 11.25 meters. They are currently on the outside looking in because we advanced 7 skiers through to the women's slalom head-to-head portion, which will take place tomorrow. We've got Alicia Bagnoli and Delfina Kuklevan currently in a tie for 7th with 2 at 11.25 meters. Now, we've got Bailey Austin in 6th, Celine Detry in 5th, Jamie Metcalf in 4th, Ali Garcia in 3rd, Manon Costar in 2nd, and currently way out in the lead, and the only person to get through 10.75 meters is Jamie Ball. So, and that dictates the running order for round number 2. It's reseeded. Our first skier out is going to be Taylor Wolsey van Maasdijk to take to water first, then Ali Nicholson, Delfina Kuklevan, then Alicia Bagnoli, Bailey Austin, Celine Detry, Jamie Metcalf, Ali Garcia, Manon Costar, and Jamie Ball. Well, our tournament over, making its way to the dock. The audience prize entries have now been locked in. They are now closed. The audience prize entries are now locked into the system, and so if you've entered, best of luck to you as we move forward and get ready for our first competitor to take to water in round 2 in the Pro Women's competition. This is Taylor Wolsey van Maasdijk. Okay, from the best of my understanding, it looks like she's coming into the course on the 14-meter line. This is Taylor Wolsey van Maasdijk. A2 is the setting. Round number 2. Looking good. In this second round, Taylor Wolsey van Maasdijk, who has 6 buoy count on the opening pass. And let's check in dockside with our correspondent.
There you go, everybody. Welcome back to the dock. We're ready. Ali, second skier in the water. So, Ali, what happened in round one?
Yeah, I don't really know what that was. I was a little slow on the gate. It got kind of on the back at 2 and just felt like I kind of kept going back. And when the rope hit, I was pretty deep. It felt like kind of crashed into the wake out of 2 ball at 11. But yeah, set to forget, and we're gonna start fresh this round.
All right, perfect. As always, you're really analytical. You know what you missed, so pretty sure you're gonna go out and make sure that you don't do those little tiny mistakes that you did in first round. And how did the lake feel apart from the score?
Yeah, I mean, otherwise, I felt pretty good. I just yeah, I just gotta go out this time and kind of do my normal thing, and I think we'll be okay. So hoping last round was just a bit of I don't know, 1 in a million. Odd one out.
All right, perfect. Well, best of luck to you, Ali, and back to you, Tony.
All right, so here we go, and obviously a lot to consider here moving forward. There could be a multiple weight tie for one of our lower scores on 11.25 meters going forward, and it could come down to the best backup to determine which one of those individuals would make it through, if that comes to pass, of course. Here we go, Taylor Wolsey Van Maasdijk. This is 30 meters, and she makes that one look pretty good. The last time that Taylor Wolsey Van Maasdijk competed here was way back in 2010 in the Junior World Championships. That was the occasion that the TWBC was officially born, and started webcasting events from that world-titled event way back in 2010, and has not looked back since. And we'll see what Taylor Wolsey Van Maasdijk can do with pass number 3 and beyond. Checking in with our good folks along dockside. There's Ali Nicholson, rather surprisingly, a second off the dock in this second round of reseeded skiing. And giving the signal towards the boat. Boat driver mashing the throttle down. Bringing in Taylor Wolsey Van Maasdijk. Alpha 2 on 12 meters, getting the start. Oh, look at that, round number 1. Round number 2, still on the back of the ski, but able to recover. Round number 3, she's going down course here, but she's still there on 12 meters. Oh, and getting in deep off number 5. Does she make it round number 6? She's trying to sail the heck out of it. But I don't think that ski made it round number 6 this time around. But it is a little bit more than what she did in the previous round. And I don't know what's happening, but she's very, very slow in moving out of the way at this point. But Taylor Wolsey Van Maasdijk didn't get the best of starts all over the back of the ski. But I'll tell you what, she recovered well on a couple of these turns and still kept herself very much in contention here. And if she kept skiing like that, as she did into number 4, she might have had an outside chance of running it. Instead, she brought the handle in way too quick before the ski had sufficient time to rotate. And I think she clouted that number 6 and displaced it by too much to give her a score of anything more than 5. So for Taylor Wolsey Van Maasdijk, it is a 5 buoy count, at on the 12-meter line. 5 on 12 meters for Taylor Wolsey Van Maasdijk. It's a half a buoy more than what she scored in the round previous to this one, and with no significant movement from where she stood, she is effectively eliminated from future contention in this event. Now, Slightly different situation coming up for our next skier, Ali Nicholson, who knows that in order for her to advance into a position where she could make it through to the finals, she would have to essentially score more than 2 on 11.25 meters. There is the start list. Ali Nicholson.
Did you hear that? I think that was right. 13, please, green.
13-meter start. 13-meter start there for Ali Nicholson, who started second to last out in the first round. But now the tables have kind of turned a little bit. She is a second off the dock in the round 2. And Ali Nicholson, who hasn't missed a final round all season long and is determined to make sure that that doesn't occur here. 30 meters. Works away round number 4 and number 5, trying to maintain a balance and posture. Gets around all 6, and let's check in on dockside with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Alice, who's going to be in a little while in the water. So, Alice, what happened in the first round?
I was actually skiing pretty well. I think I had a good 1 at 11, and I have the opposite problem. When I'm a little bit too early, I don't really know how to handle the next buoy, and I think my ski got stuck, and that was it for me. So
you, as always, you know what you did wrong, and you know where you can improve, right?
Yeah, the goal is be more patient on my offsides, and I really need to run it, so at least getting to the end of the pass.
All right, perfect. We'll really hope to see you get to the end of the pass. Best of luck to you, Alice, and back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much, Lorenzo, and indeed Alice Bagnoli for sparing a little time to talk to us before heading out onto the water. I don't know whether she is going to be next out on the water, but she tied with Bailey Austin and Delphina Kuklevan, who we see up on the screen right there.
Are you okay for her? You okay for her? Yes, yes. You know
Yes. All right then, so here we go. Ali Nicholson, 12 meters. Looking good, looking strong here, working hard to get herself back into contention here in this event as she gets around buoy number 6 on 12. Scored 1.5 on 11 in the previous round, and we're on that pass right now coming up next. So just looking at this effort here from Ali Nicholson, good aggressive strike there into buoy number 1. Just trying to manage her speed, just trying to work a balance on that syndicate slalom ski. That syndicate works 01. Driving very, very hard across the back of the towboat. And a fine effort there as she works away through all 6 buoys on that run. 12 meters now, different kettle of fish here, 11.25 meters, needed more than 2 to ski herself back into contention as one of the top 8 competitors. Certainly capable of doing it. She ran into 10.25 meters this past weekend. There you go, she skied a neutral there around number 2. Now she's back into something close to what we've associated with her as being her current form. 6 buoys, 11.25 meters, nods ahead through the exit gate. And that is Ali Nicholson with a 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters. Now, by getting through 11.25 meters, it vaults her from 7th place all the way up to, at this point, actually 3rd place at this time. So she's gone from 7th to 3rd in the space of a single pass. All right, as we look along the starting dock, our next competitor up is Delfina Kuklevan. Coming to us originally out of Peru from the site of Bayamalacus, about an hour and a half south of the nation's capital of Lima. We'll see her in a moment, but here we go. This is 10.75 meters for Ali Nicholson. Oh, tries to get a good advance on number 2. Didn't quite get the start that she needed to off the second buoy, but she does ski herself, once again I mentioned, back into contention here by going from current 7th spot all the way through to 3rd with this performance. Decent start on buoy number 1, good extension, and in most situations she can ski herself out of, but unfortunately whenever the ski rides high and goes over the line, it becomes really difficult to continue skiing. But decent effort there from Ali Nicholson, and she might have done enough to put herself into the head-to-head bracket. It'll certainly mean that based upon her current seeding right now, if it were to stay intact in 3rd place, she would actually ski around a head-to-head round at least before meeting up with the number 1 anticipated seed in that event, based upon where she's put herself right now and the current owner of that particular seed, who is Jamie Bull. Hard to imagine anyone taking away the number 1 seed away from Jamie Bull, except for the likes of Manon Costar, a previous world champion. So we have 2 world champions in this lineup towards the end. And we have another world champion on the water right now. Only this competitor was a U21 women's slalom champion of the world way back in 2011. This is Delfina Kuklevan. Round all 6, gets it done on 14.25 meters. Now, the situation has changed a little bit so far as the minimum scores required. Obviously, that means that with Ali Nicholson's score vaulting her up, it shoves everyone else down, aside from 2nd and 1st 1 spot, and that means that the cutoff score is currently at 2, and that is shared multiple ways by 3 competitors, or at least 2 competitors, as I see. Delfina Kuklevan and Bailey Austin, who I see immediately on this list. Also Alicia Bagnoli. So 3 of those are battling for 2 spots, potentially, in the girls' head-to-head competition moving forward. All right then, so on the water right now, Delfina Kuklevan. Looking good, looking in good strength here. And rolling back the years, it's been a while since I've seen her ski competitively. And currently works for a UN agency in Geneva, dealing with environmental matters, if my memory serves me right. And is joined here by a father, Juan Carlos Cuclavan, who's flown in all the way from Peru to meet up with her daughter and see her ski in the San Gervasio ProAm. Looking at this, this is 13 meters. Well within her grasp. Just using that that D3 Ion 2 to great effect. All right, coming in on this run, Delfina Cuclavan on 12 meters, a pass that she knows that she's got to clear because the two other competitors with whom she ties with are all equally capable of running this pass themselves. Gets round all 6 buoys on 12 meters. And joining me here at the commentary desk, fresh off the water and skiing herself back towards the top, is Ali Nicholson. How are you doing there, sweetheart?
Still breathing a little heavy right now. Definitely not really quite the score I was looking for still, but a 6 buoy improvement. I guess I'll take it. Safe for tomorrow and into the final. So we'll try to reevaluate a little bit tonight and hopefully come back out looking stronger for the head-to-heads tomorrow.
All right then, as your score ascends higher, it pushes everyone below you a little bit lower, and you've opened up a can of worms there between Delfina, Bailey, and Alice right now, who are 3 skiers vying for 2 spots in this competition.
Yeah. Yeah, Bailey got 2.5 in the first round, actually, so she is currently above Delphi and Alice, but we'll see if that'll stand.
Okay, my mistake there, which means that we got to 2 skiers battling for 1 spot then.
Correct.
All right then, so between Alice and Delfina, we'll see how this battle shapes up. My apologies for the confusion for you fans out there. Sometimes I can't even read my own handwriting at times, but there you go. All right, so we've got on the water at this time Delfina Cuclavan, 11.25 meters, looking for the start, and she gets it on buoy number 1. Look at this. Round number 2, she's there on number 2. On number 3.
Got it going.
Keeping it going. Maintaining
Turning
the pressure.
4.
Keep going. And she tries to make the play on 5. I'm not too sure whether she got a piece of it or whether she tried to sell it. But 4 buoys, 11.25 meters. It's certainly going to be a tough score for Alice to hunt down.
Yeah, so that'll put her now up above Alice and Bailey. So we'll have to wait and see. Bailey's score of 2.5 might not be safe still.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll take a look going down the line here. Good execution there on buoy number 1. And number 2 waited for the ski to rotate before she asserted her pressure up against the line and against the ski.
I actually thought that this was a really nice start for Delfina. Back before, I believe just before Spain, she did a tournament in France. And
Lacanau, right? Or Monaco?
No, I believe she did the Fungless tournament.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And put up a big score there. So I know she's been chasing that, trying to put up another one into 10.75. I thought maybe that was going to be the start to do it. Unfortunately, looks like a score of 4 at 11 for her there.
All right, then. So 4 at 11.25 meters looks like it's going to be the score. I don't think that she got that ski cleanly on the outside, so it's going to be a 4 buoy count on 11.25 meters. Skier on the water at this time is Alice Bagnoli, 14.25 meter start.
So Alice earlier running 2 again. Currently not safe for the finals, so she is looking to put up a bigger score now I think she's wanting to get at least, you know, to that 4-ball area or all 6 for sure to try to guarantee her place.
Yes, indeed, right you are, as we work our way to the dockside and Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back everybody to the dock. We're here with Delfina, who just got done skiing. So Delphi, are you happy about your second set?
It was better than the first one, still not where I wanted it, but it's getting there.
All right, perfect. So what are you expecting out of this set? I mean, out of this result?
Well, I think 4 is a good score to make it into the maybe top 8, but Alice is about to go out and there's another few skiers, so they're probably going to kill it, and I think they'll probably do more than 4. But personally, I'm happy with that I'm getting there.
All right, so we'll keep our fingers crossed for you. Hope to see you tomorrow in the final. Thank you for coming all the way out here, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you.
All right, so getting ready for Alice to come back into the course on the next run. Was skiing number 6 off the dock in the previous round and started in on A2 on 14.25 meters. In that round and this one is Manuel Domini, who has been winning rave reviews across the board for his driving skills so far.
He was in the driver's seat last week for my big run, so definitely on the top of my list right now.
I'm sure he'll be on the top of your Christmas card list. Here is Alice. 13 meters. Looking good, looking strong, and in very, very good balance there with the turns on either side. Very, very symmetrical, Alice Bagnoli. Now getting ready for pass number 3. It's going to be 12 meters. Critical that she runs this, of course. So just trying to listen in a little bit on what's going on.
And I know a lot of the people that watch this webcast know that Alice is one of the hardest working skiers for sure out here. She is definitely one of the only pro skiers that she goes and skis and then she works a lot to help make this webcast happen. So always good to see her ski well when she gets to go out there.
All right, so good to have you on board as well, Ali. And Alice as well with the 1s and the 2s. Let's see what we've got.
All right, so we got the 12-meter pass coming in. Must run. She's currently not in the finals, so must run this one to be able to put up a score, hopefully to make her safe. See if she can get a good start here at the 12-meter line.
All right, here we go.
Little on the back there at 1, but good to go over to 2.
She's there on number 3. She's good to go here on number 4, trying to maintain her balance. Allowing the ski to go down course a little bit in order to give it enough room to actually cut in under the line before piling some pressure behind the boat, and she can put quite a bit of pressure on that towboat, and good skiing up to this point.
Yeah, we saw her throw her head back a little bit there out of the gate. I think she knew that was a little rocky for a 12-meter pass for her. Hopefully she can kind of dial in a little bit more here coming in for 11.
All right. And Alice Bagnoli skiing with Pro Gear gloves, and check out skiprogear.com, the best grip you could wish for. Handle up a little high as she makes her approach into number 4, but just trying to settle in. And let's see if she can settle in a little bit more with 11.25 meters coming up. So she needs to get a little bit more than 4 buoys on this next pass of 11.25 meters in order to use a higher seeding from the previous round to get ahead of the other skier that's currently tying with 2, which is Delfina Kuklevan. Let's have a look and see. Alice Bagnoli, number 1.
Pretty good strike there at 1. Can she turn 2?
There's
She's still
number
in
2.
it here. Kind of on the
There
back
you
there
go.
at 3. She's going to get outside 4, but
only
And
4.
she's going to use her higher seed to advance, and she knew exactly where she was going tactically. Didn't want to turn number 4 for the risk of falling on that particular effort. So let's double check, shall we? We've got Alicia Bagnoli on 2, Delfina Kuklevan on 2. So there's a perfect tie between the two. And we're double checking against the rules to see who would advance in this instance.
So as of right now, I believe if Bailey does not improve her score of 2.5, that would put both of them in. So it's all going to depend on what Bailey runs as to whether or not these two scores of 4 will come down to runoff or seeding or whichever way the rule is written for this event.
So they're kind of banking on Bailey Austin, who hasn't skied all that much in tournament over the last couple of seasons, to come up short.
Yeah, a little bit. And then I think if they do both go through, then I believe the seeding will come into play for 7th versus 8 or 8. Yeah.
Exactly. It kind of gets a little bit deep into the weeds and gets kind of complex with how those seedings work in respect to their head-to-head pairings.
We'll get a final answer here very soon and let everybody know exactly how it is. Tony and I are kind of guessing as of right now. But here we go. We have Bailey Austin coming in on our first pass. This should be 14.25 meters.
So Bailey Austin on 14.25 meters.
She is skiing for her life right now, as she's currently not in the finals. She is
Despite
sitting
the fact that she scored 2.5 in the previous round, which put her nose in front of Alice and Delphi at this juncture. But let's check in dockside with Lorenzo.
Here we go. We're here back again with Alicia, who just got done skiing. So Alicia, 4:11, you're tied first and second round with Delphi. So you might be looking at a runoff to get into the final, right?
Yeah, I definitely knew that when I was turning 3 ball. I was like, well, I might have a chance to turn 4, but I don't want to do 3.5. So I played it safe. And worst case scenario, we go again to a runoff rather than being the first one out. So better than first round. I was definitely way more nervous, but I think I played it safe in a good way.
Oh, well, I think you did the same. And now, how do you feel about a potential runoff? How many have you done in your career as a skier?
Well, see, honestly, runoffs not that many. My hands are pretty hurting. I was thinking about that in my last pass. I'm like, but we'll see. Conditions are definitely good, and I'm feeling better than this morning. And she's a good skier, so it's either me or her.
All right, perfect. Well, we hope that you both get the chance to get into the final, and we all hope to see you ski again tomorrow. But for now, thank you very much. Thanks for putting up such big scores, and back to you, Tony.
All right, here we go. Bailey coming in, 13-meter pass, second pass here. We haven't seen very much of Bailey in recent years, so it's good to have her back on the scene here.
Attending medical school right now in the University of Missouri at this time, and has just completed her first year of studies after graduating summa cum laude at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. Actually graduated as the head of the class of valedictorian, as a matter of fact.
Oh, I
Yes.
did not know that.
Yeah, she got all of the
awesome.
ribbons and all that kind of sashes and what have you. I was in attendance there, and Alice Bagnoli was also in attendance there, as she also walked the stage there at the Cajun Dome, along with Bailey Austin, famous for a Bailey bun.
I actually never got to walk across the graduation stage.
No?
I was a COVID student.
Ah.
So I got the diploma, but I never really graduated.
Okay. Well, maybe we should get something situated for you.
All right, so we see Bailey kind of getting focused here, about to come in at the 12-meter line. Again, this is a must run for her as she's currently out.
All right then. So we're getting official confirmation coming through from our official source, who is closer to determining the runoff situation as we look at Bailey Austin on 12 meters, looking to run this. Oh, a little bit of a bulk up there on number 3 into number 4, manages to get around number 5, and a little bit of a moment there on 12 meters for Bailey Austin, which could have rendered moot what I'm about to say next, because in terms of the seeding between Delfina and Alice, they're both in a perfect tie situation, with both a tying with 2 and a 4. Now, in order to tie break between the two, no exterior force can actually break that tie, which means that they would go into a runoff should the situation remain the same. However, if Bailey Austin with 11.25 meters comes up short of 4 buoys on 11.25 meters, it would mean that both Alice and Delfina would advance through to the next round. Should she get 4 or more, should she get more than 4, I'm talking about Bailey Austin, then would move herself through the final. Would move through to the head-to-head finals, and that would invoke the runoff between Alice and Delfina. I hope I made myself clear.
Yeah, it'll all be a little bit more clear after this pass. We'll be able to kind of say definitively who's in, who's out, or if there's a runoff. So we were just joined by Freddie Winter over there. Welcome to the booth.
Hello, thank you for having me.
All right then. All right, then, here we go. This is Bailey Austin.
Got to get the start here. She has to get more than 4 to guarantee her spot in. Pretty decent start here, over to 3.
Oh, here she goes, round number 3. Does she make a play on 4? Yes, she does. Can she make a play on 5?
Oh, I
now
think
she
she's
has
outside
turns. There you go, to the wakes, and she is through.
That's 5. With
That was
that
five.
one, too. With that one, it was pretty average. She was a little bit kind of over the front, and that's pretty great. From what I understand, she's barely been skiing. I don't know if you guys have touched on it already, but she said that she's really done sort of 15, 20 sets this year.
Yeah,
after taking a 6 months break, so that's pretty awesome. I mean, that'd be a better score for her anyway, even when she was training.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, she definitely was able to run 11 back when she was skiing a lot, so she should be, I would say, over the moon with 5 at 11. Obviously, it looks like she's capable of running it. I think she had a little bit of a score in mind there. She was able to get outside 5. I think she kind of played it a little bit safe there at 4.
And you know the last time that she scored 5 on 11.25 meters in a tournament? San Gervasio ProAm 2 seasons ago.
Which is probably one of her last tournaments, no?
Probably.
Yeah, because she didn't ski 2022 and has only just recently gone back into tournament performances. Her best score so far this season up to that point was 211.25 meters. So she is going to be tickle pink.
Definitely, yeah. So she'll be happy with the score for today. That does mean that Bailey has put herself in, which means in the end we will have a runoff between Alice and Delphi for the one final spot in the top 8.
Am I missing something here? I've got Alice and Delphi are tied for 6th.
Did somebody run 3? Might be missing something.
All right, then. We'll double check on that as we continue to go right along. So, skier on the water is Celine Detry. And she scored 3 at 11.25 meters in the round previous to this.
This one.
Yes.
Celine ran 3. So actually, as of right now, both of those 4s are still in.
Yeah, I think Celine, if she runs 4, then she goes ahead and there will be a runoff. But I think as it stands now, she has to run 4.
Yes.
All right, let's check in dockside with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Bailey, who just got done skiing and is our first athlete to secure a spot in the final. How do you feel about it?
I feel pretty great. That was really fun, and I'm so happy I get to ski tomorrow.
All right, we saw you at 11. You were thinking about the final. I saw from the gate that you were thinking about the final. Was it that?
Oh yes, I had 4 in my head, and I got into 4 okay. So I said, keep going, and we did.
Yeah, you did. You weren't sure if you made 5, but the judges thankfully confirmed 5 for you. So congratulations. We're happy to see you tomorrow skiing, and thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
All right, thank you again, and back to you, Tony.
All right, thanks a lot there, Lorenzo. And yes, I mean, we almost totally forgot about Celine Detry because she scored 3 at 11.25 meters, which, as you know, is less than 4, which means that her seeding has kind of dropped down a little bit. In order for her to ski back into contention, she has to score more than 4, and but if she does less, then both Delphi and Alice through to the next round.
So now we're a little bit more clear. Celine right now is sitting in the 9th spot. If she runs 4, she will take the 7th spot based on backup, since she ran 3 in the first round and the others ran 2. Then there would still be a runoff for that 8th spot. However, if Celine runs anything less than 4, then there will be a runoff.
Yes, indeed.
For 1 spot.
2
spots?
Yep, it'll be a runoff between 3.
2 skiers, 1 spot.
2 skiers, 1 spot. All right, then. So as we see the leaderboard, we've got Jamie Bull, who, I don't know, I think she's safe. She's through to next round. I think you're safe, actually, through to the next round in 3rd, and Manon Costard is sandwiched in between you and Jamie. Also has a spot through to the next round. And I mean, just looking at the scores right now, and Bailey Austin has vaulted herself right up there, starting with 2.5 at 11.25 meters. At 5 at 11.25 meters has vaulted her from wherever she was, which I think was about 7th spot, all the way up to 4th.
She was in 9th, and then I think, and anyway, and then the critical thing is going to be Ali Garcia. If Ali runs more than 2.5, then she puts Bailey down into 5th. And you always want to be in the top half of that draw, don't you? Because that gives you in the first round, it gives you the advantage of being able to choose the boat or to go first.
Yeah, any number from 1 to 4 gives you that advantage. Anything 5, 6, 7, and 8, you know, and then you are at the mercy of whoever has the choice.
All right,
Must
here we
run
go.
pass.
Here we go. This is Celine Detry from Belgium.
It's a good one.
Nice, I like that.
It's a really good 1 and 2, actually. She's got that. She does that sort of funny approach into 135. She sort of like does a little double pump, Nicole Arthur-esque, historical waterski fans. But that was an easy pass, easy pass, and she'll feel after that pass. I would imagine that she can definitely get the. She needs 4. That will guarantee her a spot in the final. Better than 4, obviously, is better. And I mean, it's.
You can even go back to the likes of Dina Mappel, who had the older split radius edge chain.
I'm not that old, Tony.
Oh.
Showing your age there, mate. No, fair. I think let's go to scoring here. Everyone at home should understand that you know, we're not just trying to make the final here. You do want to get up as close to that number 1 spot as possible before the head-to-head qualification is over, because the higher you are up, the better advantage you have the whole way through. So that's where head-to-heads, they're really it's really important to get as high up as possible, because it makes a massive difference on the Sunday. You have a huge advantage. Even if you qualify for the final, that sort of 6th, 7th, 8th spot, you're at a big disadvantage. You're going up against the people that have skied the best yesterday, and if you tie with them, because generally they'll go first, the other skier, you'll go out. So, you know, it's not just about making it in, it's about to make it in solidly, strongly, and up near the top. So 4 and in. This is critical. Let's see. She had a really good 12-meter pass. And it should
Celine.
be quite. She'll be confident, but it's a good 1.
Decent.
It's a good 2.
Oh, a little
here
bit
at 3.
buffeted
Don't mess it
around.
up.
Oh,
no.
it's round number 3, and it means Alice and Delphina are through.
That's brutal, because 1 and 2 were so good. It's kind of the opposite of Bailey. We saw a minute ago. Bailey had a bit of an average start, but she just kept moving down the course. Celine here had a really good 1 and 2, maybe a touch heavy out of 2, but coming into that offside, she'd done so well through her 12 and boy 1 here at 11 that she had it all going for her, and unfortunately she's ended up on the tail of the ski. The nose of the ski didn't come through, and she's out of the final. So I think that now cements our final placements, which we can read to you would be not in final order, but the finalists will be Jamie Bull, Manon Costard, Ali Nicholson. Well done, Ali. Bailey Austin, Ali Garcia, Alice Bagnoli, and
Delphina Kugelvan.
And Jamie Metcalf.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's Yeah, it's rough for seeing.
That
She looked
solves
great.
that.
She looks great. I mean, you can see here, like, maybe a slightly narrow on the gate. Maybe she was kind of drifting back. But
Unfortunately, I think a little bit of this is just that score in mind. I think she had a really
rough,
good
isn't it?
start here, and then she came into 3 and knew that she had to stay up and get 2-4.
And she didn't commit.
And I think she just didn't commit here. She kind of played it a little safe and then moved
Handle
that
came
handle
across
back.
really early and came back, and she didn't drive those knees across and make sure. I mean, from there you would have bet on her, not to be harsh, of course, but you'd have bet on her getting across to 4 and getting the score she needed. So it's all gravy from here. Everyone is going for seeding, but whereas in a traditional sort of straight final, we call it those 8 people finals that we've been having the last 3 weekends or whatever, it really doesn't matter where you end up because being early in the pack can actually have some advantage. It's definitely better to be as close to the end here and as close to that top score of the round as you can get.
Yeah, definitely. With the other events, as long as you make it to the finals, it doesn't really matter. Tomorrow's the day to win. Here, how you ski today definitely makes tomorrow either a lot easier or a lot harder.
A lot harder. And Jamie here she's going to want to run a really big score because she doesn't want to be up against Jane Bull tomorrow.
Yeah, so as of right now, I believe her score last round was 4. So anything more than 2 will jolt her up from 8th to 6th, I believe.
To 6th, yep.
That's right.
And that would actually, as it stands, Ali, put her against you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there goes her babysitter.
Unlucky.
Oh, yikes. As we see Ali Garcia getting ready for her turn out there. Time right now in this part of the world is about 10 minutes to 4 in the afternoon. Elsewhere around the world, if you're watching us from the eastern seaboard of the United States, it's about 10 minutes to 10 in the morning. If you're watching us in Seattle, it's almost at 7 o'clock in the morning.
So we should have some people start, what better to do on a Saturday morning than to wake up, you got a bit of a sore head from your Friday night where you indulged a little bit too much. You're just getting ready for the day with some TWBC. There's nothing better.
Indeed. All right then, looking good. This is Jamie Metcalf, who comes to us from New Zealand, and she certainly has a life in Switzerland these days. She has a 9-month-old that she's looking after.
A beautiful 9-month-old. The cutest kid I've seen.
Absolutely, and also she's returned to the workforce as well. Let's check in with Lorenzo.
Welcome back to the dock. We're here with Ali Garcia, who's our next skier in the water. So Ali, how are you feeling for the second round?
I'm feeling pretty good. I am safely in the finals, so now just focusing on seeding and what I need to do to be where I want to be tomorrow.
All right, perfect. You decided to start at 13 because you just told me that you haven't started at 13 in a while, so you're doing that to get your confidence for tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I think everybody starts at 13 tomorrow, so I just want to make sure that I'm used to it and have that 38 coming back to the dock settled, I think, or away from the dock. Away. So.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to let you get focused because you're up in just a minute. And back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So as we work our way through these seedings, now let me ask you a question, okay? How do we determine 7th and 8th?
7th and 8th will go to initial seeding.
Yep.
So, and I believe that came off the Waterski Pro Tour ranking. So it pays to go to these tournaments and get these points because in a tie-break situation, it puts you up. Same. I was against Nate. I tied with Nate at the Botas tournament 2 rounds in a row. Anyway, let's focus on the ski at hand here.
Here we go.
Great boy too. What a beautiful offside turn that was. Really let the ski come through.
A little bit slower there at 4, though.
Touch slower, but I mean, she'll be happy. That 2 was gorgeous. And I'm just going to point out quickly that she is riding a new ski than when we saw her last.
Oh, wow.
She is on a D3, which you can win this week, and someone will be winning a nice D3 for guessing the podium. But yeah, no, she texted me a couple of days after, I think, Lacanau, and she's like, hey, I've got this cool ski, what should I do with it? I'm like, just ride it, you're going to love it.
Leave it in the garage. That's what you told her, right?
Nope. She was asking for FIN numbers. I'm like, just go on stock and it'll work. And look, she's really happy. She told me earlier that she's never felt wider. She's only been on it for a week and a half or whatever, and she hasn't had, she had to go back to work a couple of weeks ago, but she's excited. She's really excited.
So there you go, and actually employing one or two turning characteristics to another skier who we'll see in a few moments. That being Manon Costar. You know, there's some similarities in her coming off the handle and making that edge change, and just a general balance and the stance on the ski is reminiscent of that 2019 World Slalom Champion.
Well, Jamie is an adopted European, so for it makes sense. You know, she's been in Europe for I don't know how long, for maybe 10 years, and you know, Manon probably the best skier that's come out of Europe in a very, very long time. So maybe taking some inspiration. Anyway,
11.25.
She's in, but she wants to get more than 2 for sure. That's a good one. She's a little separated. She'll
more
get the
than
2. She's put herself into 6th. Hold it, and
there you go.
So that'll put her into 6th. So that actually confirms. Well, we'll see what the other girls do. But
so there's still a couple more, I believe. If anybody beats my 1.5, then I can get bumped down.
But that will definitely put her. She will confirm 6th there because she can't be pushed down, and she's not. No one's gonna.
Correct.
And that will put her against the 3rd seed, which currently is
Ali Nicholson.
Yes.
And actually, I believe we just have Ali Garcia left, who can shake up the leaderboard other than the top 2 spots.
I thought it was a good one, but she was a little disconnected, and then here she jumps forward, and just you can tell when that spare arm comes up like that, generally means that the skier feels narrower than what they anticipated. So she was sensible there. She probably knew exactly what she needed to do to get 6th, which again will be very useful for her tomorrow to not be up against immediately Jamie Bull, who's the only the only skier that's run 10.75 so far, and also she's won the last 2 tournaments. So she doesn't want to get her in the first round. She wants to be, getting someone that's not ranked first. Nothing against you there, Ali. Just explaining the statistics of it. Getting a death stare here. Oh dear.
No, don't worry. I was looking at the leaderboard too earlier and trying to figure out how soon I was gonna see Jamie.
Yeah.
Are you even capable of a death stare, Ali?
No.
Butter wouldn't melt, Tony.
Always a smile.
Always a smile. All right, 13 meters. Ali Garcia, not Nicholson. Spelt differently also. Ali has got one of the better offsides in the world, and the great thing is that that's where you've seen her improvement in the last few years, where her onside has got better.
All right, then, let's check in dockside with Lorenzo.
Welcome again back to the dock. We're here with Jamie, who just got done with her set. Unfortunately, missing out on the final. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened?
You're in. I'm in.
You're in.
I got 4 in the first round, so.
Oh yeah, you got 4 in the first round, so you're in.
So
what
I'm
happened
in.
this round? You got only 3. What did you think went wrong?
This round I came around 1 boy, and I was in a nice place, but I think I thought, don't get 2, which was silly. I didn't want to be up against Jamie in the final, you see, so I knew I needed more than that, and my brain just wasn't where it needed to be. But anyhow.
A little overthinking sometimes does that, doesn't it?
Exactly. No, but quite frustrated with that. It was silly. All that work for nothing.
Well, it wasn't for nothing. At least you're in the final, and thank you very much for being here. We're really happy to see you ski tomorrow in the final, and back to you, Tony.
What a moment. Yeah, she's like, wait, am I in? It reminded me
I'm pretty sure I am in.
When Chelsea a number of years ago, when they beat whoever it was in the semi-final, and Branislav Ivanovic got a yellow card which put him out of the final, the interviewer said, well, it's a real shame you're not going to ski and not going to play in the final. And he's like, what? Broke the news to him. It was brutal on live TV. Anyway, Ali Garcia starting at 13, coming back in on 12. She's a little bit on the tail there at 2, but over to 3, and it's pretty good. And this doesn't look bad. Look at that view. Beautiful.
There you go. You love that,
I
don't
really
you?
love the drone shot that we've been getting this year.
It's
so
excellent.
clean.
Connor there with his smug little face.
There we go. That is Ali Garcia pulling in to shorten after pass number 2. She started in on 13 meters, anticipated that she'll be doing just that in the head-to-head portion of the competition. So just trying to get herself situated and acclimatized to that kind of start. She has a start. She started on 30 meters a number of times before, don't forget. But you know, different situations, different sites, cause. You know.
Now let's remember, she needs to run more than 2. What did Bailey get first round?
2.5.
2.5.
So 2.5 to put herself above Bailey into the 4th spot, which would give her the choice for first, second, or boat tomorrow for the first
Yes,
pairing.
this is actually a kind of a straight shot with Bailey, isn't it? I mean, and on this pass at least, if she can run it, then she's in better shape and she'll be able to challenge you, Ali.
And if she occupies 4th, then it will be against 4 against 5, which will put her up against Bailey Austin.
Yeah, so it's this pass here, 11 meters, is a bit of a duel within the seedings straight against Bailey. But of course, if she runs it, she can move herself up.
Let's see if she can achieve the switcheroo here. 11.25 meters.
Really
look
good
at that. Good load
there. We go. She's beaten Bailey, so that'll put her above. Will she run this? She's going to come into her onside here.
She's put herself in
4th
seed right now.
Around 6, and that's good.
Yeah, there you go.
Well,
I don't know what happened there through the exit gates. Maybe she got a little bit of a jolt that might have hurt her neck a little bit.
I wasn't sure if she'd got a fly in her eye or something. She was like poking at her eye. Anyway, she ran the pass. So actually, we've got Ali here in the commentary booth with us. So what does that mean? That means that if she runs a full 2, that'll put you down into 4th, and that'll mean that Ali Garcia will be against Jamie Metcalf, and that would put you against Bailey
Ali
Austin,
yeah.
Yes. Yep.
All right. Well, let's see what's going to happen. So Ali,
she needs. Actually, she gets 1.5, then she will boost herself up. So
that's true. That's true because of a superior backup score.
Yep.
Very sporting of you to be so so
my backup score was quite low from this morning. So.
Were you nervous going out just now? Like, oh God, I've really got to get together because I don't want to be one of the 2 that go out. Must have been a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I really hate not skiing well the first round.
I saw you safety check the snot out of 2 on 11.25
Oh gosh,
meters.
I don't doubt that at all. It was super weird earlier, and the gates for me here, I just really haven't quite felt very comfortable. I think I've had like 1 pass in all of my sets here that I've been like, okay, that's what I'm looking for.
All right, 1.5 to take 3rd spot, 3 to give her a chance of 2nd spot.
Oh.
No, that's not it. So she will remain in 4th. So actually that confirms your 3rd spot, Ali
Correct.
Nicholson.
Yep. So that'll confirm my 3rd spot.
We can't, with Manon to go, we can't confirm where she's going to end up. She could end up going higher than Jamie if she runs 10.75 and runs a full 1 at 10.25. But 3rd is confirmed, Ali Nicholson. 4th is confirmed, Ali Garcia. And as you can see from the leaderboard going down, I believe actually 7th will be Alice Bagnoli and 8th will be Delphi Huglebrand based on seeding, just to break that tie. Little maybe long and just, that's kind of what she'll do. If she makes a mistake, Ali will kind of rock back on her onside. You know, these female skiers that you'll see on a good, they tend to ride the back of them. So you just kind of end up with a lot of pressure and not able to kind of get yourself standing in the middle of the ski and then accelerating.
That's what he said. Oh.
All right, so we're down to our final 3 competitors. Actually, final 2 competitors, I beg your pardon. Our penultimate skier is going to be Manon Gustard, the 2019 World Women's Slalom Champion, won that title with Putrajaya.
Yeah, so we didn't see much of Manon last year. It's been pretty good having her back. Starting here at 14, she's been very consistent, putting up a lot of scores into 10.7, very consistent at 11. So we'll see what she can do here. I know she's waiting to kind of the pieces to fall in the right place and hopefully put down a 10.7 again. Today could be the day. We'll see.
She hasn't been skiing a whole lot. I think she's had a bit of a sore back, something that she's getting through. But I think we can go to the dock.
Hey, welcome back to the dock, everybody. We're here with our top seed, Jamie, and wearing a blue bleep, so our champion from last year. And what an amazing first round. How do you feel?
Yeah, I was happy with the first round. feels great out here. So looking forward to getting back on the water.
All right, perfect. Did you, like everybody else, felt a little better than last year, a little different than last year?
I think for me, I just was a little colder. That's kind of nice.
Yeah, definitely the water is a bit colder than last year and makes it a bit easier to ski. And thank you very much for being here. Thank you for putting up such amazing score on the board every time. Best of luck for round 2, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. So, as we work our way through towards the end, we're on our penultimate skier, Manon Costard, who has skied at the Lacanau Cup and the Caiaphas Battle, and is actually on a pretty decent run. I mean, saved but one score, which was 6 on 13 meters in the second round of the Lacanau Cup. She's actually gone into 10.75 meters in every round that she's skied at so far.
Yeah, and I think that was purely just her back was hurting her a bit. I think she kind of went out and felt it out and decided to come in for that round. But like I said, she's otherwise been extremely consistent when she has been skiing. She's been skiing into 10.7 every time.
Good hook up there on number 5 and number 6, and just seems to have, seems to make that pass look very, very straightforward.
Yeah, getting warmed up out there, finding her rhythm. Manon is one of those ones that we've seen historically. She's always liked to start at 14. I personally, now that I've moved away from it, I absolutely hate having to run 14. But historically, she's always liked it. So we're seeing her kind of do her normal thing, going out at 14, getting those warm-up passes in.
She said to me before when she was going out that she might only do a up and back because she's a bit sore. So she's going for it. This will be interesting to see.
And I mean, a lot of people underestimate the value of getting a good night's rest and all that kind of stuff, and that's a thing as well. Actually, had the opportunity to talk a little bit with one of your rival skiers and the mattress that he made for him, and he actually the skier to whom I'm referring to, actually felt like years and years were added to his longevity out there on the water just because he's getting some good quality rest now.
That's Thomas?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, 12 meters. She looks, the first 2 passes are actually very good. She looks a little bit out of sorts. Her 12 wasn't very good earlier, but this looks a lot better. It's kind of like in that first round at Caiaphas, we saw her struggling a little bit in the first round, but she really got into it and ran some pretty solid scores. Didn't love 4 there, but apart from that, it was very good. She's going to be a bit more confident, I think, after that pass.
All right, then. So that was 11.25 meters.
So she's kind of skiing.
That was 12.
That was 12 meters. Yep. Yeah, she went
that
in
would
on
have been
14.
an extraordinarily easy 11.
It seems to be all right in that Conley very, very well indeed. I think it's one of the latest models by Conley.
It's her own design.
Her own design.
She designed the back, 18 inches of it, I think. Yeah, she added a little bit. She modified her own tail, and they've gone with it. And yeah, it's working well for her.
And she's last time that she was here at San Gervasio, the actual ski that she was traveling with got lost, and so she's decided basically from here on out that unless it's absolutely necessary, she's going to drive pretty much everywhere that she goes. And Freddie, it looks like we're seeing your second favorite sport being played out on the field behind us.
It'd be wonderful, wonderful. As long as the Aussies aren't winning, I'm happy.
I don't think any of them are Australian.
Yeah, good. All right, 11 meters. Little slow on that gate. Over to 1. 1's decent. It's weird that it's stalled there at 2. But a better 4, a much better 4, and actually in the end quite a comfortable pass, I think. But yeah, she's just struggling, I think, with balance into the turn. She's getting she's getting traditionally a better 135 than she has done previously. It's an improvement on that side. But as we all know, if the harder you turn your onside, the more tricky it is to create outbound energy into your offside. So I think, with that good one that she had, she's kind of there's just a little bit of a bite. Maybe she's a little bit pushing on the front on 2 and 4, but she's figuring it out, and that's why she's out there now. That's why she obviously, and also that gate wasn't so good. So that probably explains a little bit why that buoy 2 was good. Your gate is actually
took a second stab at it, didn't she?
Yeah. Watch here, just probably a little bit of a push on the front at the last minute, and you see that just didn't quite continue through. Just a bit of a stall there at 2, but the rest of the pass was easy, and I think she'll be good. She ran 3 earlier. She's the only skier so far to have run 11 in both rounds. She's kind of says she's good for that second seed spot that she's confirmed, and she who knows, she can move up here and run the 10.75. She's done it a great number of times in tournaments over the years. So let's see.
Manon Costar, the current Europe and Africa women's slalom champion, won that title last season in Rocchetto in Italia. She'll have a chance to defend that title in about a week or so's time. Here we go.
I believe her season's best here is 4, a little slow there out of 2. She's going to get outside 3
and whether she made it outside 3 or not is the judges are going to take a look at that to determine whether she did that.
2.5.
You believe it's 2.5, Ali?
Yeah,
I on the initial view, I definitely thought she got outside it. So we can watch it again here and see.
And that's just confidence. I think like she 2 was not great, but I've definitely seen her get over to 3 here and turn it. But she just needs more time on the ski. You see that spare arm came up a little bit. She was just a little bit narrower than she thought. But I would say 99% sure that she got around it.
Yeah, it just looks to me like she's kind of letting her hands get away from her a little bit from behind the boat, getting a little bit stretched out, possibly just a tad bit early, coming in a bit narrow here.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. The hand just got away from her into 1 there. 1 wasn't terrible, and you've seen him run
here
from here.
At 2 as well. I think she was just a little bit tight there at 2 and kind of had to wait just a second. Let's see the view.
I don't know. Did she clout the buoy enough to displace it?
Such a grey area in the rules, isn't it? But I mean, I'd say she got around and outside of it. I mean, I think the rule says significant displacement. I would say that was not a significant displacement, but
from the view that I've seen, I would say that was probably 2.5. The screen's a bit far away from me, but it looks pretty clean to me.
I'd have said so.
All right, so working on the assumption that's 2.5 prior to the official confirmation. The judges looking at this once again. It is 2.5. There we go. Official score for Manon Costar of France.
We should be judges, Ali. We know better.
I am a judge.
Oh, you are a judge?
Just not in this event.
Okay.
Are you not a judge?
I'm not a judge, no.
Neither am I.
Lazy.
What?
Just kidding. Tony's working all weekend anyways. I'm going to offend him and he's going to walk away now.
To me, I mean, if I was to be a judge, it would mean that I would go to record tournaments. And I don't believe in record tournaments. So why would I do them?
Yeah, I definitely do a lot less now than what I used to.
Well, when you got 17 tournaments a year with good drivers on good lakes,
absolutely,
why would you go to them? And frankly, I'm embarrassed people that to talk about their pro skiers to talk about their big scores at record tournaments, because it's like, well, do it in front of us, do it in front of the webcast,
well,
in front of the world.
That was one of the topics last week that we were talking about. Is my first 10.7 was in a pro event.
But you're right. But that'll be more and more the case going forward, because I think skiers will have already, but will increasingly. Record events don't count for us. Who cares? A record event it's nothing. I mean, for a pro skier, it's the lifeblood of the sport for most people. But for a pro skier, this is what it's about. Look at these views we're getting. Look, we've got a fantastic boat, a great driver in the boat. We've got how many hundreds of people watching on the webcast. This is what actually matters. An event that's happening behind closed doors that no one knows about. And you do it in front of your peers. You running 10.75 in front of Jamie, in front of Manon, in front of all those people, like, it's incredible. That's what you want to be doing as we go to the dock.
Welcome back to the dock. We're here with Aaron, our first skier in the men's final. Aaron, what happened in the first round?
oh, honestly, your guess is as good as mine. And I kind of came into 4 like, yep, this is okay. Just keep moving, keep turning. All of a sudden, I seemed to drop the shoulder, and that was it. That was game over. I lost my balance almost. I don't know why. But it was just one of those. Got to put it behind, move on to this round. Just got to lay it out there. Just put a score down.
Yeah, well, you have to put a score down to get into the final, but we got lucky that the scores have been a little mild compared to other events, don't you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, last weekend at Caiaphas, if someone else wanted to get in the final, they were going to have to get 3, like full 3, and which is a big score on 41. But this weekend it seems to be a little mellow. We'll see what happens this round. I think we're going to see some bigger scores. We've got a few people who can get deeper into 10-2 and 10-7 as well. So we'll see what happens, but I'm just going to have fun out there.
All right, perfect. We're going to tell you best of luck to you on the second round. Hope to see a good and big score for you. And back to you, Tony.
Okay, we're just trying to reassume our bearings there after that on-site shot there of someone whom Freddie knows quite well.
That was indeed my mother.
Sunscreen is important.
Never afraid to have a bit of a sunbathe, and doing what everyone should be doing, looking after her skin health. Well done, Mum.
Very good. That's a public service announcement courtesy of Freddie Winter as we see Jamie Ball, the current world slalom champion, and successfully defended a title last weekend at the Caiaphas Pro Battle, and is looking to defend her title right here at San Gervasio as well to boot.
Yeah, I was a little curious to see if she would continue skiing. The top seed spot is definitely hers. Lots of skiing, most likely to come tomorrow. So I don't believe she went to the dock there, but we'll see if she comes back in for the 11-meter pass.
She will. She's fit, she's healthy, she wants to ski.
She's Canadian.
She is. Talking about things, we're just describing her now, are we?
Yeah.
She's Canadian. She's 5'6".
Just facts. She's taller than that for sure.
Is she?
Yeah.
Well, she is. She's coming back at 11 meters, and I think we're probably going to see her run it. She'll join me on as the 2 skiers that ran it both rounds. And we haven't really seen her miss 10.75 that much. Beautiful boy 1. And this is the most impressive thing for me with Jamie skiing, is that she's always had that really nice offside, but the onside has been a bit lacking. But she's really dialed it. 2 was amazing. 4 was actually a little bit average. That's all right. It was really, really easy. No dramas whatsoever. And she'll come back at 10.75, and she will be in good shape. And I think, frankly, last week in Caiaphas was so impressive to me. She ran probably the best 10.75 I've ever seen any woman run. Apologies to everyone else in the 41 off club on the women's side, including yourself, Ali.
No, I know mine was not that great. Other than 2 ball, honestly, it was not bad. But
no, 2 was terrible, but enough to he still managed to get to 3 and run it, so that was almost cooler in some ways. But then the tailwind in round 2 that she ran the 10.75, I was pretty impressed too. So
yeah, because I took it the other way, and she chose to take it in the tailwind. It was quite windy, very impressive skiing.
It was
for sure.
I mean, I skied a little bit later, but it was incredibly windy, and it's pretty impressive seeing what she's doing. She's got on that, it's quite cool actually. The top two HO skiers on the women's side at this event, both on 2 different skis. She's making that work for her really well.
Yeah, and she actually just switched to that ski after Masters, so she hasn't really been on the ski that long. She finally switched off of that and then tried and true alpha that she had. So it's really nice to see her, getting on the new ski and being so consistent.
And doing really well. All right, 10.75. Can she do it back to back?
All right, here she comes.
It's a good one. 2 will be critical.
Round number 2.
A little bit narrow, I think, there at 2, more than she maybe thought. She's struggling here. Could she turn 4? If she can, this would be incredible.
Wow.
No, she's not going to run this, surely.
5.
But still 5. I mean,
that was a pretty incredible recovery there. Was it 3? I believe
she was a touch narrower at 2 than she thought she was. She came up and I think was a little bit off balance there. But yeah, no, 3 was rough. But still to get to 4. Remember, 4 was a tough buoy for her. Not, I think it was 2020 to 2021 one, she was always a bit more offside than onside, but she's so much more balanced now. Unusual to see her miss the pass, frankly. She hasn't, you know, with the exception of the final last week where she kind of was maybe target skiing, but pretty deep at one. Yeah, just slightly more narrow and got a little bit of slack there than I think she maybe thought she was going to be. And then here's the thing, I mean, she's, you know, all the way over the front, but that ski stayed with her. And when you can get to the next buoy and just keep turning, you'll win events by just being able to hang on. And still try to turn that 5, but no, it's a 5 buoy count. So a score of half at 10.25 and 5 at 10.75 is certainly nothing to be sniffed at.
All right, then. So that is a 5 at 10.75 meters. That all but confirms Jamie Ball as the #1 seed going into the head-to-head portion of the women's slalom competition. So once we show you the leaderboard, we'll give you a little bit of a provisional look at the pairings. But before we go there, we'll go to the dock after we see the full extent of Jamie Ball's effort here on 10.75 meters. A decent stretch around number 5, but arrived there a little bit too late. But let's check in on dockside with Lorenzo.
Hey, welcome back to the dock, everybody. We're here with Jamie. Just got done skiing, still catching her breath. So how was your set?
Not the best that I've ever had, but it's all right. We're skiing tomorrow, so kind of looking forward to that.
Oh, you were already had a spot in the final. Did you take this set just to try out some new thing and maybe change something that you didn't like for the first round, or you just went out and ski for skiing?
It's head-to-head tomorrow, so we ski behind 2 separate boats and possibly 2 separate drivers, depending on how your matchup looks. So kind of just went out there to feel the other boat out, other driver, and try and set myself up well for tomorrow.
All right, perfect. And you're happy about it? Did you get everything in your head right and you know exactly what's your plan for tomorrow?
Yeah, it's all good.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much again for being here. It's great to see you tomorrow in the final, and back to you, Tony.
All right, let's take a look at this here leaderboard and start matching up some skiers. So let's have a look. First of all, the 2 skiers that are eliminated, Celine Detry and Taylor Woolsey Van Maasdijk. They're eliminated with 3 at 11.25 meters, and Taylor Woolsey with 5 on 12. Now we go into the pairings. Jamie Ball would be paired up against the 8th seed. And
let me just get confirmation on who that is. Well, you got to look at today's actual start list.
I believe it's Delphi.
Yeah, because she hasn't skied all that often and doesn't have.
Yeah. Okay. So it is Jamie against Delphi.
Okay, so now we go on to seed. Now we go to 2nd seed, which will be against Alice Bagnoli.
That's
number 3 seed.
The European Super quarterfinal.
Indeed. All right then. So Jamie Metcalf versus Ali Nicholson, and Ali Garcia versus Bailey Austin.
All American.
All American, indeed. All right, then. So we are a few minutes away from starting the Pro Men's round 2. Let me ask you, Freddie, with the score that you have, are you going to rest up or are you going to ski?
I'm certainly going to ski. From what I understand, it's going to be very, very glary at that time. We lost a bit of time here earlier today, changing cameras in the boat or something. So I think, yeah. I mean, if only that could have been sped up, then I might have been able to have a bit more of a chance at it. I'm getting a lot of abuse in my headphones, which I'm going to talk over. Anyway, yes, I think it's going to be quite glary, so I don't know how much of a good time I'm going to have, but I think who knows what the scores will be. I mean, I would like to keep the top seed. That will give me, as I've been saying, the better chance. So who knows what will happen. I think 1 at 9.75 is going to give me a chance of being near the top. Will it be the very top? Who knows? But yeah, it's a long day left. Here we are. It's 4:30. There's 18 skiers, so that's 2.5 hours. So yeah, it's going to be 7 o'clock, which maybe isn't going to be so bad. I don't know. I don't know how bad the late gets. I don't really tend to ski here late at night very often.
I think that's about the time it's going to start to get glary. I think the earlier ones are going to be better. We'll see. So
maybe if TWBC could hurry up with this camera change, then we could. Then I'll have more of a chance.
All right then. So with that in mind, let's take a quick break and grab yourself your favorite beverage and your favorite seat. And when we come back in about a little under 6.5 minutes from now, we will have the Pro Men's Slalom in round 2 as part of the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm, presented to you by Santos Dassault. We will be back right after these.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
All right then, welcome back, and you've just joined us just in time for continuing coverage of this 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm presented by Santos Dassault. I'm here, Tony Lightfoot, and he's over there, Freddie Winter, so glad to have you sticking around for a little while, Freddie.
Yep, might as well. Enjoying myself up here.
All right, here's the men's slalom leaderboard. You're in the lead.
For the moment, I am in the lead, which is very nice.
Okay, Jonathan Travers currently in a three-way tie for second right now with Brando Caruso and Will Asher. In a two-way tie for fifth for Sasha Deska and Thomas de Gasperi. Seventh, eighth, and ninth. Seventh spot is Nicholas Nelson. Eighth spot right now, Nicholas Benatti and Carlo Elias. So they'll be fighting for that spot. And then we've got a three-way fight tie for 10th with those final three competitors on that list. This is 10.25 meters for Freddie Winter in the previous round, allowing him to have a look at this for the first time.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, not actually the best boy 2 of all time, but I came into 3 and I kind of felt, right, I've got a bit of space. Let's see how we go. Let's not push too hard, and a little long to 4 here. And then, yeah, 5, I don't really know what happened. I know I kind of made well, that's a terrible turn. That is an awful turn. But just enough to get outside of it, and a big hit out the exits. But it all counts. It all counts. That's, yeah, I was really happy with that. Really happy.
Yep, a clean view of that 6 ball there, allowing us to score that and bring you on to 9.75
slow
meters.
gate. I was frustrated. I got a slow gate once again. I keep screwing up I went for it. I really pushed. I tried to get the turn in, but it wasn't going to happen on that one. But I've run 3 attempts at 9.75 in the last few weeks. I had no chance into Senya. I had a decent start in KFS, and here was in the middle. All right.
All right, so first skier out is going to be Aaron Davis in this second and final round of elimination skiing. Aaron Davis, followed by Charlie Emmett, then Callum Heath and Robert Hazelwood. Then we'll go Jaime Palomino, Anna Derick, Vincenzo Marino, Nicky Atomson. We've got Matteo Luzzeri, Carlo Elias, Nicholas Benatti, Nicholas Nelson from Mexico. And then the second page of that list consists of Thomas de Gasperi, Sasha Deska, Brando Caruso, Jonathan Travers, Will Asher, and Freddie Winter. All right, so who do we have coming in? Aaron Davis. Aaron coming in on 13 meters.
Aaron was frustrated after his first set. I heard him shout an expletive, which is unlike him. He's a very, very nice chap, and someone that I don't really associate with excessive emotion, but frustrated. I mean, he did so well last weekend, ran that 10.75 tailwind at Kayafas. We were sitting with you in the booth on your other side, Tony, last week as we watched Aaron.
All right, then, let's go to the dock side and let's check in with Lorenzo.
To the dock as we see our first rider of the men's division get in the water. We're here with Charlie, our next contender in the water. So Charlie, how are you feeling?
Feeling good, yeah. I mean, had a good nap, and now I'm ready to attack out there. Just full attack.
All right, perfect. So what happened in the first run then?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just one of those things, and I just got to move on and just take it on the chin and just go out there and full attack.
All right, perfect. I see that you're ready to attack. I see that you're focused. We'll let you get ready, that you still have a minute to get in the water, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, and thanks once again to Charlie Emmett. And we have a change of driver from Manuel to Mario.
And Mario, it's so funny. I mean, we see him all the time. He drove Lake 38. I think he drove the Masters. Not that I was there. He drove into Senya, he drove in Lacanau, he drove in Monaco, but he always drove the women because of his son Robert skiing amongst us. Well, now Robert's not here. He's back in the USA, I think. And so happily we have Mario in the boat for the first time in quite a while.
So here we go. This is 12 meters for Aaron Davies. A little bit quick with the edge change into number 3.
He kind of does that, like he brings the knees underneath him and straightens them out on the other side of him, which is fine, but when you move the ski that fast, that you do sort of risk getting a little bit off balance, and the ski kind of, not interacting with the water very well.
So Aaron Davis has been voted on as a skier of the day last year over at the Kayafas Pro Battle. The skier of the day brought to you by 2U Nutritional Snacks. And an opportunity for you to vote for Skier of the Day will present itself starting tomorrow morning.
And I think he would have been, okay, I mean, Ali Nicholson certainly deserved that in Kayafas last week, but Aaron would have been a close second because he ran a 10.75 in the tailwind 11 months after one of the worst injuries I've seen in water skiing. I mean, a horrific arm break, put his arm through the handle, which actually
one of the worst
snapped.
Injuries anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible, and the bravery of the guy to come back, and the pure love of water skiing that he's displayed by coming back towards the sport, not only at the first opportunity, but hitting it as hard as he can at the first opportunity. He didn't dip his toes so much as jumped straight in. And it's inspirational, really. A lot of people would have been put off. They'd have said, no, I'm not doing it again. But he just loves it, and he's obviously a great skier. You can see on his right arm there his the sleeve that's covering up. Anyway, 11 meters. He's a little bit deep there. Kind of does that chin drop at 2. He's a little bit down course, but I think he's okay. Over to 4, and I think that means he's improving on his first round score, and he's good. Actually, that was pretty good towards the end. Didn't love the start. A little bit pushy on the ski, a little bit weird, but after that, much better.
All right then. So Aaron Davis, could he be the dark horse in this event, running maybe running deep into 39.5 off, which is going to be the next pass for him? He's certainly working his way there, but for him to actually make it into the top 8, he would essentially have to.
He certainly needs to run more than 3. That would put him in the top 8 as it stands. But then with skiers like Robert Hazelwood, like Nicky Atkinson, like Matteo Lazzeri, after him, that he can really. He's going to need to probably run it. I do think traditionally the score here to get into the final is a pair of 2s. So strange morning with the scores maybe not matching previous years, but. I think this second round probably, we'll see those scores go way up. So, Aaron cannot just kind of get to 3 and go, okay, well, I've got a chance if I get a 3.5. I mean, it'll give him a chance, but he's going to rely on everyone else screwing up. And I mean, I'm looking at Rob Hazelwood is not going to run half a 10.75 again. There's no chance.
All right, so game on now for Aaron Davis. He's got to get the start right on 10.75 meters to have any chance of running it, or at least running more than halfway down the run.
It's a decent one.
There we
He'll
go.
Get the
There's
2.
the 1.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no,
broken over off 2, and he is inside number 3, and that all but robs him of continued contention in this event.
Yeah, that'll put him into, if I'm not mistaken, it'll put him into about 14th place. Again, with a few skiers to go. He had the 1. Strange to see a right foot forward skier. I think he probably put a little bit too much pressure on the tail of the ski. It sort of slipped out. We'll have a look at it in a second here. Good gate in 1. I thought he moved over into 2 pretty well. Threw the feet a little bit too quickly, I'd have said, and then too much pressure on the front of the ski. The tail slid. He was the front of the ski stalled, and he finished with his hips behind him, and from there he just didn't have a chance.
All right, a little bit of a disappointment there for Aaron Davis as he skied back to the dock after accomplishing a 2 buoy count. But taking into consideration where he was around about this time last year, or just a little after this time last year, I'd say he's done bloody well to get to this point.
Bloody well indeed. I had a chat with his dad, who's the homologator here, Pete. Great guy. And he said that Aaron, in some ways, as much as he's proud and happy with his amazing skiing last weekend when he ran the 1 at 10.25, it does raise your expectations. So he's kind of, I know at Lake 38 he ran halfway through 10.75 and he was extremely happy. Okay, we're probably a month and a half on from there now. And he'll be disappointed with the 2 at 10.75, which shows that he's moving in the correct direction. It's good to be disappointed with a score that you'd have been happy with a month ago. Charlie Emmett, another Brit. We got 4 Brits in a row here. Charlie riding the Syndicate, and a guy that's improved massively the last number of years. Spends a lot of time in Florida, as much as any of us really, and he's skiing really, really well. I think we're going to go to the dock quickly.
All right, we are.
All right, everybody, we're here with Aaron who just got done skiing. So, Aaron, definitely an improvement on round 1. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely an improvement. I mean, couldn't really have gone much worse. But, no, it's okay. It's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a lot more than that. Get deeper, push into the final. But I doubt that makes it. I don't even think it makes it right now. So, good luck to everyone tomorrow, pretty much. But, unfortunately, I wasn't able to get it all together today.
Well, it happens. You've been in the sport enough to know that sometimes it doesn't go your way or the way you want it. But it was good to have you here. It's always good to see you smiling coming out of the water. So thank you very much again. And back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. And indeed, there, Aaron Davis trying to wax a little bit of philosophical there.
Yeah, I think he's showing maturity, isn't he? I mean, there's no way he can expect to be back to where he was this time last year. He was skiing really, really well. He was running that 10.75. He was running threes at 10.25. He can't expect to be there, but you know the ambition is always there. You struggle always to lose. Once you've been to a certain level, you always aim for that level and beyond it. You can't be saying, "Oh, everything's okay. I'm okay with being lower." But he'll be back. You know, he's shown that his condition is good. You know that he's fit and he's able to do this. So he'll be back. Charlie Emmett just dropping that inside shoulder a little bit on the offside. He's running down course here, but maybe that's just typical of how he skis. But no, I mean, he's really quite late. It's around buoy 6. Nothing crazy about that, just probably wasn't getting as much angle as he would have liked out of the turn. Anyway, that's good. He ran in the first round 3.5 at 11. He'll be certainly capable of doing more. He's kind of his top scores around that sort of 1-2 at 10.75 in the in tournaments, and we'll see what he can do. Callum Heath, with girlfriend Sophie, inseparable, always together, and they are going to. Callum's going to be skiing next. Team Heath.
All right, so. Looking at Charlie Emmett one more time before he proceeds on to the next run. It's gone through 12 meters, a little bit of a bounce there off number 4. Maintaining good control towards the end, and certainly needed to. He was really pressured hard to get from 5 into around buoy number 6. But now comes the big task.
We've got a glut of Brits here, Rob.
Big task being 11.25 meters. Good start.
3.5 to get, well, more than 3.5 to improve. Let's see what this buoy 2 does. This will be interesting. I think he's in it. He's a big 3. He's late though. He's kind of running straight and narrow, but he's over to 3, and that's going to be 4. And Charlie has run 4 at 11. He'll be disappointed, I think. He knows he's capable of better than that. But yeah, the whole set, I felt like he was kind of running more towards the boys than in front of them, and then finishing slightly down course. And that's always hard when you're giving yourself such narrow margin for error. You start losing that space, which we just saw. Yeah, not the best I've ever seen him ski, maybe. But it wasn't a terrible start. He pushed a little bit with the legs, didn't get the ski through to where he would have liked, and he's just quite late there at 3 and over to 4, and I think it was going to be very tricky to run it from there.
Yeah, just getting himself into a little bit of deep water there around number 4, and just couldn't really recover all the way on that one. So another skier who has all but eliminated himself from future contention in this event, that is Charlie Emmett. So our next skier to take to water is another Brit. It's going to be Callum Heath. As we look at the instant replay one more time. All right, just looking at Charlie Emmett once again. Just a little exposed in places. And with that, we'll step aside and we'll return with Callum Heath.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
welcome back. We've got Callum Heath, and he'll be going in on the 13-meter line. There is our current leaderboard based upon scores in the first round and whatever scores we've gotten in round number 2, which have been nowhere near the top end of the order on the leaderboard. Callum Heath, 13 meters.
Wow, didn't love that boy fall there, but he was still there.
All right then, through the exit gates, and we go dockside.
All right, everybody, back on the dock with Rob, our next skier in the water. Rob, what happened in the first one around that first bowl?
I don't know. I talked some stuff on the desk earlier, but just sat back a little, essentially. I think just sat back, got a little nervous, and yeah, just wasn't what I needed to do. So this round, a little bit more aggressive, hopefully, and hopefully get through it.
All right, perfect. We're going to let you put your gloves on, get your stuff ready for being in the water. Thank you very much again for being here. Best of luck, and back to you, Tony.
Strange from Rob earlier, actually, because he's been so consistent this year. Had a breakthrough year 2 years ago. Last year, made the odd mistake, but since he's got on that new ski, that HO Works 2, he's just looked really good. I think 2 podiums start of the year, Swiss with a totally full field. He got the 3rd place, running 3 at 10.25 about every round, or 3 1/4 in the first round, I think.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And it was unusual to see him go down early. That was kind of, I'm standing on the dock and I'm like, man, you just don't really expect Rob to miss 10.75 at this point. He's been so consistent this year, but he'll be. That's why we have 2 rounds, and that's why you do want to see your best skiers make it into the head-to-head final, so we can have the best spectacle tomorrow. And he's definitely been, certainly been within the top 8 skiers in the world this year. I think he's ranked number 4 on the Waterski Pro Tour ranking list, which shows that very clearly. Anyway, Callum Heath, 12 meters.
More a little bouncy there on number 4 and 5 and number 6. So good solid effort. He'll pull out to shorten for the next pass, and just enough time to remind you, good folks, of the TWBC podcast. We recorded the latest episode of On Tour with Freddie Winter last night, and again, it's caught up with whatever happened between Caiaphas and here. And you can check out that podcast using Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcast, or wherever else you listen to your favorite podcast.
A lot of fun it was too, Tony.
Indeed. It's always fun. I try and keep it light-hearted.
Well, it's a nice mix, I think. You're not afraid of asking the proper questions, which is always good, because I think when you only get the fluff, are you just happy to be here? Do you know what I mean? Are you happy to be here? Yeah, I'm happy to be here. No, thanks. Yeah, training's gone well. Yeah, very boring. Hear that so often.
Yeah, it gets dull and and boring. Just like PMQs in the House of Commons.
I don't know. That can get pretty spicy. I don't mind that. All right, Callum hasn't run his best 2 first passes of his life. He ran 5.11 in the first round. He's capable of more. He's capable of 3 or 4 at 10.75. I think would be his best. It's a decent one. Just drops that shoulder always on 2.4. He's such a big boy, and when he's when he uses all that weight over to the inside like that, he just puts himself off balance. But that's a good 5, and he's
11.
running.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this.
I'm going to say something that people are going to laugh at me for, but it's something I tell every single person that skis with me. When they come out of the exit gates, boy 6, and they finish with 2 palms down, I always think it hurts them in the long run. I never think it's a good idea, because it just, if one of every 3 turns on that side you're finishing with 2 palms down, it's going to make you're going to lose the muscle memory there. And I think that, I wonder if this kind of this normal shoulder drop that he always does, watch, bam, shoulder's always in the water, has something to do with that. If I was Callum, I don't know if he's going to watch this back, he'll probably tell me to sod off, but to me, Callum should finish with his hands on the handles if he's turning and going to buoy 3 or 5 instead of finishing with 2 palms down. It's a small one, but it does make a difference. I'm certain of it.
I think he'll quite gladly take any advice that he's given, especially if it comes from you, Freddie.
Look at that hair. Johnny Bravo. Looking good, Rob. Rob's definitely peeing right now, just so everyone knows. There's no one jumps in the water before they ski there just to sort of get off it. You know, you're getting in to empty your bladder, to warm up the lake a little bit. So that's what I always say. That's what I said to Trey when he first started working on the microphone, on the camera. I said, you know, when everyone gets in swim, you know, they're looking at you in the eye and they're peeing. So enjoy that. Anyway, 10.75. Callum needs a start, obviously. He can get the one, I think. It's not a great one. He'll turn two.
Oh, he just sent everything on the inside and didn't think for one moment how the ski was going to react.
But that's the thing. And again, not to be critical here. Callum's a friend of mine. I think I can say this, that when he drops his shoulder like that, and he's already 6'3" or 6 foot, he's a huge guy and he's got some weight to him. He's quite top heavy. He's muscular. So when you drop over sideways like that, you're using the biggest lever in your body. You know, using that shoulder, you end up moving the weight, your center of mass, far too quickly, so the ski doesn't have anywhere to go. You see, like the reason he blew out on his onside there is because his weight moves so far away from his feet. The tail has no traction because there's no pressure on it, so it just pops out. If he can find a way to get that leverage from a slightly lower point, you know, get the ski on edge by using his hips, that's going to be the move, and that's how he's going to be, you know, turning that 2.4 just a lot more consistent. Because I think that's what's holding him back just a little bit. I mean, he's a great skier, but you can't be trying to slam dunk anymore. It doesn't work.
And that's the disadvantage that many taller skiers carry into slalom. You know, I mean, they have the height, they have the ability to stretch, but they don't necessarily have the ability to compact their bodies enough at the right time to keep the center of balance, the center of gravity low enough to ski to where it can be controlled in such a way that they can continue on with the pass.
Well, and that's where, like, you know, Chris Parrish deserves all the respect in the world, because he's the tallest, one of the tallest skiers we've ever had, but he was so still. Well, people always say that it's really good to be extremely tall. Well, it's completely wrong. What you want is to be about 4 foot tall with 10-foot arms. That's the ideal water skier's body, because you have a low center of mass but a huge reach. The reach is important. The height is not good.
All right, skier out on the water is Robert Hazelwood. And let's check in dockside with Lorenzo.
Welcome back to the dock. We're here with Jaime, our next one in the water. So Jaime, how do you feel after first round?
Feel good. To be honest, it's still pretty much perfect conditions. And got to a 39. I'm not very happy about it, but I think it was just a little technical stupid error I did. So hopefully I don't make it again. Hopefully I can get through the pass now.
I guess you watched the video over and over again to see what was that mistake. Can you give us a little more insight about it?
I mean, I was way too narrow on the gate coming this way, and then I stood up too early. So of course, being narrow and standing up too early and not maintaining two hands, it's not good at 10.7. But yeah, I'm gonna try to fix that this round.
All right, perfect. We're happy to see that you're trying to fix it. Best of luck to you, my friend, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo and Jaime Palomino. We'll see what he has coming up very, very soon on the water at this time is Robert Hazelwood. Now, Robert Hazelwood has had decent form so far this season as a result of him skiing on that Syndicate Works 02.
Yeah, talking about dark horses, or as Vince Tadabau called it earlier, Trojan horses that might come from behind and get into the final. Rob's the guy. You know, Rob's the guy that's capable of running. You know, he ran 4 at 10.25 last weekend, hit 5, tied for second in the final there at Caiaphas with 3 at 10.25. Rob is the guy that's, you know, certainly in the first half of this. I mean, really, to be honest with you, you know, Rob's very capable of running 3 at 10.25 this round, and actually that would put him currently up into second. So, you know, we'll see what he does. It's going to be very interesting.
And then we see our first look of Arno Durick out of Belgium.
The muscles from Brussels.
Yes, the muscles. I look forward to seeing him out in the water as as we see Robert Hazelwood work his way down course on pass number 2. 12 meters shouldn't present too much in the way of problems for him. And just managing the line and making that pass look exquisitely easy.
Very, very easy. Incredibly easy. But that's what you'd expect. You know, you don't expect Rob to miss 10.75 even. So he's doing very, very well this year.
Did you start 13?
So what does he need to do to ski himself back into contention here?
Well, technically he needs more than 3, but I mean really it's going to be 4 and 5 and 6. Really 6 at 39. This is really good actually. Rob looks great here. He's dialed it in. A little on the tail there, but nothing to worry about whatsoever. Kind of a fast turn there at 5, but oh, there you go, 2 palms down. What do I know? It's just one of those things I struggle with. I don't understand why you do that. But that's just me. Everything works for everyone.
If they ever ask you that question, what do you know? Just show them the medal from like 2017.
Fading into the distance, mate. That was a long time ago.
I know, but it's
trying
a
to
medal.
make some new stuff, new qualifications, so that I can show them something else.
Okay. How about the season-long Waterski Pro Tour Slalom Crown?
2 seconds. 2 seconds. Second to Nate 2 years ago. Second to Will last year. Sitting second now. Yep. Well, anyway, so Rob's going to come into this pass. He will be a bit nervous. He's only got 1 shot here. He knows that 3.5 will get him into those spaces, but it probably won't be enough. He needs to run the whole thing. I think he looks good enough. He certainly looks good enough to run the whole thing, and he knows he can. But there'll be a little bit of nerves because he obviously made that mistake in the first round. It was very unusual. But you know, it's what do they say, that when the pressure's on, that's how diamonds are made. So I think Rob's probably going to do it, and I'm going to say he's going to get 2, 3, 4 at 10.25. Let's have a look. The big surprise of the first round, Rob Hazelwood going down early, but he's got a good one, and I think he's in great shape to run this too. And this is easy. Oh, not a good 3. This is interesting. 4 is big, and will he have the on 5? And he's not going to get around 6, surely, or did he?
Oh, under review there. He believes he's done it.
We're going to have a look at this because very interesting. Well, the crucial thing is that he's got a minimum of 5. He definitely thinks he's got around 6, and often the skier knows. Often the skier does know. So I don't think Rob's cheats. We do see people try and sell these things, but I don't believe that's what Rob's doing here. I think that we'll have a good look here. Tony, let's talking about the pass. Great 1 and 2, very strange 3. Just kind of maybe grabbed over the top and straightened his legs a little bit. Just didn't get the turn he needed. And then 4, he was way on the back, as we'll see here, way on the back, handle up next to his neck. And then 5 wasn't what he needed at all at that point, and he pulled all the way to 6, and we'll have a good look here. Oh, I'm being told not to say anything. I mean, the crucial thing to look for here is there a spray? Is there a break in the spray when he goes around the buoy or inside of the buoy? That's the question. If there is sort of an artifact in the spray where you can sort of see whether the water has broken inside of the buoy and wrapped around it, then that often means that they've gone inside of it. So, Rob, I don't know. I mean, it's going to be interesting. I mean, the judges are in front of us looking very, very closely, and we're going to have a score through in a minute. I imagine we're going to have a few looks back at it. I wonder why we're not looking at it on the screen here, because I feel like in professional football we'd be having a look at it a million times, but maybe they're not able to do 2 at the same time with the judging review that TWBC provides also. So they've given him 5. They've given him 5, and I have to say, when we look at this replay, nothing against Rob. He did a really good job of getting over to 6, but I think I saw something in the spray that made me think that he went inside of it. I didn't say it until the score was confirmed. Of course, Rob is able to go and protest that. He can put a €250 video review down. He can take it to judges if he's certain, and that's something that can happen. But I don't know. We'll see what he does. But yeah, I mean, I wonder if we can get that replay up so we can see on the screen.
Ah, what a crew! Madonna! Fondo non è necessario. Chiudere.
All right then, so Rob Hazelwood bows out of this second round with 5 at 10.75 meters. But
Well,
could that be enough, though?
I mean, it certainly could be enough going by the first round scores. Now, I mean, if Rob is going to go and protest that, or do a video review, I should say, that would mean that he would be able to get the 6, then go back out cold at. He'd have one warm-up pass, then he'd have to be cold at 10.25. So it would be worth it if he's sure. I wonder if he is. So anyway, we'll see if anything develops in that situation. We'll come back to you. But as it stands, Rob is 5 at 10.75, which puts him in 7th place.
All right, let's check in on dockside with Lorenzo.
Okay, we're back on the dock with Rob, who just got done skiing. Rob, what happened out there?
Just a frustrating end to the tour, really. I actually felt better. Obviously, messed up one ball. I had a beautiful one ball. Good 2. Solid 3. Not the best 4. And then I don't know what happened at 5. I just kind of choked up a little bit. I guess the simplest way I choked, really. I thought I got the 6. I knew it was close. With TWC around, you can't get away with anything. So you respect the call and you go with it. That's all that can be done. I have no idea whether I went around it or not. I thought I did, but I'll watch the video. But at the end of the day, they have the high-quality cameras, so who am I to argue for that one for sure?
All right, perfect. Well, it's not that everybody takes it that way. It's very, very nice of you that you understand that with this kind of technology, it's very hard to pass around it, and it's very honorable of you, I think.
Well, the rough thing is now the buoys are so soft. So we hit the buoy, right? And if you hit the middle, it puts it down, which obviously is a no call. So I feel I hit the buoy. Whether it went on the outside, inside, I have no idea. And it's been happening a lot lately, and it's easy to get frustrated, but I went inside the buoy, and I don't know what I felt like. So anyway, great place, great skiing, and good luck to everyone else, and I look forward to watching everyone else.
All right, thank you very much. Awesome sportsmanship on your side. Thanks again for being here. Back to you, Tony.
But it's really funny. He's counting himself out. I'm not sure he's looked at the results. He's actually in 7th with, you know, there's some good skiers ahead. I'm looking at Nicky Atkinson, certainly capable of running 10.75, Matteo Lazzeri, Carlo. But if all 3 of them don't do it, then Rob's in. If two of them have to do it to knock him out, I think I put Rob in 7th right now, or that's what I believe he is. So he's got a chance. He could sneak that last spot. It's going to be interesting. I mean, there's skiers that can and certainly have run 10.75, but you know, even if one person runs 10.75 and goes ahead of him, then he still has one more person has to go. So Rob's not out yet, as much as he might feel he is. And it does feel like that sometimes. You come off the water and you get a score that you're so dissatisfied with. I'm sure he is. You feel that you're out. You feel you almost deserve to be out, but that's not necessarily the case so far. We'll see where he ends up. It's going to be interesting.
We're looking at Arnaud de Rick. He is on a dockside right now, getting ready to rock the roost here at the Jolly Ski, the home of the San Gervasio ProAm in its 9th edition, presented by Santo de So. Now, the skier on the water at this time is Jaime Palomino. Needs to get all the buoys here on 11.25 meters, and to put him ahead of himself of the likes of Robert Hazelwood, he's got to get the entirety of the pass at 39.5 off 10.75 meters. There he is, Jaime Palomino, 6 buoys, 11.25 meters. Now it is game on. It is the critical pass for him, basically for anyone else that skis after him. So, as we continue to move right along in the slalom competition, it is on the water. Oh, taking a big old hit there off number 5, but still able to carry it out to buoy number 6, Jaime Palomino. On the road to redemption, one might surmise, after his performances a little earlier on in the season, especially in the U21 Worlds in his home nation of Mexico, where he came up a little bit short of the mark there. Looking to see if he can reassert himself and gain his confidence back for the most part. Jaime Palomino.
10-7. He can run it. He has run it. He's not been doing so well recently. He needs 6, and that'll put Rob down a spot and put him in the final, crucially. He's out of position. 2's, yeah, it's
oh, and it goes down a 1 1/2 buoy at 10.75 meters. So Rob Hazelwood survives 1 skier.
So Rob's got to survive until Nicholas Bonatti. In fact, he's allowed one person to get through and surpass him until Nicholas Bonatti. He cannot have 2. Jaime, well, he will be disappointed. I mean, we just see here his hips are back through the edge change, and I mean from there it's really, really hard to keep control. And the rope went underneath the rope, pushed the ski up, and I think when you're in that position, it's very, very tricky.
Yep, and noticeably annoyed with his performance out there, Jaime Palomino. A little bit of slippage down course, sent in a lot of speed into number 2, and he couldn't control much of it. Tried to get across course, but the ski riding up over the rope and sending him catapulting into the water. All right, skier next, coming to us out of Belgium, Arno Durick.
Arno, apparently known as the Beef of Belgium. He is a very, 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 very strong man, as we're going to see. Not so much on this pass, but as the line gets shorter, you can see that 135 where we talked about last week, Tony, where he just drops that shoulder over. He gets so deep, and it is something to behold. Yeah, you can see he comes in a little on the tail and just drops the shoulder over. And we talked about Callum Heath, using that big lever of the shoulder a little bit too much. We haven't seen the slam dunk yet, but we will see it in the next pass.
All right, let's check in dockside.
Welcome back to the dock, everybody. We're here with Vincenzo. So, Vincenzo, 2.5 in the first round at 10-7. Are you going to run it in the second round?
Oh, sure. I'm going to try to run it. That's 2.5 is a decent score, but I'm not happy with that. I'm going to try, and then we'll see.
Okay, perfect. So, you had a busy season so far, and your season is going to get busier and busier. So how are you going to manage all this tournament with training and travel? What do you think you're going to do?
All right. I'm an overall skier, and that's really hard. Prepared a lot of competition during the year, but that's good. I'm really happy, and it's really challenging for me, and then it's a good experience.
All right, perfect. Well, we're happy to see an overall skier batting it out at this San Gervasio ProAm. Thank you for being here, Vincenzo. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. And here I am, Tony Lightfoot, alongside Freddie Winter. So as we continue to rock away down this list, we are nearly halfway done.
Nearly there.
Nearly at the halfway point, and we would be able to count about 4 or 5 more skiers, maybe to see if Rob Hazelwood has survived long enough to be a part of the 8-skier final, and then it becomes a case of counting and matching the seedings.
You see that tail there, that ski? That was incredible. It stayed in.
Rick, look at him go. Ooh, he got himself out of trouble there.
Watch boy 4. Watch the whole. I mean, saw it in the moment, so maybe I'm mistaken, but it looked to me like you could see the whole fin of the ski come out of that water. Well, that happens again. It's where you're on the tail and you jump on the front last minute. You'll get the tail to move, but it almost moves too much. We'll see right here.
Yes, looking at this, this is Arno de Rick. He's a He's a strong old
He's
old
an
guy.
ox. He's an ox. He's an
An
absolute
ox.
champion. Really nice bloke. He.
Oh, look at that number 2. That kept that pass intact.
Look at those
essentially.
rippling muscles, man. Just a fine specimen. Watch this boy fall. Whoa! Not what you want to do. That's not a good feeling. People always talk about getting angle, and you do want to get angle, but you don't want to get it in such an uncontrolled manner as that. He's waiting at 6 though, so he did run 11 earlier today, so he'll be in good shape to do it again. He needs to in order to look at this. What a company man, Nicky Attomson. There you go.
All right. Skiing for Pro Gear gloves, of course. Let's have a look and see what Arnaud de Rick has in store for us.
Come on, Arnaud. He struggled a little bit last week, didn't run his 11, but he did this morning, so that's good. That's a big one.
Huge one.
Oh, big throw. Yeah.
Oh, and way too much speed and very little in the way of control, so it's going to be 1.5 at 11.25 meters for Arnaud de Rick.
So watch as he comes off the second wake into buoy 2. He throws the ski. He's got a lot of pressure on the nose of that ski too early, and then unweights the tail of the ski, and then he's got nowhere to go.
And when you're having to throw your head back and to the side,
yeah,
it doesn't help.
No, it doesn't. It does not. So not Arnaud's best round of skiing, but I think he'll be happy with this 2 at 10.75 early. The guy's able to run 2-3. I don't know if he's ran a 4 yet. But yeah, watch this. Just the feet would move way too quickly, all the way out in front. The whole ski out of the water, and that just puts you way off balance. The ski doesn't like that.
All right, then. Let's go dockside and check in with Lorenzo.
Okay, welcome back to the dock. We're with Nicky, who's about to get ready to ski. Nicky, so how are you feeling about after your first round?
Yeah, first round was not too good, so I hope to improve that in the second round. Let's see that I get a better start at 10.7, and then I hope I run it.
All right, we hope to see you run it as well. So have you went back and looked at how you skied first round to understand what you did wrong and maybe try to correct it for this round?
Yeah, my gates were not too good. I was going too late, didn't get a good angle. And I also, after a turn, I always felt like I had no rope, so I'm going to try C1 now from A2, so that's a big change. Let's see how that works. I'm going to find out in the first 2 passes.
All right, perfect. We hope that works for you. Thank you very much for being here again. Best of luck, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you.
All right, we've still got Freddie Winter here, and being rejoined here by Ali Nicholson. Good to have you back.
Trying to figure out my chair situation over here.
Okay.
Oh, you guys have cushions.
I don't.
I think Tony gave me his cushion when I came back.
Oh, what a champion.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a
guy.
gentleman.
I noticed I didn't get that. Outrageous.
You get to do a podcast with me.
Oh, for my sins. Okay,
right.
who do we have?
Vincenzo Marino, 30 meters, coming right up from pass number 1. It should be Alpha 2. It's pretty much the case for almost everyone here, aside from the likes of Thomas de Gasperi, who runs C2. Vincenzo Marino, a member of the Italian national waterski team, competed at the U21 World Championships, where he placed on the podium in the men's overall competition.
Good to see these overall skiers, just like Lorenzo said. You know, it takes so much training. I think, you know, and your body can take it. He's a young chap. Your body can take it a little bit better when you're that young. You're not sort of stressing about the amount of sets you can take. You can just keep going. Joel Poland, 24 years old, getting to the point where his body's not going to be able to take 7 sets a day anymore. The best
7
overall
sets
skier in the world. Oh, at least 7. 7 on his day off.
Well, it's a good job he trains in the States, because they couldn't afford to keep the gas in the boat.
Yeah, I know.
In England. And we'll certainly look forward to the likes of Joel Poland returning to Lake County to defend their his world championship title, and may yet set a new world overall record in the process. that's going to be webcast live. And we look forward to seeing that.
Are you guys confirmed for that already?
Mm-hmm.
Well, good. You guys did such an incredible job last year. It was a viewing experience for the ages. I think everyone was very grateful to have you guys there. So glad to hear you guys are in. Wouldn't be the same without you.
Well, that's what they tell us. Anyway, here we go. This is Vincenzo Marino. "12 meters. Oh, good strike up there off number 3. And nicely done in 4, 5, and number 6. I certainly appreciate the skiers that tend to ski with one speed, with very little change between the decelerating edge and the accelerating edge.
Yeah, it tends to be like that. But people on their easier passes, it tends to be a bit more sort of single speed, and then you start seeing the acceleration, the deceleration. You do need to decelerate. You get to these short lines, and then you're chucking the ski in between you and the boat to slow down, and then getting that whiplash effect. It starts to look a little bit more untidy, a little bit more ugly, but also more exciting.
I think it's a little bit about just kind of managing that speed as the line gets shorter.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right then. So looks like we're getting a few more messages coming through. Jeff Sturrer. Not too sure if we've met, but I'm sure Freddie wouldn't mind me reading this. Freddie's pro commentary is so helpful as he calls each pass. So professional and respectful to each athlete. Well done.
Well, thank you very much. That's very, very nice to hear. Trying my best up here.
And a couple of people agree with that sentiment. And I don't know. It looks like Thomas de Gasperi may not be going out there to slalom in the second round. Looks like he's settling into that Malibu T-shirt.
Well, he's got
plenty
4 or
of time.
5, 6.
Yeah.
I mean, if you start getting ready too early. Anyway, let's watch this. It's 11. He's going to get over to his onside here at 5, and he needs a big 5, and he's kind of safety checked, as you would say, Tony, but I think that's...
Ooh, there you
he's
go.
Done it.
Get after it.
I definitely looked up as he came out of 3 ball, which is kind of right in front of our booth here. Definitely not the cleanest, taking the hit there out of the gates, able to make it through 6, but let's see kind of where it went sideways here. Pretty good one there, good start.
Little high with the handle, but managing to slap it straight down to his hip in time for his approach into 2, and likewise into number 3, but he got a little bit delayed there off 3 into 4 there, Ali.
Had his hips a little bit open to the boat. Sorry to hijack. Sorry, Ali.
No, all good. Yeah, I mean, looking back on that replay, I guess it honestly did not look as bad as I had thought originally out of 3. But yeah, kind of got rolled flat there off the backside of the buoy. A bit of a delay. Able to pull it back, though, and get all 6.
Well, there are a few of our folks spectating from the clubhouse area here at San Gervasio. So, in order to put himself back in contention to make an impact on this event and maybe be one of those 8 competitors in the men's slalom head-to-head section of this event,
remember,
he needs a piece of 6.
5 will put him ahead of Rob, though.
Yeah, backup scores.
Backup scores, so 5 will be enough. I don't know if he's done it before. It's a good one, actually. Relax on 2 here, mate, and you got a chance. That's not it.
That's not.
He's scored as much as 3.5 before at the U21 World Championships not too long ago, but won't get anywhere near it this time around.
I wonder what they're reviewing there. That looked a pretty clean 3 to me, but again, what do I know?
Right, so Vincenzo Marino arriving back at the dock, and if the score that we reckon is going to be awarded to him turns out to be the case, then Rob Hazelwood survives another skier.
I think Rob's got this, to be quite honest with you. I think we're thinking running 10.75 is going to be too much, and it's a rare tournament, honestly, where you can get into an 8-person final with a score at 10.75. We've not seen that through this European Tour too much. It's unusual. It's certainly not what we've seen here in previous years. It's been always those, I remember Brando Caruso ran 2.2s a few years ago and didn't make it. which was just pretty rough stuff. But he, I think Rob might be all right, honestly. We've got who do we have
see.
here?
I mean, we've had cuts though, really up there. There's still quite a few people left. I mean, we have. Yeah, I mean, we've got not Mateo's next. No, we've got Nikki next, and then Mateo.
And then Mateo, and then we've got maybe about 3 or more.
Yeah.
To really determine who the final 8 are going to be.
Yeah. So Nikki, as of late, we haven't been seeing him get through too many of these 10.7s, but he does have several under his belt from this season, so he's definitely a contender still to not be counted out here.
Nikki Attenson coming through with pass number 1, and we'll check in dockside with Lorenzo.
Welcome back. We're here with Matteo, our next contestant in the water. Matteo, what happened in the first round?
I don't know. I just had a good 1 ball and then overpowered to 2 for no reason, really. Even 11 was like way more aggressive than it needed to be. So I'm just going to go out and try to do a little precise set for once and see how many boos I run.
All right, perfect. And do you reckon that all that overpower was because you were a little too nervous on the dock? You were a little stressed because of everything that you've been doing lately?
Yeah, I think it's stiff back, stiff legs, So it's really hard to manage it, but I'll do my best to do it for 4 and some passes.
All right, perfect. Hope you stretched good so you're not so stiff anymore. Best of luck, Matteo. Thank you very much. And back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you there, and I was told a little bit earlier on that Matteo Lizzeri actually went back to his apartment between rounds and had a shave, and
can't grow the beard too much between rounds,
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, otherwise there would just be a hedge between him and the boat.
Oh, gotta love it.
Gotta keep it under control.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go.
Is Nikki still wearing your favorite shorts, Tony?
They're quite ugly, yes.
The abuse that Nikki's shorts get, I'm not sure I understand quite why, but yeah, he's a great skier. He's been running 10.75, maybe not so much recently after, a few weeks on the road. It's hard. I mean, it really is tricky. That's why I was so impressed with you last week, Ali, to run your 10.75 at the 4th tournament in a row. I mean, that's hard to do having not had training, but if you're a bit younger, if you're not quite as experienced, to be able to keep that level consistently high, even through all the changes of lake, of boat, of rope, of all that sort of stuff, it becomes a bit more tricky.
All right, then continuing right along, a quick reminder that you can listen to the latest edition of the TWBC podcast. Interviewed Freddie here last night on what went on between Kayafas and here, and everything else concerning this event, the 9th annual San Gervasio ProAm presented by Santos Dassault. We got Nikki Attenson about to take to the water. He has shorts that have its own Instagram handle now.
Do they really?
Yeah, they do.
Did you set it up?
No.
Who did?
Tony started this. Sure. It's all Tony. The traveling shorts.
The traveling shorts. I wondered, do they have millions of followers?
Well, they probably have more followers than me.
Is that right?
Which is actually quite annoying.
Well, we know and love you, Tony, from TWBC, and that's got a fair few followers.
Mm-hmm.
And you can subscribe to it on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. Subscribe to us on YouTube. We're getting very close to 11,000 followers on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe and hit the bell icon as well, so you'll be
go watch the movie.
Go live. And watch the
documentary film.
Yes, indeed.
All right, Nikki, 11 meters. He needs to run it to have a chance. I think he will run it. It's just he needs to feel good. Well, that's not a good one. Generally, he favors his offside. He likes it better than his offside.
And
so strange.
Trying to will that ski into a turn on number 3, and just indicating his frustration there with a score of 2 1/2 on 11.25 meters.
That's rough. I mean, it's funny because he tends to ski better on his 1.35 than his 2.4. Reared up a little bit there at 1. 2 was decent. I did not think he was going to go down to 3. I'm interested to see this again.
All right, looking at this, number 1. It almost looked like he backsided number 1, although that's...
a little on the tail of the ski, though.
Yeah.
when that happens, you got to move to the middle of the ski really quickly to get balanced. Yeah, just finish both 1 and 3 even more way on the back of the ski, which actually stops you from moving too far down the course.
So as it stands right now, we have 10 skiers remaining on the list, starting with our next competitor, someone who's quite familiar with this part of the world. It's Matteo Luzzeri.
Strange fall. I mean, he just looked like he kind of straightened up his back leg and just didn't let the ski come through. So the ski, he had speed down the course. He had the tail of the ski really pushing down into the water, and he just didn't get any rotation.
Right, looking down there and seeing our next competitor using the Syndicate Slalom ski. It is Matteo Luzzeri.
So crucially, he must run more than 4 at 10.75 to have a chance of getting in the final. Anything less will not do it, but even then he's not safe. So he wants to really run the 10.75. He's capable. He ran it 3 out of 3 rounds there at the Monaco tournament. He ran 3 at 41 in the first round, 2 in the second round, 2 in the final. So he's capable. It was a very consistent tournament for him. Didn't go so well last weekend in Caiaphas, but you probably could fairly say that the proximity to this tournament, the closer he gets to the tournament that he's organising, not single-handedly, but heart and soul, it makes it harder to go ski. Your focus moves away from what you're doing and to what everyone else is doing to make sure the tournament works. So that will be an interesting one. What I just noticed is he gets up. I'm pretty sure he got up he got up with his hands facing the other way and then switched them over. Oh, not that makes any difference, but it looks weird. All right, 13 meters, Matteo. A little bit on the tail there, but he looks good here. And yeah, I mean, as I said yesterday in the podcast, Tony, this is a guy that really started almost the revolution in European water skiing.
All right, then, with that in mind, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back. We took a little stroll out of the dock to meet up. Group of people. We got skiers that are down for the day, enjoying a cold beer and a refreshing beer because here the weather is, and tell you, is super warm. Guys, what are you gonna do now?
I mean, we've not got much more skiing to do, us two, have we? These guys are going to ski tomorrow. Yeah.
Drink some beer, I think.
Drink some pig. Have some fun, Watch some good skiing.
Okay, you're going to enjoy the rest of the tournament. I see you're making your way down the shore, so you're going to enjoy some nice skiing. And unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing you tomorrow. I was really looking forward to see all of you to ski again, but tournament is like this, isn't it?
Yeah, so sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't.
Next time, maybe, hopefully.
Next time. Thank you very much. Keep the spirit up. Go and support all the other skiers. Thank you for being here, and back to you, Tony.
And let me just say to people watching at home, those guys, they're not wasted already. That is just how they speak. They're from different parts of England with strange accents. So, they're okay. They're okay.
You seem to be convinced that I have a strange accent nowadays.
Well, you do say things like semi and soccer. Bloody weird for a Brit.
It's called being adaptive. All right, then. Here we go. This is Matteo Luzzeri. 12 meters. Shouldn't have any problems running this. A sports psychologist, got his doctorate at Florida State University in Tallahassee. And not looking too bad in the opening couple of passes. Now, I mean, Ali, okay. First couple of passes, I mean, they're rudimentary, aren't they? I mean, they're essentially there to kind of warm you up. I mean, how important is it for you to run those passes as smoothly as possible right from the get-go?
I mean, I definitely think running those early passes and just kind of finding your rhythm a little bit, working on your keys as early as you can, it makes everything when you get to those harder passes, when everything's moving so fast, to feel a little bit more natural. Definitely if you find a good rhythm early, it makes, as the line gets shorter, it just feels a little bit more natural. I think we've said it before, a lot of people are like, why don't you just go straight out at the hard pass? If we did that, we none of us would ski nearly as good. We need that warm up. We need to
And
kind
we'd all be
of.
broken.
And we'd all be broken. Yeah, we'd be killing our backs trying to go from the get-go as hard as we can.
That's why there are things next to golf courses called driving ranges.
That's true. It would be nice. I mean, if we could have a spare lake where we go do some warm-ups, you know, in the morning, then we could definitely be going out at 38, 39. But it just doesn't work, and you know
But even still, just the lapse of time, your body kind of needs to get hot before you go, and mental game too. But here we go, finishing out 11 here, hopefully for Matteo.
Didn't love that start. Got better towards the end, but it wasn't his most. He got back in the rhythm of it, but he doesn't look incredibly settled there, I wouldn't say.
Okay, so typically what goes through someone's mind as they go out through the exit gates, especially on on a pass like that, Ali? What goes through someone's mind as they exit on a pass like that? I mean, what goes through your mind, for instance?
I mean, I don't think that this was too bad for Matteo. I know he's definitely going to try to clean it up a little bit coming in for 10-7. He knows that he needs at least 4. It's just kind of, I think, a learning process, but then also not letting the previous pass dictate the next one. You're trying to hit your cues, figure out think about it a little bit, but not try to overthink it and come into the next pass with kind of a fresh mind and try to get as far down it and through it if you can.
So he must run more than 4. If he runs more than 4, that puts him in 8th spot, I believe. Rob being 7th.
Right now, 4th is Nick Nelson.
So if he runs 4, then he'll tie Nicholas Nelson, and Nicholas Nelson needs to beat Matteo's backup to go back ahead of him, and Matteo's backup is, let me just find it, sorry, it is
2.5 at
10.75, so he's capable. So really he needs 4 1/4 to get that 8th spot, but even then he's not safe. But a full pass, I think, will do it. I think if you run 10.75, you're probably in.
Then
and
you're
Matteo's
in.
his
Yep.
home site. He knows how to do it. He's been organising the whole tournament. Let's see how he goes. It's not the best one of his life, but it's a big 2. Come on,
edge
Matteo,
changes
get those.
a little bit. He's
Come on,
gotta
mate.
stay
Come on,
in
come
it.
on, come on.
Settle in.
Around 4.
Settle
Come on, around 4. Can he get outside 5? Outside 5.
Settle in.
He's gonna
He's
do it.
there. He's
There
there.
we
Come on,
go.
hold it.
He's not gonna.
Oh, whoa! Wow.
That
I
is.
think he hit that left-hand gate ball coming back.
So that's either a 5.5 or a 6, because the rule is exiting out of buoy 6 is the only pass you're allowed to, only buoy you're allowed to do it. If you get back to the wakes inside of the gate buoy, as much slack as you like, it's 6 buoys, and that could be absolutely crucial. 5.5.
purely based on that fall, I think he may have hit that left-hand gate
Yeah,
buoy.
but actually, the 5.5. Exit gates count like entry gates. So if he's allowed to hit the gate buoy, so long as he's on the inside of it.
But I think he might have been on the outside. We'll see.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, but this will be a very, very interesting. And I mean, composed skiing. I mean, didn't love his 4. He was pretty. It went pretty easy there. Safety checked it, Tony Lightfoot bingo. And I think around 6. Let's see what he did here. Oh
What?
no!
What did he do with the ski?
He threw it inside. I think that's a 6. I'm going to say that's a 6. If we could pull up the rule, it would be really interesting, because I think we'll see better from this angle. I think he got back inside of the exit gate.
He
line.
looked like he tried to jump the ski a little bit.
He only needs, but okay. Skiing position is defined by, if I can remember my rule book, the ski has to support the weight of the skier. So I think it was still supporting the weight of Matteo. I think that's going to be the crucial thing here on the judges. See, he just didn't get his onside turn there, but did a really good job at 5 of kind of, he's late as hell, pulled really long. Either way, he's gone ahead of Rob.
Yes,
Rob is now in 8th. Let's see. I'm going to say, well, it's going to be a really interesting call.
That was the camera I think may have been just a teeny tiny bit high there. It looks like we lost the buoy
But
at the bottom.
they have the other angle,
Yep.
I think. So.
All right, here comes Carlo Elias on 13 meters on the opener.
I think we've got a score here is 6 at 10.75.
All right, let's go dockside with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back. We're back on the dock right now with Nicolas, our next skier in the water. So, Nicolas, how do you feel after round 1?
Oh, everything is good for me. Round 1 was okay, so now maybe I have a few gas in the tank to try to run the pass.
All right, perfect. So, did you feel at all that you can improve anything between round 1 and round 2, or you were satisfied about round 1 and just need to push a little harder to get to the end of the pass?
Man, I'm unpredictable in slalom. I can do, I don't know, I can run the pass, I cannot, I don't know. Like I'm gonna go there and try my best, attack all the time and see what's gonna happen.
All right, we're really looking forward to see you attack your next few passes. Thank you very much, Nicolas, and back to you, Tony.
All right, there we're back, and we've got a little bit of a conference going on, and Freddie has decided to leave us be.
And more fun anyway.
Oh, it's 5.5 there, 5 1/2 for Matteo
Please tell me
Luzzeri.
Vince's voice just came through it. Like, sorry, I got a little scared.
5.5 at 10.75 meters for Matteo Luzzeri. Confirmed score. Here we are with 12 meters on 12 meters. 5.5 there. Just to repeat once again for Matteo Luzzeri, and we just saw 12 meters there for Carlo Elias.
Fucking. Sorry if that came through on the webcast. Some technical issues. Alrighty. Hey guys, sorry, had a little bit of technical issues there. Vince is trying to blow my ears out.
Welcome down. We're going to just kind of watch you in the hot seat here. As you're not quite safe yet. You're on the bubble currently, correct?
Yes, I believe so. I think I'm in 8th, possibly the worst place you can be. And with a 5 at 39, it is not a fantastic day at all. I have to survive 3 skiers, all of which are very, very, very capable of running this pass. So we'll find out. But yeah, I'm happy with that round. I kind of, if I'd have fallen at 1, I'd have been miffed, but I got through the pass okay and just didn't quite have enough to get through it. But what can you do?
All right, here we go. This is Carlo Elias returning into the course, having successfully run 12 meters. Here he is on 11.
Looked a little bit slow there at the backside of 3. He's going to have to kind of work to stay in this.
Oh, he's really going to have to really muscle his way out through that pass. That is a 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters.
Now this is where I start shaking my boots.
Yeah, now you're going to start sweating.
So again, this is kind of what we were talking about earlier. That was kind of, he went into survival mode a bit midway through that pass. It had to get through it. Now that he's out, the exit gate's dropping on the end, he's trying to kind of calm yourself down, come back in for the next pass. That pass is done. You can't do anything about it. You're just trying to figure out how you can make the next pass better.
I just wonder if we're starting to get to the point of the day. I mean, the skiers look wonderfully lit up in that beautiful sunlight, which is great for us and not so great for the skiers. We're going to be starting to get into glare territory here, which when you're coming into 5-ball like that, you might be a little bit bright. It can make you a little bit unsettled. So that if we start to see some rusty 38s, that could be a reason why. But so with Vince's book of vast information, Carlo needs to do a season's best to make the cut. But Carlo's been around for a while. He's been on tour since I have been, and he's very, very capable of running this 39. His season's best is a 3, but I believe he's only had 2 previous tournaments under his belt.
Yeah. So he will need a piece of 6 here to bump Rob out, and even still, that will not make him 2. Sorry, you're right. A 5 would make him.
All right, here we go. Rolls in. Entrance gates number 1.
Down course at 1.
He's okay. He's
okay
2.
on number 2. Now he's got to get a bigger
This
3,
is
which
his
he didn't
season's
get.
best.
And he's
inside the
inside number 4, which means that he scores 3. And Rob Hazelwood survives another skier.
Yeah, the more it gets, the higher my heart rate is. I'm not a fan of this. I'd like the 3 at 39, 41s in the first round relax you much more, but that did not happen. To be honest, I'd be interested to see what you think here, Ali. I think he just didn't quite have the intensity. The 1's good. He gets on the shoulder well, but I feel like his movements just look a little bit calm and slow. That didn't look that calm. But out of the 3, I feel like he could have got on it a little bit more, but
Possibly, yeah. He's not getting a whole lot of angle to me out of the buoys. Just to start, though, from one ball, Tony and I both were like, ooh, really down course. He turned that one ball pretty far. You can see it again here. Looks maybe like he was a tad slow on that gate, but he comes into one, and he's pretty far past one ball when he turned. So he was setting himself up, losing a lot of ground from the get-go.
Yeah, and I think another thing I see as well on top of yours is I just feel like he's going a little bit direct. Like he comes off that second side, a little bit too much ski in the water. Interesting, we were talking about fins and setups together a little bit beforehand, me and Carlo. But I feel like he's just tracking into that buoy a little bit too much, you know, and he ends up being a little bit straight, a little bit direct, which then doesn't allow him to get that rotation through the finish.
And I mean, that's a new ski for him. He said since Monaco, he's been riding that 02 versus the 01. So maybe just a little bit more time needed to get it dialed.
Yeah. Okay, so we're 8 skiers now from the end, starting with Nicholas Benatti. Looking good on the opening pass. My apologies there, Ali, but just to let you know where we are so far as the amount of skiers remaining. So in order for... okay, let's check in dockside with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock, everybody. We're here with Nicholas again. How was your first round? Are you happy about it?
I mean, it was okay. I was wishing to run 39 off. I got a little excited at 4 and went on the back. But yeah, I mean, I hope it's a good backup score and I hope to make it to finals.
All right, perfect. So you're hoping to improve, of course, on this round, and you still want to run that 39 off 10.75, right?
Yeah, of course. That's the objective since I came here, to run 10.7 and maybe get a piece of 2 at 10.25.
All right, perfect. That would be great to see you do that. Best of luck to you, my friend, and back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thanks a lot. And Lorenzo doing a fine job out there. We've got a whole band of spectators along the shoreline as we continue to monitor the situation. We're 8 skiers away from the end. So, essentially, what does Nicholas Benatti need to do to advance through to the next round of the competition? Well, it's got to, 5 buoys.
5 boys to be squeaking in and having to wait to watch Nicholas.
If he runs the 10.7, though, he is guaranteed in.
Yeah.
Guaranteed in. No questions asked.
So 6 boys at 39 is the goal. However, this is the 35, 12-meter line. Big one ball.
Yeah, kind of gotten broken over there a little bit at 1. Uncharacteristic for an early pass.
Yeah. And
staying calm, cool, collected, though, a little bit. Rushing through the end of this course.
I'll always remember, was it good old COVID year? I'm sure you'll be able to tell me, Tony. 2021? Or was it 2022 when Nicholas kind of was the star of the show at this event? Made it through the head-to-head, beat Benny in the first round. I think he ended up third in the podium, I believe, or second, was it something like that? Ended up just skiing absolutely insane. So he has a good history here. I believe he trains here all the time. So it'll be interesting to see if he can put it together and if he can run this pass. He's going to want to run it. I know for sure he's not going to be banking on the 5. So let's see what he can do out there today. And you see their next skier on the dock, Nicholas there, I believe, 18, 19 years of age. Incredible skier. I trained with him a little bit at Jack's at the start of the year.
And the current World Junior Slalom champion.
An interesting, one of his training methods is training wrong foot forwards. Very incredibly good wrong foot forward skier.
Really? Wow. You know who's not?
You.
I
was good.
No, you actually were pretty good.
There's video, and I'll bring evidence. I got up and did my deep water start.
Zane had the deep water start down when we did
I
it,
beat
but
Zane when we had a competition.
his
Anyway,
actual skiing was very poor.
All right. So here we have Nicholas Benatti coming in 38 off. A little bit of sun in his face, but not enough to put him off too much right now. Gets a little bit of loose line out of 1 ball, but he's okay. Stays over his feet. Big 2 ball. Very early out of this 3, and he is looking incredibly early there. Good out of 4. Spit forwards out of 5, but he is okay.
All right.
He really rips that handle across at the end of the turn. I mean, you can see him pull it almost fully across his body.
I'd say not the safest pass, but for sure early. The whole way through, I don't think he could have had a cup of tea in front of every single boy he was waiting for, but...
He was early. The finishes of the turns were not the cleanest, but definitely still lots of space coming into every buoy.
Yeah, a lot of tip pressure going on, but Oof, that ski snapping around well. Just a lot of pressure building up on his ski, I feel like, but not the worst 38 we've seen in the world for sure. Incredibly early, and that's probably the way that he's going to want to go about his 39, keeping intense, making sure he gets down here and seeing if he can make the show that he did back in 2021.
So, getting ready for Nicholas Benatti to enter the course right now. More than 5 will put him into the next round provisionally.
I don't know if I can watch. I think the issue is I don't feel like I deserve it with a 5, but here we go. Nicholas Benatti, A1, 39, 10.75. What's he going to do? Take it away, Ali.
Here we go.
All right, here we go. Let's see if he can get a good start here. He's going to need it. Oh, getting broken over there a little bit at 1. Broken over at 2, but still alive. Over to 3 and down.
Oh my God, handles and heads through. You're good? There was a lot of things flying towards that handle. I would say we kind of maybe saw that one come in from the 38. A lot of pressure through the front of that ski and just rotating well-ish, but so much pressure that he had to fight through. And at 39, it just became a little bit too much for him to handle. My heart rate's now tripled.
1 more to go, Rob.
1 more to go. I think pooping pellets would be a phrase.
Okay.
Than a waterfall, but we'll find out later.
All right. Looks like we've been working at this from the bottom a little bit. Let's try and work at it from the top. So who do we reckon is secure in making it through to the next round of the competition? We know that Freddie is.
Everyone but me or Nicholas.
Everyone but you.
Nelson.
Okay.
There's 7 people guaranteed.
So Rob's currently in the 8th spot.
We
above Nicholas Nelson, who ran 4 in the last round. If he runs 5 or anything more than 5, that puts Rob out.
Yeah, we know the list right now up to 7. What we don't know is whether it's going to be me or Nicholas Nelson. And to be honest, if there's someone that I wouldn't mind missing out on a final 2, it's going to be annoying because I love finals. Like we all do, we don't travel here to not make them. But Nicholas is a fantastic skier, fantastic up-and-coming guy. Oof, that crash.
All right, here we go. Mexico's Junior World Slalom Champion. This is Nicholas Nelson.
Did that say C2?
Possibly. A2.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Alpha 2 there for him.
32. Looking smooth, looking sharp. And let's head back to the dock to see who we have there.
All right, welcome back. We're here with Carlo, who just got done skiing. So, Carlos, can you talk us through a little bit through your set?
Yeah, of course. Well, conditions are exactly the same. I'm pretty sure we switched both, but it was pretty much the same feeling to me, so they're pretty equal. Usually in the afternoon here we get a little bit of wind, but today it was just great. So I felt good the first 2 passes. At 38, I really didn't know what happened. After 3, probably I was checking too much on the line and I lose it a little bit. So unfortunately, I pulled my neck the last 2 buoys of the 38. So at 39, I tried my best, but it was kind of painful though. Still painful now.
All right, okay. So I heard that you've been struggling a little bit with materials and everything. What are you going to do from now on to get back in your game?
Well, keep skiing now. We are full in the season, so we can just keep going and skiing every day as long as the weather is this, and just try to be in shape, and that's it.
All right, we hope to see you back in shape in no time. Thank you very much for being here, Carlo, and back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you there, Lorenzo, as we welcome Nicholas Nelson back into the course for pass number 2.
All right, so here we go, 12-meter pass, another kind of warm-up pass here. We see down at the bottom selecting A2. We got that graphic fixed out now.
Copying me there with the arm high there at 2 ball. A little narrow, but he's all good. Coming into 4. Nice and early.
Well, that's why you like him. He does the arm swing like you.
He does the arm swing, apparently. Hey, I took some screenshots in Greece of a lot of very good skiers doing the arm swing. I've got to defend my stance on that one. Actually, I don't even agree with my stance. So, but anyway, we have Nicholas out there looking a little narrow into that 2 ball. But other than that, a very smooth pass. And I'm sure he's a little bit nervous. He's probably on the edge of his first pro final. He knows what he needs to do. Feels a little bit weird saying that he has to beat me.
Yeah, I know some of the younger skiers here that have, they've been watching that cut. Earlier I heard somebody say, it was just 5. It was like, this is kind of my chance. The score's not that high, but the scores are probably not that high for a reason, and nobody's been skiing that
Slalom's
great.
really hard.
Yeah.
If no one's figured out that yet, who's watching this, slalom is an incredibly tough sport, and there's so many variables that go into it.
Oh, and I think a lot of it, a large group of us have been on the road for 4 weeks now.
Feels
so
like months.
With very little time to train in between, if any.
That's the thing that I was talking about earlier. Is it's no excuse. Everyone's had pretty much the same thing, but I haven't had a training set probably since June. With traveling home, with traveling around, tournament to event. You obviously have event familiarization, but there's not much time to dial in. But here's Nicholas coming in here, 38. He looked good in round 1. Let's see what he can put together here for round 2. 38 off, 11 meters, good 1 ball, beautiful hookup, getting a good 2.
A little bit of slippage down course there,
Good
but he
hookup at
needs
3.
to work to arrest that.
A little bit narrow at 5, but he
good
is
to
all
go to
good.
6.
And
It does look like it's getting a bit brighter. We'll see if that starts to play a factor. I don't know if we'll see some of the people elect not to ski. The only thing is, as we were talking about earlier with Freddie, the order going into finals for those 7 that are already guaranteed in, and we'll figure out the 8th one here in a second, that order is huge for tomorrow with it being a head-to-head setting.
All right. Here is Nicholas Nelson. Looking all right there with the first half of the course, and now working his way into number 4. Good, solid position. Even though he slipped down course for the majority of the run, he used that distance to allow that ski to fully rotate, and then once he established that angle, he just absolutely pummeled the wakes and got wide enough to get round all 6 buoys. So now, here is the critical run. Anything more than 5, and it provisionally puts him through to the next round of the competition, which is the head-to-head portion. The final round of this, the 9th San Gervasio ProAm, presented by Santo Dassault. Here he comes. Nicholas Nelson needs the start.
Rob's heart rate rapidly increasing now. Here we go. Through the gates and onto 1. Pretty good 1 there.
There's 1.
Good to go over to 2. See if he can stay in it out of 3.
Oh, no, he drops the handle. Oh, my word. Christmas has come early for Robert Hazelwood.
I was so nervous. He's going to shoot himself in the foot for that one.
How on earth did that happen there, Rob?
That was the most...
Yeah, he just really, he looked like he was good to go there. Maybe just came up a little narrow, and just sometimes I think the hand reacts before the brain even realizes it.
I was so done. I honestly thought I was... And as I said earlier, yes, I'd have been happy. He's a very good skier, deserves a final. I mean, you see here, he's going to be an incredible skier in now, but in the coming years. But I honestly thought I was done and going home. But
he looked really solid. I thought we will see him come into 4-ball when
absolutely
he drops
perfect
it.
and drops the handle.
Well, it's either, what is it, 3 1/4 or 3 1/2? What do you say on that one?
I don't know, to be honest. All I know is I got Freddie Winter in the final.
Unless something changes.
Head-to-head. Yeah, if it changes, then that means they still have to get to it 43. So it's not probably a good competitor that I'm against. But anyway, no, that's a fantastic skiing there from Nicholas. He looks very, very good out there. And just...
Let's see if we can see it
what
here.
happens here. Oh, that's going to probably be a 3 1/4.
We'll let the judges call. Yeah.
In fairness, that exact same thing happened to me at my first Open Masters at 1 ball, at 39.
At
Just
1 ball.
come off the handle a little bit early, it pulls it out of you, and you're swimming, which really sucks. It's the worst way to go. You see the handle rolling away in the distance, and
the worst feeling when you look at your hand and you're like, why did you just do that?
Why? Yeah. Try to
Why?
see the pavilion in front of you, and the man's like, oh. Anyway, T-Guys here, looking smooth. Sun's definitely bright out there. It'll be interesting to see how many of these people end up doing the full passes. But like you say, seeding's incredibly important here. You do not want to get matched against the best people if you can.
Yeah, so seeding matters, and then they're also looking at if I make it through the first round, who am I going to have? Who would I have possibly the second round?
Yeah.
Looking at all of that, trying to figure it out. the order's definitely going to matter. We were talking about it earlier. You want to be as high up on that list as you can, so you're meeting those top skiers last.
Okay, so we got the official score of 3 1/4.
Tony's giving me hand signals that I'm not quite sure what they mean.
Not very good at sign language here.
Tony needs to work on his.
go
Tony's going to work on his sign language in the break, but we've got the aqua park. That was going to be my plan if it was going to be that and vodka probably was going to be my plan to get me through it.
Earlier I said, man, if second round goes like first round, I think we're going to grab a drink and we're going to go to the water park.
That was my plan. And hey, of course not together because that would be naughty. Don't drink and swim.
Right. One first and the other.
Alrighty, here we go. So we have Thomas de Gasperi coming in 35. We see Mario there driving, doing a fantastic job out there.
One of my favorite drivers. The men don't get to ski behind him very often with Robert Pagozzi being in the men's field, but since he's not here this weekend, you guys have the lovely treat of getting to ski with him.
Yeah.
As we see Thomas make his way through this 12-meter pass. Looking nice and solid.
Yeah,
not really getting a very good view. I mean, we can't really tell how much the glare is there. But
Right.
it's looking pretty bright on their face as we see them come back.
I think, to be honest with you, right now it's just sun, and I think I get the impression in the next kind of half an hour is when it's going to start going in front of the course. It's probably going to be a little bit bright into their 2.4 right now for this 38.
Yeah. I know the other day I skied probably 6:30, 6:45, and it was getting, I could see the buoys, but definitely the driving was probably getting tough because the pre-gates were hard to find.
Okay, so provisionally, I mean, we just saw the leaderboard right there. So Robert, you're in 8th place. You will get
Freddie Winter.
Freddie Winter.
Or whoever gets 1 1/4 at 9.75, which probably, I wouldn't write a few people off on this list, but either way.
So who would the next pairing be? Second versus 7th, and second currently is Will Asher, right?
Yeah, so it's gonna if everything stays the exact same as it is right now, it's then going to be Will Asher against
Matteo.
I believe Matteo Luzzeri, Jonathan Travers against Tigas, Brando against Sasha, if this list is correct. But obviously there's a lot of ties. There's 2 ties at 1, 2 ties at 2, 3 ties at 2. So all of that. So other than Freddie Winter right now, everyone realistically has to ski again unless they're a little silly, I would say. There's no real need to save yourself today. We have the finals tomorrow. It's a nice break. So but anyway, let's see what Tigas can do here. 38 off into the sun a little bit, but all looks okay. Beautiful 2-ball, smashing it down. Looking lovely and over his ski as he pulls through this pass. Very, very standard Tigas we see here. Super balanced, super stable. And just rotating through the course really, really, really nicely. No major surprises, no falls over, and I think a lot of that we talk about a lot, but has to do with the signature Tigas edition good ski, I guess it's called.
Yeah.
It's only him. It's him that rides it, and he's been on it for what 20 years is it now? And you can tell he knows exactly what that thing's going to do. It looks fantastic. He looks settled, and just great skiing out there.
Drops in nice and smoothly into buoy number 1 and just comes off the handle and just has the ability to just stay on top of his ski, stay pretty balanced.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why he's so consistent. And say somebody like me probably isn't quite as much, is the fact how he manages to use his leverage to make the ski rotate and use his feet, stay on top of his feet just a touch longer. I tend to, especially with my arm going high, I tend to kind of end up falling over and using that to rotate, whereas Tigas does such a good job of staying over his ski, staying super balanced, and just allowing his body to move through that turn instead of just dropping on those shoulders like, say, me. Alrighty, there we have Tigas coming in 39 off. Let's see what he can do. 10.75. A bit of a short gate pull out, but carrying his speed well. How's he going to deal here? Oh, a bit of a big 1-ball, but he's still very early in this pass. Beautiful 2-ball. Coming in through 3. Little bit of loose line, but still is all good. Good 4. Early into 5. Little bit of loose line again, but he is outside of 6. And he is through 39 off.
Just has a great command of that slalom course, knowing exactly where he is in any given time, and just really just hammers the back of the towboat, and just is a carbon copy every single time.
Yeah, just does a fantastic job of
Definitely not his cleanest area, but he did good to kind of manage the line and stay in that pass. You know, for him earlier, we saw him get 1 at 10.25, a pretty low score for him. He's been skiing really well, really consistently high up around that 3 buoy mark just about every round.
Yes, just looked absolutely on song here with the first 2/3 of the course right up to buoy 4, and then just eased up, but still had enough in hand to continue on with the pass and get round all 6 buoys. All right, taking a quick look at our facility here in San Gervasio. It's been in existence for since 2004, essentially, where they dug this lake out to provide the aggregate necessary to build the local autostrada that links Brescia with Cremona.
All right, here we go. 10.25. Score earlier was 1. Needs all 6 if he wants to take the lead. Oh boy. He's going to get outside 2. Can he get over to 3? Kind of break that tie up? Yes, he can. Inside 4 ball, though.
Well, that's a good solid look at a number 4 ball at 10.25 meters for Thomas de Gasperi, running with Charlie 3, the only Charlie 2 rather, the only competitor in this list to do so, and going with an early response from the towboat as a result, with that 0 offsetting there, Ali.
Yeah, so I mean that's more of, like I was just saying, that's a lot more of the score that we were expecting to see. Gates under review. Now that would be very unfortunate to see here, but he's able to get outside 3. We'll wait and see the official score with the gates.
So just waiting on that call from the officials. And the gate is approved, which means it's a score of 3 at 10.25 meters. The lead score in this second round, and it's courtesy of Thomas de Gasperi.
So he can breathe a little sigh of relief after that gate review. So that does jolt him up from 5th seed to 2nd seed. So as of right now, if nothing changes, he will be up against Matteo. But we still have a lot of skiing and a lot of very talented people standing on the dock waiting to try to challenge that lead.
And right you are, Ali, as we work our way down to 6 skiers remaining. And we're going to take a step aside for a quick break. When we return, we will bring on our next competitor, Sasha Deska.
Start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
All right, we're back, and we have 5 skiers remaining. We've got Brandon Caruso, Jonathan Travers, Will Asher, and Freddie Winter. But before those skiers is Sasha Deska. Comes to us from France.
Oh, I just fell out of my chair a little bit. All right. So Sasha earlier putting up the score, I believe also of 1. So he's looking for more here. Definitely going to try to ski himself up the list as much as he can. Starting at 13 meters. Riding the Works 01, new to the syndicate team.
All right, let's check in dockside with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Thomas. Thomas, a little improvement on your based on your first round. So, talk us through what happened here.
Mr. 341, eh? I don't know. I haven't skied here in a year, so maybe I should have taken a practice set. But just adjusting my gates a little bit compared to this morning. Yeah, it's a little glary, but conditions are perfect. The boat is great. The driver is amazing, and yeah, I wanted to turn that 3-ball and get to 4, but I didn't quite get the connection out of 3. So, I mean, I've been skiing fairly good, so I'm pretty happy about it.
All right, perfect. We're happy to see you improving, and we hope to see you improving more and more in the next rounds. Thank you very much again for being here. Go get rested and get ready for tomorrow. Back to you, Tony.
Alrighty. So obviously Tigas. You know what I think the favorite thing that I've seen this year is Tigas turn 3-ball. Virtually every time that he gets there in good
Breaking
state.
the habit of a lifetime.
Yeah, and it was great. I think, to be honest, that's all that will change last year. Obviously, a lot of things, ski setup, mentality, but I feel like the biggest thing was the fact that he just turned it. And I think Tigas is kind of going with that same attitude this year, and it's good to see he's had a few falls, and it's really keeping things exciting. So here we go. Sasha coming in here, works a 1, 12 meters, 35 off. Let's see what he can put together. A 1 in the first round. Looking nice and smooth out there.
All right, looking good there, and some beautiful footage there, produced by Connor Pauly as our resident drone pilot here at TWBC.
So as we were just talking a minute ago about Thomas, starting to turn 3, with the field of men that we have right now, I mean, it used to be you had to get 2, and then 2 was kind of where everybody would pile up. You had to get to 3, and now we're seeing more and more. You have to get to 4 if you really want to be safe.
As evidenced by Rob Hazelwood's 3 1/4 at Swiss Pro.
Yeah, and that was kind of the start of the year when people didn't really know what's happening. Then people get a sense of, actually, people have got better this year. And again, it's 3s realistically aren't enough anymore in a full field in normal kind of situations, and when everyone's kind of comfortable at home is maybe one we've done a lot of travel lately, which is really kind of obviously the best are still the best, and they're still putting out crazy scores as seen by Freddie's 1 at 43, but scores are insane right now, and it's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed kind of like everybody was a little kind of struggling a little bit this week, and then Freddie just goes out and shows everyone how to do it. That it can still be
we
done.
We were whining, watched that, and was like, oh well, I guess there's not much to whine about. But either way, no, yeah, Freddie looked great, and he's on an absolute tear right now, which is awesome to see. So let's see here, Sasha coming in 38 off, that face shining brightly in the sun, but let's hope the glare isn't too bad out there. So nice gate. I believe that was a gate call on the last pass, so nicely through the middle of those. Good 2-ball. He's looking very smooth through the start of this pass. Nice 3. Good hook up out of 4. I think, honestly, I don't want to say much, but that's the best I've seen Sasha ski. That looked confident. He looked early. He looked wide. His path into that buoy looked really, really, really confident. But that was probably the best I've seen from Sasha all year, which is good to see. He's been trying to get used to his new ski, and he's been doing okay with it, but a lot of changes have gone on. He was struggling with his back a lot on his old setup, so he ended up making a big change at the start of the year, changing companies. He's on the Works 01 now, and that was a very nice pass. I love this 2-4 of Sasha, how he looks across course, rotates with those legs, and that ski snaps through so beautifully, and looking fantastic out there. So let's see what he can do on this 39.
So far we've watched the only skier to have made it through into 10.25 last round has made it back into 10.25 this round. Let's see if Sasha can continue that trend, if we will see all of them run the 10.7 again.
Yep, and we're definitely getting into the people that I would strongly expect to do that, which is always the fun end of the start, list. So I'm excited to see what these guys can put together.
All right, then, continuing right along, we've got on the water Sasha Deska, and actually taking a look at those that have made it through to the next round of the competition, including yourself, Robert. The top 8 seeds going into this event, based upon the Waterski Pro Tour standings, have all advanced through to the final.
Yeah, Yeah, and that's 39 here for Sasha. Big 1, big 2. He's incredibly early here. Come on, keep confident. There you go. Looks much better. A little bit down course out of 4, but he's okay out of 5. Big 5, pulls to 6, and he is off. Just looks like he's slipping down course a little bit. Nothing really wrong going on, but
sometimes you have to go down course, right, to make to generate enough angle and hold traction behind the boat.
Last time I saw Nate go down course was about 20 years ago. I think in that situation, no. There was not much reason for him to go down course there.
I mean, you can't exactly backside it, can you?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like sometimes if you're coming in just a little too fast, it's better off to try to take it a little bit down course versus try to snap a turn and blow the tail. I mean, it is kind of the safe if you're not managing your speed very well.
But there, I mean, there's a lot of big turns. His movement, there's not much reason for him to be out of control.
Yeah.
There, and he looks good, but like this out of 4, quite considerably down course out of that 4. And he's still in it, but he ends up with a lot of excess speed into 5 and gets a good 5, but probably not the speed that he wanted there. But, I mean, great skiing there from Sasha, but I'm sure he's going to take the break. And I know he's ready for a break, Sasha. He needs some time to...
And we can notice there on his left shoulder, he's got a bit of like KT tape looking thing. I haven't asked him about it, but looks like he's probably trying to kind of stay together for this last tournament.
Taping his arms on, I think.
I think we're all counting down for a little bit of a break after this.
Yeah, he is wearing KT tape, but it is flesh colored, so that's why you don't notice it.
All right, 41 off. He needs to run it to be top seed to beat Freddie. He's going to want to do that. Not the one he wants. Can he get to 2? Big 2.
No.
Looks like someone shot him halfway through.
All right, so 1 1/2, so that's going to put him automatically behind all of the 2s. There we go. That will put him in 6th, just behind,
Essentially
or just
the same,
ahead of Mateo.
The same place as he was, hey? Essentially, because Tigas would have probably gone ahead on seeding if they'd have tied. So right now that puts him against
Will,
John, Mateo as well. Me, Mateo, Sasha.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah.
All right, then. So seeing the tail end of this effort here, he manages to get as far as 1.5 on 10.25 meters. We'll see what impact he has on the leaderboard when we take a brief look at that in a moment, and then we can make a little bit of a guesstimation as to who he'll be paired up against should the results hold the same as they do right now. There is said leaderboard. There is a Sasha Deskin, who is currently riding in 6th place right now. 6th place will ski against what is it? 6 and
6 goes against 3.
6 goes against 3, and I believe the 3rd place is Will Asher at this time.
At this time, yeah. We'll see how the backup scores kind of shake out. Obviously, I know Will's going to want to get more than the 2 at 10.25 he had this morning. So we'll wait and see how the final few here. They're all tied with 2 at 41, 2 10.25. So backup's going to matter on seeding. This is going to be really important for how they shake out for tomorrow.
An easy way to gather the seeding is to add the seeding numbers from the first skier and add it to the seeding number of the second skier, and if both add up to 9, there you go. Ah, there you go.
You're a smart one, Tony.
I try.
Just blew my mind a little bit.
All right, here we go. 400 foot-pounds of torque with that Monsoon 6-liter engine in that Malibu Response TXI. The skier about to take to the water right now from Italy is Brando Caruso. 13-meter start, A2, Alpha 2. 5 skiers remaining, including Brando Caruso. You can definitely see the light shining on our slalom skiers going through the course on the odd-numbered passes, passes 1, 3, 5, so on and so forth. Let's check in dockside with Lorenzo.
Welcome back to the dock. We're here with John. So, John, how was your first round?
Yeah, it was good. 2 at 10-2, so that's tied for second at the moment. And actually, T-Gas just beat that. But it was good to go out there and feel this out and just trying to get used to the 2 different boats, 2 different drivers, and just go have fun.
All right, yeah, now you guys switched boats, so you get to test for both of the boats for tomorrow's final, and you also switched driver. You're looking forward to see if there is a bit of difference between the 2 boats and the 2 drivers?
Yeah. You have the 2 best drivers in the world almost here right now, so it's awesome to have the equal for the head-to-head. And the 2 boats, they're brand new boats for this year, so everything feels really good.
All right, perfect. Well, we'll let you get rested, stay a bit in the shade that the sun is super warm right now. Get focused for round 2. Thank you very much again for being here, and back to you, Tony.
And Ali, for those of you, for the benefit of those people out there that they're not so far down the line, so far as slalom skiing it goes, how important is it to have a boat with the kind of power that a monsoon engine has at about 6 liters? You know, because the more powerful the engine, in my mind, the less it has to throttle up and down to keep in touch with skier whenever zero offer comes into play, right?
Sure.
All right, then. I thought you might have some insight on this
Not
one.
much insight when it comes to that. I'm very sorry.
Okay, that's fine. I'll ask Robert when he avails himself of being back here on the announcers spot. But we certainly thank those that have supplied us with the 2 Malibu towboats, the blue and the black. Used to be you could get away with having a 5.7 liter engine in the towboat. Not so much anymore. I mean, it has to be at least 6 liters. And looking at the Pro Tour leaderboard in the women's, Jamie Ball currently in the lead. Currently in second place, Regina Jaquist currently in the lead with 200. And you're back there chasing them down. Actually, currently in 4th place right now. So that's the situation as it presents itself for the moment, as we check in with a few of our folks at the La Velle water park. I could do with a little bit of cooling down there, Ali. How about you?
Yeah, and I've heard the water's pretty cool over there. Actually, we were very fortunate. The lake here is not quite as hot as I had heard rumors to be earlier in the week. I know we got a bit of rain the other day. Maybe it helped cool it off a little bit. I was expecting to be sweating bullets on the end when we stopped, so it actually is still slightly refreshing, enough to cool you off a little bit when you do go swimming. So, but I've heard that the water park's got some nice cool water. Anyways, here comes Brando, 11.25.
So Brando coming in for 38. Very smooth pass there. He's been on an absolute terrain this summer. And he's just really on it right now. He had a little bit of a kick up in Greece. I'm not quite sure what happened there. I mean, he still got 2 at 41, 2 at 41, 2 at 41.
2 at 41 every round. I mean, that's hard to call that a hiccup. It was just the level of skiing in Greece was so high that it just, unfortunately for him, not quite able to piece anything more than that 2 at 41 together. But seeing him back here today, 2 at 41. So I know he's hungry for more, looking for more.
Yeah.
He started this European trip on fire, and I'm sure he wants to put up a big one.
And just take a look at this. I mean, normally when I draw a path of a skier on like a whiteboard or something like that, I tend to draw it with a little bit more angle off the turn and to try and make it sweep out and do a little bit of backsided turn imagery right there. But you can play scene right there that even though the skier looks like he's going straight at the buoys, it actually turns out that they arrive just at the right time with just enough whip to get the ski round.
Well, if you reach apex too early, so your widest point, then what feels like apex, you're always going to reach apex at the buoy. You end up getting shot with a lot of speed at the buoy, so you don't want to approach that too early. But here we go. Here's Brando, 39 off. This should be...
All right, let's see if he can run this again. Ran it in the first round.
10.75 meters. Let's see what he's got on number 2.
Oh, hitting
Good
that
knee
big
bend.
out of 3.
But he's relaxed. He's staying composed there off buoy number 4 and 5. Oh, man alive. That's the easiest one we've seen run so far today.
That was some great skiing there, confident. And one thing we know about Brando in the last 4 weeks and years is his onside is always rocket. He has just one of the best onsides, probably on tour.
He is a pretty typical lefty, though. You can definitely see the difference between his onside and his offside.
Yeah, but his offside here was absolutely beautiful, and that tends to be what kind of kills him. Even on his 39, me and Brando always seem to be at the similar end of the running order, but his 2.4 is normally very stop-start, and you see that judder there, but the rope's there. It's like he kind of has a little bit of a clip in his head that helps him forget that. He just forgets the backside of the turn, even though he kind of gets that bobble. His onside keeps him in the pass, and he doesn't end up too far down course because of that little bobble. Can confirm the sun is almost definitely annoying now. What time are we on? It is
6:18.
6:18. So that sun is definitely going to be causing some problems.
Shouldn't there be like a brightness alert, like one of those like terror alert type deals, like maximum brightness, terrible brightness, and absolutely abysmal brightness?
We see Arno on the dock at the end putting his shades on as we're talking about how bright it is.
There we go.
So here we have Brando coming in. That's the one thing I noticed yesterday was the gates were tough to see. It became a little bit bright in that aspect, so let's see how his timing goes. He's a very conscious gate person. He loves to work on his gates. So let's see if he can get that timing. He looks like he gets a little slow, but he's good. Good one ball. What's he going to do out of this 2? Oh, he's going to get to 3 though. And will he get to 4? No. So that gives him the 3 if he got outside of it. We do have the score under review. I'm not 100% sure back. Also, for anyone worried at home, my mum waved back to the TV. What? I just got a message saying I waved.
All right, let's watch this again. It looked to me like he maybe rolled it on his gate just a tiny bit early. Maybe it was a little bit slow. I did not think he was coming out of 2-ball there.
Narrow.
Really narrow, gets stretched, pulls the handle about up to his teeth. Let's see if he can get outside 3. Whoa.
Cannot see from that angle.
Cannot see from that angle.
All right, then, continuing right along there, we just saw a Brando Caruso get what we provisionally believe to be 3 at 10.25 meters. And a quick reminder once again that the TWBC merch is on sale at waterskibroadcasting.com/shop. And we also have a limited supply of items right here on site at San Gervasio as well. T-shirts, caps, sun shirts, they're here on site and also available online at waterskibroadcasting.com/shop.
Funny though, he's a little narrow at 1, clips that 1 ball. You can't really be any earlier out of that 1 ball. And that 3 ball, I see them reviewing it right now. Vince has got his microscope out.
Microscope?
Yeah, he's on it. Oh.
His well-trained eye, more like.
John's talking about being listened to as we listen to him. That is a
3
3 confirmed there for Brando. And yeah, that's a very fair score. I think he'll be happy with that at the end of the day. I know he wants that 4. He's been getting that 4. But it's been a bit of a chain of 2s for him, which obviously isn't in normal times a bad thing. But right now it's not been enough. So I think it's some good confidence for him to get a piece of that 3, put himself up above Thomas de Gasperi and give him what seems to be, I believe he'll now be against Matteo. Oh, other than John. So we'll find out what John Travers does, and then we will find out who Matteo is against.
We'll be able to determine that with the benefit of the leaderboard, and just as if by magic, it just appears. So Winter versus Hazelwood, Lazzeri versus Caruso.
No, but we don't have that guaranteed
yet.
Because if John gets a 3, then it'll go back to seeding, and then...
De Gasperi,
so John
Lazzeri.
needs to get a piece of 4 to go not against Matteo.
Yeah. So we've yet to completely resolve the pairings and in the water, coming to us out of Groveland in Central Florida. This is Jonathan Travers.
I think the world would like to know that my mother called my skiing, but it's a bit squeaky bottom.
Well, at least that's better than crinkly bottom.
She's the most English person I think you'll ever speak to. Oh, that was a bit squeaky bottom, eh? That would have been come through. Sorry.
Squeaked right in.
Squeaked right in. Either way, we have Jonathan Travers coming up. He's not had the best of European tours. I think he's had some struggles with some illness, food poisoning,
Yeah,
all
John has not
sorts
been
of stuff.
feeling top-notch for sure
I think
throughout this trip.
his Americanness has balked at the beautiful European cuisine that we have here. But he's
Yeah,
getting used to it
it's-
now. He feels good again.
I'm guessing for an American, a European diet is an acquired taste.
He's
He
also,
loves
he
it.
was pretty
He eats a
brave.
lot of
I
it.
mean, he ate a lot of
I think
like
tartar straight out the gate.
tartar in Spain.
Yeah. I love America, but that's not their cuisine, I think. All right,
All
we're
right,
going to
let's
head to
check
the
in.
dock.
All right, welcome back to the dock, everybody. We're here with Will, who's going to be next one on the water. So, Will, 2 in the first round, and now you have Matteo and Thomas and Brando that scored 3. Are you going to try to go deeper so you have a better placement or a placement that you rather most for the head-to-head?
Sure.
Sure.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
But are you actually thinking about where you want to end up in the ranking based on the head-to-head that you're going to have to face tomorrow?
No, I haven't looked at it. No, I'm just gonna go out and ski.
All right, you're gonna
I haven't thought about it.
So you're gonna go out, feel the next boat, the other different driver, so you get more an idea so what you're gonna expect tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
All right, perfect. Well, get focused. Thank you very much, Will, and back to you, Tony.
You kind of get the impression that that Lorenzo was trying to live vicariously through Will there.
You'd be amazed that I think over the last year, Will's actually become more camera trained, which that one didn't seem to show.
I know, Rob's been really forcing it on the team, so we're getting a lot better.
They're all getting a little bit more comfortable with a camera, but yeah, Will's just one of those guys. You know, he doesn't overthink too much. He knows what he has to do. All right. Anyway, let's see what John can do here. 35 off, smooth start to that one ball. Beautiful look over that too. He's getting that angle really nicely through the finish of the turn, and John works a lot on this movement here. That second side, that path into that buoy, and everything else kind of fixes itself there very, very nicely. But yeah, back onto Will a little bit. I think he just doesn't overthink. He doesn't need to overthink. He knows what's going on. He's 20 years he's competed on the Pro Tour. He's seen out the corner of his eye someone get 3, someone get 3. He knows that, I mean, a 3 would be good, a 4 would be even better. His goal's to run 41.
Yeah, definitely.
You know? And that's, maybe he's going to,
Well, and
Will
with
has
the
2 moves.
experience, too, he also, I've noticed from traveling with him, he doesn't stress about not being able to ski, whereas, you know, myself included, it's like, you know, hey, we need to get to the lake. I'd really like to get a set in, something during the week. But I think he skied twice between Greece and here.
I think that's that's probably what we've all done. I think I don't know anyone that did many more sets.
And you know, and he's parlayed mention of his experience out there on the water into his distaste for the whole Masters qualification series. You know that even a skier of his caliber still has to go through and ski at like Lake Ledbetter and all of those.
It's not necessarily the caliber that he's at. It's the rankings that he earned in the season that doesn't mean technically anything to the Masters. You know, and that's, I think, maybe a lot of people's. I think the Masters is still one of my favorite tournaments, and it's one that I want to go back to every year. But it can be a little bit tough, especially for someone like Will, who's done it so long, to not get the spot that maybe he deserves, especially for the last 20 years. You know. But here we have John coming in. Beautiful 2-ball out there. Good hook up out of 3. He looks on it right now. Good 4. That's usually the telltale sign for John. And a beautiful 6. But great skiing there from John. He also made that Masters in that last LCQ qualifier at the start of the year. He was super happy about that.
Yes, indeed. And Jonathan Travers going through the exit gates, lit up like a Christmas tree. That's how bright the sunshine is now as it heads towards the horizon in the western end of this lake.
All right, let's go into this 38 a little bit. Beautiful 1-ball. And this movement here, I think John could be one of the best in the world at. That movement off that second side into that 2-4 is just fantastic. And I think that's really what creates that path there. I'm really jealous of the way he keeps those shoulders level, the way he pulls that handle all the way out to the buoy. Leaves some incredible skiing and some big scores. So let's see if we can do that here on the 39. And if he can put out a big score and get himself up that seating.
All right, so Jonathan Travers, who was the first person yesterday to, today in the opening round to clear 10.75 meters, the first person to do that, Took a while until we actually saw someone run that pass, but he was the first one to do it and established himself as one of the top-seeded skiers from round 1 into round 2, and is now in a position to really cement his spot in the top half of the draw here.
10.75.
10.75.
Oh,
Oh, look
a
at
little
this.
out the back out of 2, but he's still. Oh, that's
Look
a
at
big
that.
3 using those
Huge,
gloves. Woo!
huge turns, and he's still there, and he gets 6 buoys.
Impressive skiing. Very impressive skiing.
I
there
thought
from John.
we
I
were
thought he was
going to
gone.
lose him there at 3
I
for
thought we were
sure.
going to lose him, probably the window screen, but maybe the driver's head after that 3. Well, that was a big, big, big pull. Using those pro grips, I'm going to get shot. I forgot what the gloves are called. The clincher style gloves that he loves. So they're full advantage there at that 3. Well, that was a big turn. But hey, he's still in it. His shoulders were sore beforehand. I'm sure they're going to be even a little bit sore right now. But this 1 ball was beautiful. Real nice setup there. Good swing into 2. On that handle nicely. Just a little bit back out of that 2. So let's see what he does into this 3. Can't see behind the wall of spray.
So what kind of gloves do you go with, Robert? 41 tails?
I am 41 tails through and through.
So I recently switched to a non-Kevlar palm by HO.
Oh, look, she's going to get fired too. We both don't know the glove names. Amara?
I'm pretty sure they're Pro Grip. They're either Pro Grip
The
or
gloves
World Tour.
without Kevlar.
Yeah, there's the HO makes 2 kinds. I recently switched to them, and I've really liked them. I've been trying to kind of move away from using liners inside my gloves, so I switched, and it seems to be working out for me. Anyways, enough about that. Let's talk about John. Here he comes, 10.25.
All right, he's been doing well this week, so let's see what he can put on here. He's going to want a piece of 3 or more. Gets a little bit of a wobbly gate. Loose line out of 2. He's going to need a big 2, and he doesn't get it. Sorry, getting my words mixed up there. But
so 2 and 2.
Not the best gate there for John, I wouldn't say. Ended up looking like he got a little bit bounced off that second side. I think he may have gone a little bit hard, a little bit early into that gate, and just end up getting peeled apart, fast into 1. But let's have a look
Have
here.
a look here.
Think just a little bit hard there. Gets a little inside. You see that handle getting pulled away from him, and then just not able to quite get that tight line that he wants.
I'm curious as to the way he brings the handle down with his left arm on his 135 side. It always it almost looks like he's slapping his hip there with the handle.
Yeah, I really like the way John moves his hands, and that's coming from someone who doesn't like the way he moves his own hands. So I think it really keeps everything level. It keeps those handles by the hip. It really helps that rotation through that buoy, and I really just think it keeps things balanced. It keeps your center of gravity low. It keeps you moving, and John has an incredible onside that unfortunately we didn't see there. But it works for him a lot of the time, and it just keeps that center of gravity where you want it. But that does keep him ahead of Sasha Deschamps and obviously Matteo Luzzeri. Alice right now not working for Vince. She's been let out the cab. She is snoozing. She's let out of the cage.
Let her finally.
So
See, look at her.
peaceful.
She's exhausted.
Let her sleep. Vince
But
worked
she is
too
into the
hard.
finals tomorrow, so she's catching up on that sleep. So as we wait for John to go back down the list, let's just kind of, or down the lake, let's kind of take a look at the list. It looks like right now, if nothing changes, if Will does not ski better, if he does not get
More than 2 at 10.25
more
meters.
than, no, he needs 3. If he gets 3, then this will change. But if he gets less than 3, then it'll be John and Will in the first round. Which I know
There we go. There's the
they never love.
There's the leaderboard. So everyone from Rob Hazelwood up is in, and then we'll determine the pairings towards the end when we see the final leaderboard after round 2. There's the Pro Tour leaderboard with Smith, Winter, and Asher in that order, and Freddie Winter could actually get enough points by winning this event to supersede Nate Smith as the tour works its way across the Atlantic back to the United States for the remaining stops of the year. So glad to have the pleasure of your company. We're down to our final two competitors of today's elimination round action. We've got the 8 competitors in the women's competition already booked. We're close to fully identifying the 8 skiers in the men's competition. And we've got our head-to-head pairings in the junior challenge, which will take place sometime in amongst that tomorrow.
All right, here's the man who I enjoy watching a lot, William Asher. Coming in 32 off 13 meters. Let's see what he can put together on this pass. Beautiful one ball. Beautiful 2-ball. Again, just like John, obviously these guys ski together 99% of the time. As I like to mention, probably the best bromance on tour. And just great skiing there from Will.
Let's check in with Lorenzo on dockside, see who he has.
And welcome back to the dock. We're here with Freddie, our top seed after round 1, last year in the water. So Freddie, did you get to rest a bit or this heat just exhausted you?
It's hot out here, but yeah, I mean, I just tried to sit out and I had a swim after my last set and it's just hot, you can't get away from it. But yeah, I didn't feel like going back to the hotel. That always kind of spaces me out if I go back in the middle of the day. But here I am, I'm going to ski. I've qualified for the final in 1 or 2 spots, so let's go do it, you know, let's go and see. Some people are saying, why are you going to ski? I said, well, got to feel the boat out and got to have some more information for tomorrow. So it's all about learning.
All right, so you're just going to take your time, enjoy your set to understand the other boat, which it's the same as the one that you skied before. But, I mean, we all know that the boats are never exactly the same. So you're just going to use this set for that?
There's no 2 boats the same. There's no 2 drivers the same. So, I mean, we've got very good drivers. Manuel, I skied really well behind him last week and today. So Mario as well, haven't skied behind him in a long while, because of Robert being a competitor of ours, but he's not here, so we get to ski behind him. I haven't skied behind him since a long time, so it'll be fun.
Last year, didn't you ski behind him? You only skied behind manual driving?
I didn't. I was injured last year. I was in the commentary booth. I was your colleague, your TWC teammates. So.
Exactly right. I forgot about it. But yeah, well, hope you have a good set. Hope you enjoy your set. Thank you for being here again. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
All right, we're back on. We've got Will Asher coming back in on 12 meters. Take it away, Ali.
Oh, boy. I mean, seeing him make his way through this pass, no doubt the sun is definitely getting bright. He looks good to go out of 4, over to 5. Nice little warm-up getting his rhythm here. No doubt, though, from that view right there, that course is getting bright. It's either getting hard for Will to see or hard for the driver to see. Or both.
Look at that, beautiful dollar signs.
I feel like something I know at a SARM tournament, and Vince is probably going to shout at my ear, but big congratulations to Matias Gonzalez. I believe 15 years old? It could be 15, 14, 16, one of the 3. Not very old. Just set a pending under-17 trick world record of 12,440 points. So if anyone wonders why I trick quitting, that's why.
When you what?
Very
trick quitting?
Stuff.
Trick quitting? Or quit tricking?
Vince isn't impressed of my passion for tricks, but incredible, incredible tricking.
This was
yeah, really incredible at such a young age. I mean, I swear the trickers keep getting younger.
This was in the Lacanau spot from this year.
Oh, I do love to nosy in on what the docs.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean,
Is he going to say something silly?
Then I was hurt again after that. I mean, I probably shouldn't have skied Caiaphas, but everyone was saying I was banned, so I was kind of finding it a bit annoying. So I did it and took it very, very easy and got a decent enough placement, and so that was good. But then I was too sore for Norway, and so I started skiing the day after Norway again and did the week and won the duel. So it was a good, you know, actually, all things considered, like, yeah.
All right,
so I think
here
we have
go.
there Freddie's summer plans for last year going through there. But all right, let's see what Will can do here. 38 off should be a walk in the park. That sun isn't going to make it the easiest thing in the world, but we've seen Will deal with worse on a 38. Probably can see it there on that 2-ball, getting a little caught up. Big 4, beautiful 5, and he is back up. And I think we're probably going to see a fair bit of that for Will and Freddie there. Nothing that he can't handle, but just safety in that 2-ball. It looks like the sun is over the left side of that course, so it's going to be making that 2-4 quite bright. And a little bit of a challenge, especially for 38 when you don't need the best kind of turn.
All right, let's focus in a little bit on his technique here, especially going into 2 and 4 now. Watch his reach. as he comes across the wake and edge changes. He reaches once, then reaches
The
again.
reach is the last part that we need to be looking at. The reach is nowhere, in my opinion, and from someone who trains with him a lot, the reach is a result of so many things. And I think that's an issue with a lot of skiers across the world is they see something like, oh, they reach like that. Oh, my hand goes here. Oh, Ali does this. Oh, someone does this. And the reach is a result of so many things that have gone right beforehand.
So not an entity within itself,
no,
but more a result of doing certain things right.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you can do wrong with a reach, but you can't really do right, if that makes sense. You can mess yourself up, but for most people, especially on the Pro Tour there, we see a lovely little church. And it just moves. It's the way he moves off that second wake. Exactly what I said with John. They both do it so well. They take that handle with them. They swing it all the way up on the boat. And that creates such a relaxed look in front of the boy and what is probably one of the most famous 2-4s around. But let's see. 39 off, 10.25. Sticking with B2. Find that an interesting move. But let's see what he can do here. Good womble. Beautiful line through the finish. Big 2.
Almost left that ski bit totally behind him.
Big 3. We're going to be consistently big 4. And a big 5. That was, I think we should call that one a big pass.
Yeah, huge.
I think I heard 2-ball through my headset.
Yeah, he actually clouted the thing.
Yeah, that was probably, and again, it's the water is incredibly hot. I know from on the boats it was 98 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't really know what that is in Celsius. I think that's 34 degrees Celsius. I'm surprised Vince doesn't have his thermometer out, but it's incredibly hot in that water, so it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough at Vince's. So it's pretty slow out there is the thing. So to ski aggressively is probably the safer bet than to ski easily is what I'm trying to say.
So I mean, if you're skiing on a site that's got incredibly warm water, as it is here in San Gervasio and a lot of other places replicate that, what do you do to try and preserve your hands as much as possible?
Use the 41 Tails by HO Skis. Sorry. No. Some people struggle with it a lot more than others. Obviously, build up your calluses, shave down your calluses to make sure that you have hard skin there, but you don't have a massive build-up that can be gripped and torn. Don't try get your hands wet for too long. People put their gloves on like 2 people before them and sit in their gloves with wet hands. What happens when you go in a bath? A warm bath for 30 minutes, your hands go soft and soggy. Little things that you can do, but here we go. 41 for Will, the man that taught me my glove technique. Let's see, looking like a good gate there. Maybe a touch slow. Let's see what he can do.
Oh.
A little bit of loose line out of 1. He's going to want a big 2, and I don't think he actually gets the 2.
I'm not even sure he got outside it, and if he did, he definitely was 1.5.
Yeah. That's put him not in a very good position at all. Oh, we need your scoreboard up, Vince. To see what's going on. So that puts him at 1.5. That puts him
But I think either way,
John.
that's not. It's going to put him behind John.
Ahead of Sasha.
Ahead of Sasha. So that means that John and Will be matched up in the first pairing.
Really? Sorry, I'm getting. Oh yeah, you're correct.
Yeah.
Oh, that happened last year as well. Aww.
So they're number 4
But
and number
does he
5.
get
The bromance tomorrow.
No, it depends. If they give him that, then he goes behind Sasha, which then puts Sasha again.
Sasha had a 1 and a 1.5, and Will had a 2
true.
and a 1.5.
Sorry.
Yep.
Spitting facts over there, Ali. I'm very impressed. Yeah, so you are correct. So that, no matter what, puts him ahead of John. Yeah. We're still under review. This is going to be the angle that's going to tell all. I think, to be honest, that sun probably messed him up a lot there. It's very hard to commit to the buoy when you can't actually see the buoy. That's, I don't know if the judge can hear this, but that's probably a 1 on my end, unfortunately.
Pretty hard to see.
Can we go slower, or is?
Called up, acted like nothing happened. He went and told Rob what happened. That's the only reason we know the story. I think Rob never said anything. I would have been teasing him about that.
Thank you.
That is a 1 at 10-2 for Mr. William Asher. Not usual for Will.
Yeah, not. I mean, today has been pretty low for Will. I mean, obviously, every time he goes out, he's trying to run it, and he's okay with getting. I think he's okay with getting the lower scores because he is trying to go for it. I don't think he has really looked quite like himself.
All right, yes. So we have the leaderboard up. So it's going to be me against Freddie, guaranteed. It's going to be Matteo against Brando. It's going to be Sasha against Thomas de Gasperi. and it is gonna be
Jonathan Travers.
Oh,
and
Jonathan
Will Asher.
Travers and Will Asher. Sorry,
With Travers getting the preference or choice, whether it's the boat or whether to go out first or second. Now, if you had the choice to go first or second, what would you do?
In this situation, first, because you get quarter of a void advantage.
Okay.
See you, mate. Thank you.
Pretty much all day. Yeah, the first place gets a big advantage in head-to-heads because of the quarter boy. Essentially, you get a quarter boy advantage because, say, Freddie goes out there and gets a 3 tomorrow, that means that I have to go out there and get a 3 1/4, which at 41 at our level is an incredible difference because 3 is quite possible. 4 is pretty tough. You know, not many people in the world have even been to 4 in their life. So that's kind of the bit that it manages. But look at the two of them, the two Brits in the water together.
And I'm pleased that you're able to answer that question to a certain extent, you know, kind of showing us your cards a little bit, you know, going forwards.
Yeah, but every single person who's sat on this desk right now would say that. I don't go first or second, and I don't have a preference in first or second mentality-wise. To me, you get one lucky start, then the rest of your life you go, oh, I like being first. Realistically, it doesn't really matter. You just go out there and ski, no matter what. But boy advantage makes a big difference, and everyone knows that. If you don't know that,
And I mean, at least for myself, I know my score from first round to second round was quite drastically different, but I take full blame for that. I know last year the boats felt pretty different, so I feel like there was that kind of reason to pick boat versus order.
We'll head to the dock, and then we will carry on our conversation.
Right, we're back on the dock with Will again, who just got done skiing. So, Will, what happened out there?
And I tell you what, this British guy is melting. It is hot here in northern Italy. I just felt a lot better that round. I just didn't put it together. It's really frustrating.
But did the glare of the sun affect you in any way, or you weren't really bothered about it?
I'm not going to blame the sun for that. It was just my rhythm was off. That's kind of what I was feeling. Yeah, I mean it definitely wasn't on it. It was definitely bright enough. I could see the buoys. So yeah, it was just a different feeling out there.
All right, perfect. Well, it happens. We all know how the sport is. That's one of the reasons why we love it so much. Well, thank you again for being here, for putting up some amazing scores, and we'll are really looking forward to watch you tomorrow in the finals. Thank you very much again, Will. Back to you, Tony. Yeah, thank you.
I think that's kind of a good attitude, and I think it makes him. I mean, he's been one of the best in the world for 20 years. You don't blame the sun. Everyone has the sun. At some point, everyone has those problems, and he felt better, and I know for sure he's going to take that into tomorrow. It just has to then replicate through to 41. But here we see Freddie Winner coming in, 35, incredibly slow gate there. Not where he wanted to be pulling out, but it's 35. He could probably do it from the wake anyway. A little bit of loose line out of 3, but very smooth pass. Good movement through 4, good movement through 5. And that is a full 6 boys through 12 meters.
All right then, beautiful drone shot there, courtesy of Connor Pauly, giving us a really
just an
detailed
interesting angle. Just an interesting angle, you know.
A really detailed forensic view of what it is to go cross course on each side, you know, with the angles and the pre-turn and everything. As we see Mario Pagozzi there getting ready to bring Fred back into the course.
We saw him kind of adjusting his sunglasses there. It's definitely, from looking in the boat, you can definitely tell it is getting bright.
Yeah, and it's always the challenge of this event. And it's always a challenge of this event, is the sun. It runs long. They run the juniors, which is a fantastic event, and usually it only really affects the people who are in the final, which obviously makes it a little bit tricky for seeding. In the last few years, I've not actually managed to ski well enough here to get the glare in the second round, but at least I made the final this year. But yeah, it's what it needs to be, and let's see what Freddie can do. Top seed coming in. He's guaranteed his spot. He's just feeling out the boat and the driver right now to make his decision better for tomorrow. 11 meters.
All right,
Good
here he comes.
two ball.
11.25 meters. A
Good
good
three ball.
Good work so far, getting the ski angled behind the boat. Good pressure with his feet and getting all round all 6 buoys.
I feel like, as a very quick judgment on Freddie right now, what we're seeing now is upgraded version than 6-7 years ago. Because I feel like Freddie, about 5-6 years ago, was an incredible skier, and he still is an incredible skier, but he ran a lot of 41s, looked very smooth doing it, and he went through some transitions, and I really truly feel like this is the Freddie winner that we've been missing for the last few years. His rhythm looks incredible, his balance on the ski looks incredible, and just the way that he's standing looks kind of like the final package. You know, like he had some great stuff 5 or 6 years ago that maybe he lost down the path. He gained some other stuff, and it looks kind of like it's all coming together right now, and it's a lot of fun to watch.
Do you think a lot of that is due to off-season conditioning?
No, because he was probably skiing in worse conditions back in 2015-14.
Conditioning.
Oh.
Like gym.
Oh. Yeah, probably. I'm confused with what's going on.
And I mean, also, we heard Freddie kind of talking on the dock earlier about how he was kind of hurt last year and whatnot. So getting stronger and like actually feeling healthy and not having to struggle with your back or your shoulder or whatever other ailment that Freddie has, obviously is going to make him look stronger out here on the water. So we've been seeing him ski great. Last week, his first round was obviously his best round, and then we kind of went down from there. Let's see if he can back up that first round from this morning.
Beautiful 1 ball there from Freddie. Beautiful 2. Staying very well balanced over his ski. A little bit of a judder there at 3, but super early, super smooth. And it looks like he's found his rhythm there. Very nice movement through that.
Getting caught up a little bit on number 6 there, as you mentioned that, Robert. But a great looking pass there, Ali, all the way through. Seems to have gotten a good grip of this competition. And let's not forget, he was part of that triumvirate last weekend that ran 1 at 9.75. Nate Smith, Freddie Winter, and Will Asher. And Freddie Winter, for his part, is already ran 1 at 9.75 already in round number 1. So looking to do something similar in round number 2, but he's going to have to get all the way down 10.25 meters. Now, what kind of statement do you reckon he could make if he replicated that performance again, Ali?
Yeah, so I mean, he's been skiing really well. I know that he is super excited to be getting into the 9.75 line length. Obviously, he wants to just make it more consistent. So this would be kind of the first step to doing that. And yeah, it's going to make a statement, especially watching all these other guys kind of struggle a little bit. You know, we saw a couple get to 3, but definitely not the scores that we've been seeing for countless reasons.
Alrighty, here we have Freddie Winter coming in here for 10.25. He's going to want to run 2 out of 2. He's going to want to scare me off for tomorrow at 1 p.m. So let's see what he can do here. A little bit slow on the gate, but all looking good. He's got the sun. Good 1 ball. That is the start that he wants. Very good 2. He's in this.
Number 2.
He needs a good 3. Does not get it.
On number 3.
He didn't scare me, Freddie.
He didn't scare you too bad. You were shaking in your boots a little bit earlier.
I don't shake for anyone.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the one at 43 was pretty impressive.
That looked, I mean, that was a pretty good start. It definitely looks pretty glary out there. I don't know that he can really see the buoys. I mean, look at his face there as he's turning in for the gate. It definitely looks really bright.
I skied this way yesterday and just did a gate. I didn't even
look at that.
There was no need for him to come into this 3 ball. He got the start. He felt the driver. He knows that that's a turnable situation nearly all the time. And it's just hard when you don't see that buoy. You maybe think, oh, I'm outside of it. You commit to that turn, you hit it, and that's his season over. It's a World's year. It's a big year. So I think that's the smartest move that he's made all day, and he knows the start to the confidence. At 41, it's the 1, 2, and the swing to 3. He knows he got it right. So, but that's a beautiful start there. Little bit late out of that 2. Gets a little stood up, but very well timed into 3. Just, I think, couldn't see it.
Nope. All right, so let's take a look at the leaderboard one last time before we pack things up and listen to Freddie Winter's parting interview off round number 2. Freddie Winter will be paired up against Robert Hazelwood. Brando Caruso in second place will be paired up against Matteo Luzzeri. Thomas de Gasperi up against Sasha Deska. And Jonathan Travers will pair up against Will Asher. And there you see 9th, 10th, 11th place up on that list on the outside looking in. All right, let's check in dockside with Lorenzo one last time.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Freddie with our last interview of the day. So, Freddie, how was it out there in the second round?
It was good. I'm a bit frustrated. I mean, it's whatever. It doesn't matter. But, you know, I did everything better than the first round, apart from 2 at 10.25, and then I screwed up. It's not terrible. There's a bit of glare. But, yeah, I mean, I really like my 10.75, and I was thinking of coming in, but I'm like, no, I'll give it a go, and I'll come back. Keeps me honest for tomorrow. You know, I got to do better than that, so we'll see how we go.
Well, we'll hope to see another amazing score from you tomorrow. Thank you very much for coming here. Thank you very much for taking the time and skiing with us. Well, last interview of the day, I want to take this time to thank everybody from the TWBC. I want to take the time to thank Matteo and all the organizer. Thank you very much again for being here, and come watch us again tomorrow. See you. Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you there, Lorenzo D'Alberto, doing a fine job on the dockside interviews. I'm Tony Lightfoot, glad to have the pleasure of your company, and also having the pleasure of the company of Robert Hazelwood and Freddie Winter and Ali Nicholson, our announcers, whom you saw a little bit earlier on in this competition. Thank you for watching. We'll be back online tomorrow morning with the third round of amateurs. So 8 a.m. we start with the amateurs third and last round, with 1 p.m. the start of the pro finals in the women's, the men's, and the junior challenge in the girls and the boys. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and on behalf of the entire team here at San Gervasio, including our crew here at TWBC, it is ciao for now.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.